Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Lavender. The gunshot echoes through Flatbush at 1:47 a.m., and I know they'll bring him to me. Not to Brooklyn Methodist 20 minutes away. Not to Kings County, where the trauma surgeons are already scrubbed in and waiting. They'll bring him here, to my clinic that exists in the gray space between legal and necessary, because sometimes dying people can't wait for ambulances, or insurance authorizations, or the luxury of proper protocol. I'm already pulling on surgical gloves when the door bursts open, cold February air rushing in with the chaos. 3 teenagers struggle through the entrance, their friends blood painting dark streaks across my freshly mopped linoleum. The wounded boy, can't be more than 16, hangs between them like a broken doll, his dark skin ashen and his breathing shallow. "Doc, you gotta help him," the tallest one gasps, his voice cracking with panic. I recognize him, Marcus, whose baby sister I delivered 3 years ago in this same room during a blizzard. Stray bullet caught him in the chest when those fools started shooting up the corner. I don't waste time with questions. In this neighborhood, explanations are luxury items we can't afford. Get him on the table, now. They lift their friend onto my examination table, the same one I've been using for 5 years. Its padding worn thin, but its metal frame still solid. Blood immediately begins pooling beneath him, dripping steadily onto the floor with a sound like a broken faucet. "What's his name?" I ask, my hands already moving over his torso, assessing damage with the efficiency that comes from too many nights like this one. "Jamal," Marcus whispers, tears cutting tracks through the dirt on his face. "Jamal Williams. He's my cousin." Williams. Like me. In this neighborhood, we're all connected somehow, by blood, by struggle, by the invisible threads that bind communities together when the rest of the world forgets they exist. I press my stethoscope to Jamal's chest, listening to the wet rattle of his breathing, the irregular rhythm of his heart, working too hard to pump blood through a damaged system. Entry wound just below the left clavicle. No exit wound visible from this angle. The bullet is still inside, possibly lodged near his lung. "Pneumothorax?" I murmur to myself, then look up at the 3 terrified faces watching me. His lung is collapsing. I need to relieve the pressure, then get the bullet out. "You can do that, right, Doc?" The shortest boy, can't be more than 14, steps forward, hope and desperation warring in his young features. "You saved my mom when she had her heart attack last month." I nod, projecting confidence I'm not entirely feeling. This isn't a heart attack or a difficult delivery or any of the dozen other emergencies I handle regularly. This is trauma surgery, the kind that requires a fully equipped OR and a team of specialists. But Jamal doesn't have time for proper procedure, and I'm all he has. "I need you boys to wait outside," I say, already moving toward my supply cabinet. "And if anyone asks, you were never here." They hesitate, reluctant to leave their friend. "Go," I say more firmly. "I'll take care of him, but I need space to work." Marcus nods, shepherding the others toward the door. "We'll be right outside, Doc, right outside." The door closes behind them, leaving me alone with Jamal and the sound of his labored breathing. I move quickly, setting up my equipment with practiced efficiency. Chest tube, local anesthetic, surgical tools that I keep sterile and sharp despite my financial constraints. That's when I notice him. Through the window facing the street, a figure stands in the shadows between two parked cars. Tall, broad-shouldered, perfectly still in a way that speaks of training and patience. Most people would assume he's just another late-night wanderer, maybe someone waiting for a ride or looking for trouble. But something about his posture, the deliberate way he positions himself with a clear view of my clinic, makes the fine hairs on my neck stand up. I force myself to focus on Jamal. Whatever is happening outside can wait. This boy's life can't. I inject local anesthetic around the entry wound, then make a small incision for the chest tube. Jamal's body jerks reflexively, a good sign that means he isn't completely unconscious. Blood and air hiss out through the tube, and his breathing immediately becomes less labored. "That's it," I whisper, monitoring his vitals. "Stay with me now." The bullet is the bigger problem. I can see it on the portable X-ray machine, a dark shadow nestled dangerously close to his subclavian artery. One wrong move, and he'll bleed out on my table faster than I can react. I prep for surgery, my hands moving through the familiar ritual of scrubbing and gloving. The ultrasound machine hums to life, its screen flickering as I position the probe over Jamal's chest. There, the bullet's metallic signature glows bright against the surrounding tissue. That's when my equipment starts failing. The ultrasound screen flickers once, twice, then goes dark. I smack the side of the machine, willing it back to life, but the display remains stubbornly black. No, I mutter, checking the power connections. Everything is plugged in, but the machine refuses to cooperate. Of course it does. I'm 3 months behind on my equipment lease payments, and apparently the medical supply company has decided to activate their remote shutdown feature. I glance at the window again. The figure is still there, motionless as a statue. Something about his stillness reminds me of the soldiers I used to serve with, the ones who could stand watch for hours without moving, their attention sharp despite their apparent calm. A chill runs down my spine that has absolutely nothing to do with the February cold. I shake off the unease and turn back to Jamal. Without the ultrasound guidance, I'll have to extract the bullet by feel and instinct, relying on the surgical training that the Army drilled into me during long bloody nights in field hospitals. My hands steady themselves as I pick up the forceps, muscle memory taking over where technology has failed me. "All right, baby," I murmur to Jamal, even though he can't hear me. "Let's get this piece of metal out of you." I make a careful incision along the bullet's trajectory, using my fingers to feel for the foreign object buried in his tissue. The metallic fragment is lodged deeper than I hoped, nestled against muscle and dangerously close to major blood vessels. One slip, and this boy bleeds out in my clinic. My phone buzzes on the counter, the sound making me jump. I ignore it, focusing on the delicate work of extracting the bullet without causing more damage. Sweat beads on my forehead despite the cool air, and I can feel my heart hammering against my ribs. There. The forceps make contact with metal, and I carefully grip the bullet, applying steady pressure as I work it free from the surrounding tissue. Blood wells up around my hands, but it's the bright red of arterial bleeding, not the dark seepage that would indicate I've nicked something vital. "Come on," I whisper, adjusting my grip on the forceps. "Come on out of there." The bullet slides free with a wet sucking sound, and I drop it into a metal tray where it clinks against the stainless steel. Jamal's breathing becomes easier immediately, his body relaxing as the pressure on his chest cavity decreases. I clean the wound thoroughly, checking for bone fragments or other debris before beginning the careful process of closing the incision. Sutures first, then surgical tape. Finally, a sterile dressing that will keep infection at bay while he heals. My phone buzzes again, more insistently this time. "Not now," I mutter, tying off the last suture. Jamal's color is already improving, the ashen gray of blood loss giving way to a healthier brown. His pulse is steady and strong beneath my fingers, and his breathing has settled into a normal rhythm. I step back from the table, pulling off my bloody gloves and tossing them into the medical waste bin. Only then do I reach for my phone, squinting at the screen through the exhaustion that always follows an emergency surgery. 3 missed calls from my bank. 2 text messages that make my stomach drop to my feet. The first one is from my landlord. Rent overdue. Need payment by end of month or eviction proceedings begin. The second is from Medicare Equipment Leasing. Account overdrawn. Final payment required. $500,000. Equipment shutdown initiated. $500,000. I lean against the counter, the weight of that number crushing down on my shoulders like a physical thing. $500,000 for equipment that I need to save lives, for a clinic that serves people who have absolutely nowhere else to go, for a dream that's been slowly bleeding out for months while I've been too proud to admit I'm drowning. Through the window, the figure in the shadows shifts slightly, and for a brief moment I think he might be looking directly at me. The streetlight catches the edge of his profile. Strong jaw, broad shoulders that speak of military bearing. Something familiar tugs at the back of my mind, but before I can place it, he melts back into the darkness between the cars. My hands are shaking as I check Jamal's vitals one more time. He's stable, breathing easily, the color fully returned to his face. In a few hours he'll wake up sore but alive, with a story to tell and a second chance at life. If only second chances came with payment plans. The door opens and Marcus pokes his head inside, his young face tight with worry. "Doc, how is he?" "He's going to be fine," I tell him, mustering a smile that I don't feel. "The bullet's out, the bleeding stopped. He'll need to take it easy for a few weeks, but he'll make a full recovery." Relief floods Marcus's features, and he steps fully into the clinic, followed by his 2 friends. They gather around the table, where Jamal lies sleeping, their voices hushed with the kind of reverence that comes with witnessing a miracle. "Thank you, Doc," Marcus says, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you so much. We don't got insurance or nothing, but we can pay you something." "Don't worry about it," I interrupt, the words automatic even though I can't afford the generosity. These boys don't have $500 between them, let alone $500,000. "Just make sure he follows up with me in a few days, okay? And keep that wound clean and dry." They nod eagerly, promising to take good care of their friend. I help them transfer Jamal to a more comfortable position, showing them how to watch for signs of infection or complications. By the time they carry him out into the night, the clock on my wall reads 4:30 a.m. I'm alone again, surrounded by the smell of antiseptic and the lingering metallic scent of blood. The silence feels oppressive after the chaos of the emergency, pressing down on me like a weight I can't shake. I walk to the window and peer out at the street. The figure in the shadows is gone, leaving me to wonder if I imagined him entirely. Maybe exhaustion is making me paranoid, seeing threats where none exist. But as I turn away from the window, my eyes fall on the framed photograph sitting on my desk, a picture from my Army days, taken during a rare quiet moment in Afghanistan. I'm smiling in the photo, surrounded by my unit, my arm around the shoulder of a tall, broad-shouldered man whose gray eyes seem to see everything. Roman Kavanaugh. The Beast, they called him, for his ruthless efficiency in the field and his ability to survive situations that would have killed lesser men. The man who saved my life more than once, who held me together when the world was falling apart, who disappeared from my life 5 years ago without explanation or goodbye. The man whose security company now handles contracts worth millions of dollars, according to the financial articles I definitely haven't been reading online. I pick up the photograph, my thumb tracing the edge of Roman's face. He looks so young in the picture, unmarked by whatever scars time has given him since. We all look young, actually. Kids playing soldier, thinking we were invincible. My phone buzzes with another text message, this one from the clinic's utility company. 3 days until electricity gets shut off for non-payment. I set the photograph down and walk to my desk, pulling out a piece of paper that I've been carrying in my purse for 3 weeks now. Roman's current address, obtained through sources I probably shouldn't have contacted. The paper is wrinkled from handling, the ink slightly smudged from my sweaty palms. $500,000. The amount might as well be $500 million for all the chance I have of raising it through normal channels. Banks won't loan to a clinic that's already drowning in debt. Investors aren't interested in businesses that operate in neighborhoods where gunshots echo through the night and insurance companies fear to tread. But Roman Kavanaugh built an empire from nothing. The beast who used to count off his heartbeats during firefights, who could field strip a weapon blindfolded, who once told me that the only thing separating the living from the dead was the willingness to do whatever it took to survive. I fold the paper carefully and slip it back into my purse. Today, actually, since it's already past dawn, I'll swallow my pride and go see him. I'll ask for help from the man who once held my life in his hands, who I trusted with everything I had. The man who walked away from me without looking back. Outside, the first rays of sunlight paint the empty street in shades of gold and amber. Another night in the clinic is over. Another life saved against impossible odds. But for how much longer? I lock the door behind me and head home, my steps echoing in the quiet morning air. Somewhere in the distance, a siren wails. Another emergency. Another crisis that won't wait for convenient business hours or proper insurance authorization. Another life that hangs in the balance while I count down the days until everything I've built crumbles to dust. 30 days to find $500,000. 30 days to save the clinic that serves as the last hope for people who don't have anywhere else to turn. 30 days to find the courage to face the man I once loved and ask him to save me one more time.
Chapter 2. Roman. The Hansel contract is worth $12 million, but I can barely focus on the numbers swimming across my laptop screen when my assistant's voice crackles through the intercom at exactly 10:47 a.m. I squint my eyes, forcing to look at my screen. They might as well be stick figures. "Sir, there's a Dr. Williams here to see you. Says it's about a business proposition." My coffee cup freezes halfway to my lips, the bitter liquid growing cold as every muscle in my body goes rigid. Dr. Williams. As if I wouldn't recognize that name. As if the sound of it doesn't send electricity shooting down my spine like a live wire touching water. "Lavender." I set the cup down with deliberate precision, my hands steadier than they should be. "Tell Dr. Williams I'll be with her in 15 minutes. Have her wait in the front parlor." "Yes, sir." The intercom clicks off, leaving me all alone with the sound of my own heartbeat and the ghost of her voice echoing in my memory. I close my eyes and count. 1, 2, 3, 4, the way I used to during firefights when staying calm meant the difference between bringing my team home or watching them die. She's here. After 5 years of silence, 5 years of me watching her from the shadows through ghosts' reports and security footage, 5 years of telling myself I did the right thing by walking away. She's finally here, and I know exactly why. I've been tracking her clinic's financial situation for months, watching the numbers spiral downward like a plane in a death dive. Ghosts' reports paint a picture of a woman drowning in debt, but too proud to reach out, too stubborn to accept help from the anonymous benefactors who've been keeping her lights on and her doors open. Those anonymous benefactors being me, funneling money through shell companies and third-party donors because I couldn't bear to watch her fail. Because even though I walked away, even though I convinced myself it was for her own good, I never stopped protecting her. But apparently my protection isn't enough anymore. If she's here swallowing that infamous Williams pride to ask for help, then her situation is more desperate than even Ghost's surveillance suggests. I stand up from my desk, testing my balance as the room tilts slightly around the edges. My peripheral vision has been deteriorating faster over the past month, the shadows creeping inward like an incoming tide. By the end of the year, the doctors say I'll be completely blind, unless the surgery works, unless I survive it, unless I can convince myself to take the risk when the time comes. 15 minutes isn't much time to prepare for psychological warfare, but it's enough to stack the deck in my favor. Control the environment, control the conversation, control the outcome. The first rule of engagement: choose your battlefield. I walk down the hallway toward my study, my fingertips brushing the wall to keep me oriented. The house is enormous, 8,000 square feet of steel, glass, and stone that I had built to my exact specifications 5 years ago. Every doorway measured, every piece of furniture positioned with mathematical precision, every sightline calculated for maximum defensive advantage. A fortress, really. The kind of place where a man could hide from the world and convince himself he was choosing solitude instead of running from the one person who'd ever seen past his scars. My study is perfect for this meeting. The leather chair is positioned so that whoever sits across from my desk will be backlit by the windows, their facial expressions harder for me to read, which means they'll assume I can see them clearly. The lighting is soft enough to hide the cloudiness creeping into my eyes, but bright enough that I can make out shapes and general movements. Most importantly, it's my territory, my rules. I settle behind my desk, arranging the papers and contracts scattered across its surface into neat piles. Image management. If she's going to ask me for money, and we both know that's why she's here, then she needs to see exactly how much I have to give. My phone buzzes with a text from Ghost. Package secured. Clean entry, no tail. Subject appears agitated but determined. Package. As if Lavender Williams could ever be reduced to something so clinical. But Ghost's reports have always been efficient rather than eloquent, and I've learned to read between the lines. Agitated but determined means she's nervous as hell but committed to seeing this through. Good. Nervousness makes people careless, and I need every advantage I can get. Another text from Ghost. Financial situation critical. Equipment failures reported at clinic. Timeline accelerated. Equipment failures. I close my eyes, remembering the surveillance footage from 3 nights ago. Lavender performing emergency surgery on that kid, while her ultrasound machine died mid-procedure. Watching her work with nothing but instinct and surgical training, saving a life while her world crumbled around her. I should have intervened then. Should have had Ghost deliver an anonymous donation large enough to cover her equipment lease. Should have done something other than sit in my fortress counting our heartbeats through security cameras like some kind of twisted voyeur. But I didn't, because part of me knew this moment was inevitable. Knew that eventually her pride would crack under the weight of necessity. Knew that when it did, she'd come to me. And I've been waiting. The intercom crackles again. Sir, Dr. Williams is getting restless. Should I send her in? 15 minutes exactly. Punctuality was always one of my strengths, even back when timing meant the difference between a successful mission and a body bag. I hear her footsteps in the hallway before I see her. The confident stride of someone who's walked through war zones and emergency rooms, someone who's learned to project authority even when everything inside is falling apart. The sound stops just outside my door, and I imagine her taking a breath, steeling herself for whatever comes next. But the door opens. Even with my limited vision, even backlit by the hallway lights, I know it's her. The way she carries herself, the angle of her shoulders, the particular rhythm of her breathing. My body recognizes hers on some primal level that has little to do with sight and nearly everything to do with muscle memory. 5 years. 5 years since I last saw Lavender Williams in person, and my first thought is that she's gotten more beautiful. Stronger. The soft curves of her face have sharpened into something more angular, more determined. Her hair is different, shorter, pulled back into some kind of intricate knot that leaves her neck exposed. Professional armor, designed to project competence and discourage intimacy. She's wearing scrubs under a wool coat that's seen better days, and there are dark circles under her eyes that speak of too many nights like the one Ghost reported. But she holds herself like a queen reviewing her troops, chin up and shoulders squared, and I have to fight the urge to stand up and offer her the respect her bearing demands. Instead, I lean back in my chair and let silence stretch between us like a loaded weapon. Roman. Her voice is exactly the same, that low, smoky tone that used to whisper my name in the dark, that used to talk me through panic attacks when the explosions in my dreams got too loud. Professional now, carefully neutral, but I can hear the underlying tension thrumming beneath the surface. Dr. Williams. I don't invite her to sit. Don't offer her coffee or water or any of the basic courtesies that normal people extend to guests. This isn't a social call, and we both know it. She steps into the room, and I track her movement through the shift of light and shadow. She's examining my study, cataloging details the way she used to assess patients. Thorough, clinical, missing nothing. Her gaze lingers on the military commendations framed on my wall, the SEAL trident mounted above the fireplace, the photographs from missions we both remember. "You look good," she says finally, and there's something in her voice that I can't quite identify. Surprise, maybe. Relief. I almost laugh. Good. If she only knew about the scar tissue covering 40% of my body, the nerve damage in my hands, the progressive blindness that's turning my world into an increasingly narrow tunnel of gray shapes and shadows. But that's exactly why I chose this lighting, this positioning. She can see enough to know I'm not the broken man who disappeared from her life 5 years ago, but not enough to recognize how much damage remains hidden beneath expensive suits and careful engineering. "You look tired," I reply, because honesty has always been my default setting, even when it cuts. "When's the last time you slept more than 4 hours?" Something moves across her face, surprise at how easily I can read her, maybe, or irritation that I'm turning her social pleasantries into a medical assessment. "I didn't come here for a wellness check," she says, and there's an edge to her voice now. The Brooklyn creeping through the professional polish of the street smart kid who learned to fight before she learned to heal. "No," I agree. I imagine you didn't." More silence. I can practically hear the gears turning in her head as she tries to figure out how to ask for what she needs without giving me any more ammunition than necessary. Classic Lavender, always thinking 3 moves ahead, always protecting herself even when she's asking for help. "I need a loan," she says finally, the words coming out in a rush like she's ripping off a bandage. $500,000. I can offer you 10% interest, payable over 5 years with the clinic as collateral. Oh, 500,000. Exactly what Ghost's financial analysis predicted she'd need to cover her equipment debt and operating expenses. The fact that she's calculated it down to the precise dollar tells me she's been planning this conversation for weeks. 10%, I repeat, letting amusement color my voice. That's generous. Considering your clinic is already hemorrhaging money, and your collateral is a building in one of the most dangerous neighborhoods in Brooklyn. Her jaw tightens. My clinic serves over 3,000 patients a year. People who have nowhere else to go. The community need isn't profitable, I finish, which is why you're here instead of at a bank. The words hit their mark. I watch her posture shift slightly, defensive walls sliding into place. But she doesn't back down, doesn't retreat into apology or justification. Instead, she lifts her chin and meets my gaze with the kind of direct stare that used to make enemy combatants reconsider their life choices. "No," she says, "it isn't profitable. But it's necessary. And I think you understand the difference." Touchy. She's reminding me of who I used to be, of the man who joined the military to serve something bigger than himself. The man who believed that some things were worth fighting for, even when the odds were stacked against you. The man who disappeared the night I realized that loving her would destroy us both. 500,000, I say, rolling the number around like I'm tasting wine. That's a lot of money, Dr. Williams. What makes you think I'd be willing to risk it on a failing clinic? Her hands clench into fists at her sides, and I see her struggling to maintain her composure. Good. Anger makes people honest, strips away the careful politeness that keeps real conversations from happening. "Because you're not the same man who walked away 5 years ago," she says, and there's something raw in her voice now. "Because you built an empire from nothing. Because you understand what it means to fight for something that matters. Because—" She stops herself, biting off whatever she was about to say. But I heard enough. "Because you loved me once. Because I'm gambling everything on the hope that somewhere underneath all that armor you still care." She's not wrong, but she's not right either. I stand up slowly, using the movement to test my balance and orientation. The room stays steady, which means my vision is holding for now. Good. I need to end this conversation before she notices the telltale signs of my deteriorating sight. "I'm not a bank, Dr. Williams," I say, walking around the desk toward her. Close enough that I see her face clearly. Close enough that she can see mine. Close enough that we're both reminded of all the ways we used to touch each other. And I'm not in the business of charity. Her breath catches as I stop just outside her personal space. I can smell her perfume, something light and clean that reminds me of the shea butter she used to rub into her skin after long shifts in the field hospital. "But," I continue, "I'm in the business of making deals. So here's my counter-proposal." She waits, every muscle in her body tense with anticipation. $2 million, I say, paid immediately, no interest, no repayment schedule. Her eyes widen. "What's the catch?" "Carry my child." The words hit the air, sharp like a physical blow. I watch her face cycle through disbelief, shock, and something that just might be horror before settling into the kind of clinical mask she wears when delivering bad news to patients' families. "Excuse me." "I need an heir," I say, as if I'm discussing a business merger instead of proposing something that will change both our lives forever. "Someone to inherit my company, my assets, my legacy. I'm 35 years old, unmarried, and according to my doctors, I may not have much time left." That last part is true, even if I'm not ready to tell her why. The surgery to restore my sight carries a 15% mortality rate, and even if I survive, there's no guarantee I'll wake up with my vision intact. If I'm going to leave something behind, it needs to happen soon. "You want me to be your surrogate," she says slowly, like she's trying to wrap her mind around the concept. "I want you to be the mother of my child," I correct. "Live in my house for the duration of the pregnancy, submit to regular medical monitoring, give birth under the best possible conditions. And then, what? Hand over the baby and walk away." There's pain in her voice now, the kind of deep ache that comes from old wounds being torn open. I know that pain intimately. I've been carrying it for 5 years, ever since I made the decision to leave her behind. "Then you take your $2 million and rebuild your clinic into something that can actually sustain itself," I say. "No more equipment failures, no more choosing between payroll and medical supplies. Financial security for as long as you want to practice medicine." She stares at me for a long moment, and I can practically see her mind working through the implications. $2 million would solve all her problems and fund her clinic for years. But it would also mean carrying the child of the man who broke her heart, living in his house, submitting to his terms. "Why me?" she asks finally. "Because you're the only woman I've ever loved. Because you're the only person who's ever seen me as something other than a weapon. Because I trust you with my life, and that's the only foundation I know how to build on. But I can't say any of that. Can't afford to show her the vulnerability that lives beneath all this careful control. Because you're a doctor," I say instead. "Because you understand the medical implications and can manage the pregnancy with minimal risk. Because you need the money, and I need a child." "Clinical," she says, and there's bitter humor in her voice. "Just like old times. This is business, Dr. Williams. Nothing more." The lie tastes like ashes in my mouth, but it's necessary. If she knew how much I still want her, How many nights I've spent replaying memories of her touch, how closely I've been watching her from the shadows. She'd run, and right now, running isn't an option for either of us. She takes a step back, putting distance between us, and I let her go. Space is what she needs to process this, to weigh her options and realize that she doesn't have any others. "I need time to think," she says. 24 hours, I reply. The offer expires tomorrow at 10 a.m. Another lie. The offer will stand until she says yes, because I need this as much as she does. But urgency creates pressure, and pressure creates decisions. She nods once, sharp and professional, then turns toward the door. I watch her walk away, cataloging the way her hips move under the scrubs, the proud set of her shoulders, the particular rhythm of her footsteps that my body still recognizes after all these years. She stops at the door and looks back, and for a second I think she's going to say something that will shatter the careful walls we've both built, something real, something that acknowledges what we used to be to each other. Instead, she says, "Thank you for your time, Mr. Kavanaugh." Mr. Kavanaugh, as if we're strangers, as if she never whispered my name in the dark while I held her together after nightmares, as if I never told her I loved her in a field hospital while mortar shells exploded around us. The door closes behind her, and I'm alone again with the sound of my heartbeat and the memory of her perfume lingering in the air. 24 hours. 24 hours for her to realize that she doesn't have a choice. 24 hours for me to prepare for the possibility that she might say yes, might actually agree to live in my house and carry my child and pretend that business is all this is. I walk back to my desk and pick up my phone, scrolling to Ghost's number. "Status report," I say when he answers. "Package departed. No issues." Subject appeared shaken but composed. Shaken. Good. That means she's taking the proposal seriously, weighing it against her other options and finding them wanting. "Continue surveillance," I tell him. "I want to know where she goes, who she talks to, what she decides before she decides it." "Copy that. Anything else?" "Prepare for possible cohabitation. Security protocols, medical monitoring, domestic arrangements." Ghost is quiet for a moment. He's been with me long enough to know that this isn't just business, regardless of what I told her. He was there 5 years ago when I came back from Afghanistan broken and burning, when I made the decision to walk away from the only woman who'd ever mattered. "Roger," he says finally. "Sir?" "For what it's worth, I think you're doing the right thing." The right thing. If only it were that simple. I hang up and turn back to my laptop, but the Yamamoto contract might as well be written in hieroglyphics for all the sense it makes now. My mind is stuck on Lavender, on the way her breath caught when I stepped close to her, on the flash of old pain that crossed her face when I mentioned walking away. 5 years I've been telling myself that leaving her was the kindest thing I could do, that she deserved better than a damaged soldier with more scars than skin, more nightmares than dreams, that loving her would only drag her down into the darkness I've been carrying since the explosion changed everything. But now she's drowning anyway, and I'm the only one with a life preserver. Maybe Ghost is right. Maybe this is the right thing for both of us. Or maybe I'm just a selfish bastard who's found the perfect excuse to get her back.
Chapter 3. Lavender. I drive straight to Roosevelt Elementary without thinking, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles ache. The familiar route through Crown Heights blurs past my windows, bodegas with metal grates, kids walking home from school with backpacks bigger than they are, old women sitting on stoops watching the world with suspicious eyes. Normal life, the kind Roman Kavanaugh hasn't lived in years. The security guard waves me through. Everyone knows Dr. Williams here, the lady who patches up their kids when money's tight and the ER's too far. I park in the teacher's lot and check my reflection in the rearview mirror. My eyes are too bright, my breathing too shallow. I look like a woman who's just been offered $2 million to carry her ex-lover's baby, because that's exactly what I am. The hallway smells like industrial cleaner and childhood dreams. Crayon wax, construction paper, that indefinable scent of innocence that clings to elementary schools like perfume. I follow the sound of animated voices to room 12, where 25 6-year-olds are gathered around a pint-sized Latina woman who's acting out what appears to be a very dramatic story about a brave princess and a dragon. Lyra Martinez catches sight of me through the door's window and doesn't miss a beat. And so the princess told the dragon she'd be right back because her best friend needed her help with something very important. The kids groan in disappointment, but Lyra's already moving toward the door, her dark eyes sharp with concern. She's barely 5 feet tall in her sneakers, but she commands that classroom like a general directing troops. Her black hair is pulled back in a messy bun, secured with what looks like a crayon, and there's glitter on her cheek from some art project. "Miss Martinez, you can't stop there," protests a little girl with pigtails. "What happens to the dragon?" "The dragon learns patience, mija," Lyra says, opening the door. "Sometimes the best parts of the story come after we wait a little. Take out your reading books and practice those sight words. I'll be right back." She steps into the hallway and closes the door behind her, then takes one look at my face and steers me toward the empty classroom next door. The afternoon sun streams through windows, decorated with finger-painted rainbows and handprint turkeys left over from Thanksgiving. "Spill," she says the moment the door closes. "And don't you dare tell me it's nothing, because you look like someone just told you Santa Claus was real but he only visited rich kids." I sink into one of the tiny plastic chairs, my knees nearly touching my chin. I went to see Roman. Lyra's perfectly sculpted eyebrows shoot toward her hairline. She perches on the edge of a desk, her bright yellow sweater a splash of sunshine against the classroom's primary colored chaos. Roman as in beast? Roman as in the man who broke your heart into so many pieces, I had to help you find them with a magnifying glass? That Roman. He offered me money for the clinic. How much money? Her voice is carefully neutral, but I see the calculating look in her dark eyes. Lyra grew up in the same neighborhood I did. She knows exactly what kind of money it takes to keep dreams alive. $2 million. The words hit like a slap. Lyra's mouth falls open, then snaps shut, then opens again. For maybe the first time in our 10-year friendship, she's speechless. $2 million, she repeats slowly. As in, all your problems solved, equipment paid for, clinic saved, community health center of your dreams kind of money? Yes. What's the catch? Because there's always a catch with men like him. Rich, powerful, looks like he could bench press a car. They don't just hand out money like Halloween candy. I close my eyes, trying to find the words. He wants me to carry his child. The silence stretches so long, I open my eyes to make sure Lyra hasn't fainted. She's staring at me with an expression she usually reserves for 6-year-olds who claim the dog ate their homework. Come again? He needs an heir, someone to inherit his company. He wants me to be a surrogate. A surrogate. Her voice is flat, processing. Like, have his baby and then hand it over? Live in his house during the pregnancy. Submit to medical monitoring. Give birth under optimal conditions. I'm quoting him now, using his clinical language like armor against the emotional minefield we're walking through. Lyra slides off the desk and starts pacing the small space between the reading corner and the art station, her sneakers squeaking against the linoleum. Okay, let me get this straight. Roman Kavanaugh, the guy who ghosted you 5 years ago without so much as a goodbye text, wants to pay you $2 million to have his baby. That's accurate. And you're considering it. It's not a question. Lyra knows me too well. Can read the conflict written all over my face. The clinic's dying, Lyra. I can't save it on my own. My voice cracks on the admission, the weight of failure pressing down on my chest like a concrete block. The other night, I had to perform surgery with equipment that kept shutting down because I'm 3 months behind on lease payments. 3 months. And they're already pulling the plug on machines that keep people alive. She stops pacing and studies me, really looks at me, takes in the exhaustion I can't hide, the defeat I've been carrying like a 50-pound pack for months. How long since you've slept more than 4 hours? She asks. Sleep is a luxury I can't afford right now. That's not an answer. Tuesday, I admit. I got 5 hours Tuesday night. Lavender Marie Williams. She uses my full name, the tone she reserves for students who are about to get a reality check. When's the last time you ate something that wasn't grabbed from a vending machine between patients? I can't remember. Food has become fuel, something to keep my body running while my mind focuses on more important things, like keeping people alive. This isn't sustainable, Lyra continues, crossing her arms over her chest. You're running yourself into the ground, and for what? So you can be too proud to accept help when it's offered? This isn't help, I snap, anger flaring hot and sudden. I don't know what this is, but it's not help. $2 million sounds like help to me. From him? The man who walked away without explanation? Who left me in that hospital wondering if I'd done something wrong, said something wrong, been something wrong? The words pour out before I'm able to stop them. 5 years of hurt and confusion spilling into the cheerful classroom like blood on clean linoleum. Lyra's expression softens, and she sits in the chair across from me, her small hands reaching for mine. Honey, she says gently, what if this isn't about him at all? What if this is about the 3,000 people who depend on your clinic for health care? I want to argue, to insist that it's more complicated than that. But before I can form the words, my phone buzzes with an emergency alert from the clinic's answering service. Mrs. Rodriguez, diabetes out of control, needs insulin adjustment. Mr. Thompson, chest pains, probably his heart condition acting up again. Sarah Mitchell, 19 and pregnant, spotting and scared, 3 people who need me. 3 people who can't wait for pride, or complicated feelings, or the luxury of processing trauma at a reasonable pace. I have to go, I say, standing up so fast the plastic chair scrapes against the floor. Lyra follows me to the door. Think about it, okay? Not about him. Not about what happened before. Think about what you can do with $2 million. Think about how many lives you could save. I nod, not trusting myself to speak, and hurry back through the hallway that smells like hope and possibility. The drive back to the clinic takes 15 minutes, but my mind is already there, already calculating what I'll need for each patient, already prioritizing based on available resources. Mrs. Rodriguez is waiting in the parking lot when I arrive, her daughter's car idling by the curb. She's 68 years old, diabetic for 30 years, and stubborn as a mule about following her treatment plan. But she's also a grandmother of 7 who makes the best pernil in Flatbush and volunteers at the church food bank every weekend. Dr. Williams, she calls as I unlock the clinic door. I'm sorry to bother you, but my sugar's been acting up again. No bother, Mrs. Rodriguez. Come on in. The clinic feels different when I flip on the lights, smaller somehow, more fragile. The equipment that failed during Jamal's surgery sits silent in the corner, a $30,000 reminder of everything I can't afford to fix. I check Mrs. Rodriguez's blood sugar, dangerously high, and adjust her insulin dosage while her daughter hovers nearby with worried eyes. 20 minutes later, she's stable and promising to follow up tomorrow. Mr. Thompson's chest pains turn out to be anxiety related to his grandson's deployment to Afghanistan, treatable with reassurance and a mild sedative. Sarah's spotting is normal first trimester bleeding, nothing that bed rest and reduced stress won't cure. 3 people helped, 3 crises averted. But as I'm cleaning up, the ultrasound machine that died during Jamal's surgery catches my eye again. How many more emergencies will I handle without proper equipment? How many patients will I have to turn away because I can't afford to keep the lights on? I sink into my desk chair and pull out the framed photograph of Roman's unit. We're all so young in the picture, fresh-faced and invincible, convinced we were going to save the world one mission at a time. Roman stands behind me, his hand on my shoulder, that rare smile lighting up his face. Before the explosion, before the scars, before he decided I deserved better than a broken soldier. My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. Offer stands, 24 hours. RC. 24 hours to decide whether to sacrifice my pride for my purpose. 24 hours to choose between the past that broke me and the future that could save thousands of lives. I look around the clinic, at the peeling paint and outdated equipment, at the wall covered with thank you cards, from patients who couldn't afford to pay but found ways to show their gratitude anyway. Mrs. Patterson's grandson drew me a picture last month, a stick-figure doctor with a stethoscope and a smile, labeled Dr. Lavender Saves People. Saves people. That's what I do, who I am. Everything else, pride, hurt feelings, the complicated history with a man who still makes my pulse race, is secondary to that fundamental truth. I pick up my phone and start typing. I need to discuss terms. Then I delete it and try again. When do we start? Delete. What exactly are you asking of me? Delete. Finally, I settle on, I'll give you my answer tomorrow at 10 a.m. I hit send before I can change my mind, then sit back in my chair and close my eyes. Tomorrow, I'll walk back into Roman Kavanaugh's fortress and either save my clinic or sell my soul. Right now, I'm not entirely sure there's a difference.
Chapter 4. Roman. Her text arrives at exactly 11:23 p.m., and I know she's made her decision before I even read the words. I'll give you my answer tomorrow at 10 a.m. Not, I need more time. Not, I'm still considering. Just a confirmation of our appointment, delivered with the precision of someone who's already weighed every option and found them all wanting except one. I set my phone down on the nightstand and stare at the ceiling of my bedroom, counting heartbeats in the darkness. 112 per minute, elevated but not panic level. My body knows what my mind refuses to acknowledge. I want her to say yes, not just for the practical reasons I've constructed to justify this arrangement, but for the selfish, desperate part of me that's been starving for her presence for 5 years. Sleep becomes impossible after that. Instead, I spend the night in my study, reviewing contracts and legal precedents for surrogacy arrangements. By dawn, I have a comprehensive agreement drafted, 12 pages of terms and conditions designed to protect both parties while giving me maximum control over the process. Control. The only thing standing between me and the chaos that Lavender Williams represents. At 9:45 a.m., I'm positioned behind my desk when the intercom crackles with my assistant's voice. Sir, Dr. Williams is here. 15 minutes early. In military time, that translates to punctual but eager. The behavior of someone who's made a difficult decision and wants to execute it before courage fails. Send her in. I stand as she enters, and the sight of her hits me painfully. She's wearing a navy blue dress today instead of scrubs, the fabric professional but not severe, paired with heels that bring her closer to my eye level. Her hair is pulled back in a sleek bun that exposes the elegant line of her neck, and she's wearing makeup, subtle but enough to highlight the luminous gold flecks in her brown eyes. She's dressed for battle, armored in respectability and competence. Dr. Williams, I say, gesturing toward the chair across from my desk. Please, sit. She settles into the leather chair with practiced grace, crossing her legs at the ankle and folding her hands in her lap. Everything about her posture screams control, but I can sense the tension in the set of her shoulders, the way her breathing is just slightly too shallow. Mr. Kavanaugh, she replies, her voice steady despite the nervousness I can read in her body language. I've given your proposal considerable thought. And I'm prepared to accept your offer with certain conditions. I lean back in my chair, projecting the kind of casual confidence that comes from holding all the cards. I'm listening. She reaches into her purse and then pulls out a folded piece of paper. Notes written in her precise handwriting. Always prepared, always thinking ahead. It's one of the things I've always admired about her, even when it works against me. First, she says, consulting her notes, separate bedrooms. We maintain appropriate boundaries throughout the duration of the arrangement. Agreed. Second, minimal personal contact. This is a business arrangement, not a reconciliation. We interact only as necessary for medical monitoring and legal requirements. Understood. Third, all medical procedures will be conducted by qualified fertility specialists using in vitro fertilization. No alternative methods. Her voice wavers slightly on the last part, and I can see color rising in her cheeks. This is where I draw the line. I'm afraid that's not acceptable, I say, watching her spine stiffen at the first sign of resistance. Excuse me. IVF has a success rate of approximately 40% per cycle for women in your age demographic. Given the time constraints I'm working under, we need to optimize our chances of success. She shifts in her chair, and I can practically see the wheels turning in her head as she processes the implications. What exactly are you suggesting? Natural conception. I let the words hang suspended in the air, clinical and matter-of-fact. My physicians have advised that stress can significantly impact the success of artificial reproductive methods. A more traditional approach might prove more effective. The silence stretches for nearly 30 seconds. I watch her face cycle through surprise, indignation, and something that may be fear before settling into the kind of professional mask she wears when delivering bad news to patients. That's not what we discussed yesterday, she says finally. Yesterday we discussed the basic framework of the arrangement. Today, we're negotiating specific terms. I open the folder on my desk and slide a copy of the contract across to her. You'll find everything clearly outlined in Section 4. She doesn't touch the document immediately. Instead, she looks at me, and for a moment I'm grateful for the careful lighting in my study that hides the cloudiness creeping into my peripheral vision. This feels like a bait and switch, she says. This feels like a business negotiation, I counter. You want $2 million. I want a child. We both want the highest probability of success in the shortest possible time frame. Natural conception implies a level of intimacy that implies nothing beyond the biological requirements for reproduction, I interrupt. We're both adults, Dr. Williams. Both medical professionals who understand the mechanics of human biology. There's nothing romantic or emotional about what I'm proposing. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but it's necessary. If she knew how much I still want her, how many nights I've spent remembering the way she used to arch beneath my touch, she'd bolt from this room and never look back. She picks up the contract and begins reading, her eyes scanning the pages with the kind of thorough attention to detail that made her an outstanding combat medic. I watch her process each clause, each carefully worded provision designed to give me what I need while providing her with the security she's desperate for. Living arrangements, she reads aloud. The surrogate will reside in the primary residence for the duration of the pregnancy, with private quarters provided but access to common areas as needed. You'll have your own suite, I clarify. Bedroom, bathroom, sitting area. Complete privacy when you want it. Medical monitoring. The surrogate submits to regular examinations by qualified physicians, with all costs covered by the contracting party. Dr. Nakamura comes highly recommended. He'll handle all aspects of your prenatal care. She continues reading, and I use the time to study her face, cataloging the small changes 5 years have brought. Tiny lines around her eyes that speak of long hours and difficult decisions. A small scar on her chin that wasn't there before, probably from a patient who didn't appreciate her help. The same full lips that used to whisper my name in the dark, now pressed into a thin line of concentration. Compensation structure, she says, and I hear the slight catch in her voice as she reads the numbers. $2 million, paid in full upon successful delivery of a healthy child, plus medical expenses, living costs, and a monthly stipend for personal needs. And if the pregnancy isn't successful, $100,000 for your time and effort regardless of outcome. Her hand trembles slightly as she turns the page, and I know she's calculating what even the consolation prize would mean for her clinic. $100,000 wouldn't solve all her problems, but it would buy her time to find other solutions. Duration of arrangement, she continues, from conception through delivery and a 30-day recovery period. Standard practice, I say. Ensures both mother and child are healthy before the formal handover. She looks up at me then, and there's something vulnerable in her expression that pierces all my careful defenses. And after that, you expect me to just walk away? Pretend I never carried your child? For a moment I'm tempted to tell her the truth, that I don't expect anything of the kind, that the thought of her walking away again is almost unbearable, that this entire arrangement is as much about keeping her in my life as it is about securing an heir. Instead, I project the kind of cold professionalism that served me well in business negotiations. You'll be free to resume your life, Dr. Williams, with enough financial security to build the kind of medical practice you've always dreamed of. She nods slowly, but I can detect the pain flickering behind her eyes. Good. Pain means she's not as detached from this as she's pretending to be. I need guarantees, she says, setting the contract down. Legal protections to ensure you can't change the terms once I'm pregnant and vulnerable. Such as? Escrow account for the full payment amount, accessible to me regardless of any disputes that might arise. Written confirmation that you won't seek custody arrangements beyond what's specified in the contract. Protection against any attempts to control my medical decisions during the pregnancy. Smart. She's thinking like someone who's learned not to trust people who claim to have her best interests at heart. Acceptable, I say. My lawyers can have those provisions added within 24 hours. And I want Dr. Nakamura to explain the medical requirements in detail before I sign anything. No surprises, no assumptions, no reading between the lines. Of course. I pick up my phone and scroll to Dr. Nakamura's contact information. I can have him here within the hour. Here. My home office, neutral territory for all parties involved. She considers this, weighing the implications of meeting with the fertility specialist in my personal space, rather than a clinical setting. But practical considerations win out. She needs this information, and she needs it today. Fine, she says, but I reserve the right to seek a second opinion from a physician of my choosing. Naturally. I send a quick text to Dr. Nakamura, knowing he'll rearrange his schedule for the consultation fee I'm prepared to pay. Money has a way of making even the busiest professionals suddenly available. While we wait, I say, standing and walking around the desk toward her, perhaps we should discuss the more immediate practicalities. She tenses as I approach, and I can feel her fighting the urge to lean away. Good. Physical awareness means the chemistry between us isn't as dead as she'd like to pretend. Such as moving arrangements. When you're ready to transition to living here. I haven't signed anything yet. But you will. I stop just outside her personal space, close enough that I smell her perfume, something different from what she used to wear, more mature and complex. Because $2 million solves all your problems, and turning it down condemns your patients to substandard care. The words are harsh, but they're also true. We both know she doesn't have a choice. Not really. The only question is whether she'll admit it or make us both suffer through more elaborate pretenses. You bastard, she says softly, but there's no real heat in it. Just the resigned acknowledgement of someone who's finally stopped fighting the inevitable. Successful businessman, I correct. There's a difference. My phone buzzes with Dr. Nakamura's response. On my way. ETA 45 minutes. Dr. Nakamura will be here shortly. I tell her. In the meantime, can I offer you something to drink? Coffee? Water? Coffee would be good. I nod and press the intercom button. Margaret, could you bring coffee for 2 to my study? And perhaps some of those pastries from the French bakery. Right away, sir. I return to my chair, putting the desk between us again. Safe distance. Professional boundaries. All the careful structures I've built to keep from reaching for her, the way every instinct in my body is screaming at me to do. This is really happening, she says. And there's wonder in her voice, as if she can't quite believe she's agreeing to carry my child. This is really happening, I confirm. She looks around my study, taking in the military commendations, the expensive furniture, the view of grounds that stretch for acres in every direction. A world away from her clinic in Flatbush, from the life she's built serving people who can't afford to pay for their health care. What happens if we can't? She trails off, color rising in her cheeks again. Can't what, Dr. Williams? If the natural conception approach doesn't work, if we can't perform adequately, the clinical language doesn't disguise what she's really asking. What happens if the sexual chemistry that once burned between us has died? What happens if touching each other now feels like betrayal instead of homecoming? Then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, I tell her. But I don't think that will be a problem. Because even now, sitting across my desk in professional armor, she's still the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Still the only person who's ever made me forget about scars and damage and all the reasons I should keep my distance. Still the woman I never stopped loving, even when loving her meant letting her go.
Chapter 5. Lavender. Dr. Kenji Nakamura arrives 47 minutes after Roman's text, and I know immediately that this is going to be the most uncomfortable hour of my life. He's exactly what I'd expect from a fertility specialist who makes house calls for wealthy clients, impeccably dressed in a charcoal suit that costs more than most people's rent, carrying a leather briefcase that looks like it belongs in a medical museum. But there's something almost manic about his enthusiasm. The way his dark eyes light up behind wire-rimmed glasses as he shakes first Roman's hand, then mine. Dr. Williams, such a pleasure to meet you, he says, his grip firm and slightly damp. Mr. Kavanaugh has told me so much about your arrangement. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating from a reproductive standpoint. I shoot Roman a look that could melt steel, but he's maintaining that infuriatingly calm expression he's perfected over the years. The one that tells me nothing about what he's thinking while making me feel like he can read every one of my thoughts. Dr. Nakamura, Roman says, gesturing toward the sitting area of his study. Perhaps we should review the medical requirements? Of course. Of course. Nakamura practically bounces toward the leather chairs arranged around a coffee table that probably cost more than my car. But first, may I say what excellent genetic material you're both working with? Strong bone structure, athletic builds, clear skin. Your offspring should be quite remarkable. I feel heat crawl up my neck. This is a business arrangement, Dr. Nakamura. We're not breeding racehorses. But in many ways, human reproduction follows similar principles. He settles into his chair and opens his briefcase, pulling out what appears to be a small library of charts, pamphlets, and medical forms. Optimal health, genetic compatibility, proper timing, all crucial factors for success. Roman takes the chair across from me, close enough that I get a whiff of his cologne, something expensive and masculine that makes my pulse do things I don't want to acknowledge. Dr. Williams has some concerns about the natural conception approach. Natural conception? Nakamura's eyes practically glow with enthusiasm. Excellent choice. While IVF certainly has its place, there's something to be said for the traditional method. Higher success rates, better hormone balance, less clinical stress. He starts spreading papers across the coffee table like he's dealing cards, each one more embarrassing than the last. ovulation charts, timing schedules, fertility tracking guides. Now then, he continues, apparently oblivious to my growing mortification. Let's discuss optimal timing, Dr. Williams. When was your last menstrual cycle? The question hits me like a slap. This is really happening. I'm sitting in Roman Kavanaugh's study, discussing my reproductive schedule with a stranger, while the man who broke my heart takes notes like we're planning a military operation. I'm sorry, I say, standing up so abruptly that my chair rocks backward. This is moving too fast. I just signed the contract an hour ago, and now we're talking about ovulation schedules. Time is of the essence, Roman says quietly, and there's something in his voice that makes me look at him more closely. A tension around his eyes that wasn't there yesterday, a tightness in his jaw that speaks of pain being carefully controlled. Are you all right? The question slips out before I'm able to stop it, my medical training overriding personal boundaries. I'm fine. But he's not fine. I can see it in the way he holds his shoulders, the slight tremor in his left hand that he thinks he's hiding. Dr. Nakamura, perhaps you could explain the timing requirements. Nakamura launches into a detailed explanation of fertility windows and conception probability that makes my face burn. According to his charts, I should be entering my optimal period within the next week. We should begin attempts immediately, Nakamura announces, consulting his calculations like a general planning a battle strategy. Day 14 of your cycle ideally. Multiple attempts over a 72-hour window to maximize probability of success. Multiple attempts. 72 hours. I sink back into my chair, feeling like the room is spinning around me. And if conception doesn't occur during this cycle, Roman asks, then we wait for the next optimal window and try again. Though I must say, given your obvious physical compatibility and the, shall we say, chemistry I observe between you both, I suspect you'll have excellent success rates. Chemistry. The man thinks he sees chemistry between us, and he's not entirely wrong. Even now, sitting 3 feet apart and discussing the mechanics of making a baby, I'm hyper-aware of every breath Roman takes, every slight movement of his hands, every time his gray eyes meet mine. I have some informational materials for you both, Nakamura continues, pulling out a stack of pamphlets that look like they were designed by someone who'd never had sex in their life. Optimal positions for conception, nutritional guidelines, stress reduction techniques. He slides the pamphlets across the table toward us, and I catch a glimpse of anatomical diagrams that make me want to crawl under the furniture and hide. Dr. Nakamura, I say, my voice strangled, perhaps we could discuss this in more general terms? Nonsense. Specificity is crucial for success. Now, Mr. Kavanaugh, have you been taking the recommended supplements? Zinc, vitamin E, omega-3 fatty acids? I'll add them to my regimen. Excellent. And Dr. Williams, I trust you're already taking prenatal vitamins? I nod. Well, I just received them like 30 minutes ago and took one. This conversation has officially entered the realm of the surreal. Wonderful. Now, regarding frequency of attempts, I generally recommend once daily during the fertile window, preferably in the morning when testosterone levels are highest, though evening attempts can also be quite effective if morning scheduling proves difficult. Roman clears his throat. Perhaps we should move on to the medical monitoring requirements. Of course. Weekly appointments once conception is confirmed, monthly ultrasounds, comprehensive blood work to track hormone levels, and fetal development. Nakamura's enthusiasm seems to increase with each medical detail. I want to monitor both of you throughout the process to ensure optimal conditions. Both of us. As if this is some kind of team sport where everyone's performance gets evaluated. I think that covers the immediate medical concerns, Roman says, standing up with the kind of fluid grace that suggests his earlier tension was carefully controlled rather than debilitating. Dr. Williams, would you like to see the rest of the house? Your living arrangements? The subject change feels like a lifeline, even though touring the house where I'll be living while trying to conceive Roman's baby isn't exactly a comfortable alternative. That would be helpful, I say, practically fleeing from the sitting area where Nakamura is still arranging his educational pamphlets. I'll leave these materials for your review, Nakamura calls after us. And remember, relaxation is key. The more comfortable you are with each other, the better your chances of success. Roman leads me out of the study and into the main hallway, and I take my first real look at the house that will be my home for the next year. The space is enormous, soaring ceilings, floor-to-ceiling windows, art that probably costs more than many people's houses. But there's something cold about it, sterile in a way that speaks of money without warmth. Kitchen, Roman says, gesturing toward a room that looks like it belongs in a magazine spread. All stainless steel and granite countertops, with appliances that appear to have never been used. Margaret stocks it with whatever you need. You don't cook? Not much point when you're feeding one person. There's something lonely about the admission, about the pristine kitchen that's clearly meant for a family, but serves only a man who eats his meals in solitude. We moved through a formal dining room that could seat 12, a living room with furniture arranged for conversation that never happens, a library filled with military histories and medical journals. Each room feels like a stage set, beautiful but empty, designed for a life that Roman doesn't actually seem to be living. Your suite is upstairs, he says, leading me toward a staircase that curves up toward the second floor. The master suite hallway is wide enough to drive a car through, with thick carpet that muffles our footsteps. Roman stops at a door near the end of the hall and opens it, stepping aside to let me enter first. The suite is gorgeous. A sitting room with plush furniture and a fireplace, a bedroom with a king-size bed, and windows overlooking gardens that stretch toward the horizon. A bathroom that's bigger than my entire apartment. Everything is decorated in soft blues and creams, feminine without being frilly, comfortable without being casual. This is beautiful, I say, running my fingers along the silk bedspread. But it must have cost a fortune to furnish. Money isn't a concern. Right. I keep forgetting I'm dealing with a multi-millionaire now. Something flickers across his face at that. Irritation, maybe, or hurt. Is that what you think this is about? Money? Isn't it? I turn to face him fully, noting how the afternoon light coming through the windows highlights the scars along the left side of his neck. $2 million for a baby. That's the deal. That's part of the deal. What's the other part? For a moment, I think he's going to give me a real answer. Something honest and raw that acknowledges the history between us, the way we're both pretending this is purely business when we both know it's anything but. Instead, he walks to the window and looks out at the grounds, his hands clasped behind his back in a posture I remember from our military days. Parade rest, the stance of a soldier waiting for orders. My room is at the other end of the hall, he says without turning around. We'll have privacy when we need it, proximity when we don't. Proximity, such a clinical word for what we'll be doing, for the intimate moments we'll share in service of creating the child he needs and the financial security I'm desperate for. When do you want me to move in? I ask. This weekend, if possible. Dr. Nakamura's timing projections suggest we should begin attempts early next week. Begin attempts. As if conception is a mission to be completed, rather than the most intimate act two people can share. I'll need to arrange coverage for the clinic, pack my things. Ghost can help with the logistics, moving services, transportation, anything you need. Ghost. I'd forgotten about Roman's security team, the way his life is structured around protection and control. Moving into this house means entering his world completely. Surveillance, staff, the kind of isolation that comes with serious money and serious enemies. Roman, I say, and he turns to look at me. Are you sure about this? Once we start, once there's a pregnancy, there's no going back. I'm sure. But there's something in his expression that suggests certainty is a luxury he can't afford, not a conviction he actually feels. I nod, walking toward the door. I should go. I have patients to see, arrangements to make. Of course. He follows me downstairs, past the rooms that will become familiar over the coming months, past the study where Dr. Nakamura is probably still arranging his fertility pamphlets. At the front door, Roman's driver is waiting beside a car that costs more than most people's houses. Drake will take you anywhere you need to go, Roman says. I have my own car. I'm aware, but Drake is more familiar with security protocols. Security protocols. Another reminder that I'm entering a world where every movement is monitored, every decision filtered through the lens of potential threat assessment. I'll call you when I'm ready to move in, I tell him. I'll be waiting. There's something in the way he says it that makes me look at him more closely. But his expression is already back to its default setting of controlled neutrality. Whatever vulnerability I thought I glimpsed is hidden again behind the armor he spent 5 years perfecting. The drive back to my clinic gives me time to process what just happened. In the span of 2 hours, I've signed a contract to carry Roman Kavanaugh's baby, endured the most embarrassing medical consultation of my life, and toured the house where I'll be living while we create a child together. A child I'll have to give up. A child whose father broke my heart so thoroughly that I spent 2 years in therapy learning how to trust people again. But $2 million will save my clinic and the thousands of people who depend on it for health care. $2 million will let me build the kind of medical center I've always dreamed of, serve the community that raised me, make a difference in the world. All I need to do is surrender my body to the man who taught me what love was, then walked away without explanation. All I have to do is pretend that natural conception is just another medical procedure instead of the most intimate connection two people can share. All I have to do is protect my heart while creating life with the only man who's ever had the power to destroy me. How hard could it be? You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to 1 chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 6. Roman. Ghost text arrives at 0600 hours sharp. Package en route. ETA 0900. Package. As if Lavender Williams could ever be reduced to something so impersonal. But Ghost's military efficiency helps maintain the illusion that this is just another operation, another mission with clearly defined objectives and measurable outcomes. Conception, pregnancy, birth, success. Simple, except nothing about Lavender has ever been simple. I've spent the past 3 days preparing for her arrival with the kind of obsessive attention to detail that used to keep my team alive in hostile territory. Every piece of furniture adjusted so I can navigate the house without revealing how much my peripheral vision has deteriorated. Security protocols reviewed and updated. Staff briefed on maintaining appropriate distance and discretion. Margaret has stocked the kitchen with enough food to feed a platoon, though neither Lavender nor I eat much when we're stressed. Ghost has swept the house twice for any potential security vulnerabilities. The guarding staff has been dismissed for the week to minimize the number of people with access to the grounds. Control. The only thing standing between me and the chaos that her presence represents. At 0847, the intercom crackles with Margaret's voice. "Sir, Dr. Williams has arrived." 13 minutes early. In military terms, that translates to punctual but not eager. The timing of someone who's made a difficult decision and wants to execute it efficiently rather than dwelling on emotional complications. I position myself in the front hall, checking my reflection in the mirror beside the door. The scars along my jawline are more prominent in the morning light, but my shirt collar covers the worst of the damage on my neck. Professional appearance maintained, vulnerabilities concealed. The front door opens and she walks in carrying a duffel bag that looks like military surplus and wheeling a suitcase that's seen better days. Behind her, Ghost carries 2 cardboard boxes, apparently the sum total of her worldly possessions. "That's everything?" I ask, genuinely surprised by how little she owns. "I don't need much," she replies, setting down her duffel bag and looking around the massive entryway with an expression I can't quite read. Most of my life is at the clinic anyway. Most of her life. The admission tells me more about her priorities than any financial disclosure could. She spent 5 years pouring herself into serving others, building nothing for herself except debt and exhaustion. "Ghost, take Dr. Williams's things up to her suite," I say, then turn to Lavender. "Would you like some breakfast? Coffee?" "Coffee would be good." I lead her toward the kitchen, hyper-aware of the way she moves through my space, alert but not defensive, cataloging details without appearing to stare. She's mapping the territory, understanding the environment where she'll be living for the next year. Margaret has already prepared coffee in the French press that Lavender always preferred, though I don't mention that I remember her preferences. Black coffee in the morning, cream and sugar in the afternoon, tea with honey when she was stressed. "How do you take it?" I ask, as if I don't know. "Black is fine." I pour 2 cups and hand one to her, noting the way her fingers brush mine as she takes it. 5 years since I've touched her skin, and the contact sends electricity up my arm like a live wire. She sips the coffee and looks out the kitchen windows toward the gardens where early spring is just beginning to show in the trees. "It's beautiful here. Peaceful. That was the intention. Must get lonely, though. All this space for one person." There's something in her voice that might be sympathy. I don't know how to process that. I built this fortress to keep the world at bay, to protect myself from the kind of vulnerability that loving her represented. But now she's here, inside my defenses, and all that isolation feels less like protection and more like punishment. "I've grown accustomed to solitude," I say. "That's not the same as preferring it. Too perceptive." She always was able to read between the lines, to see the truth I tried to hide behind careful words and controlled expressions. "Your schedule today?" I ask, changing the subject before she can probe deeper. "I need to check on the clinic, make sure the weekend coverage is set up properly. Then I should probably unpack, get familiar with the house layout. Ghost can drive you to the clinic when you're ready." "I can drive myself." "Security protocols require..." "Roman." She sets down her coffee cup and looks squarely at me, and I'm grateful for the kitchen's soft lighting that hides the cloudiness creeping into my vision. "I understand that your world requires certain precautions, but I'm not going to become a prisoner in a gilded cage. I need some autonomy, some sense of control over my own life." Control. The word hits closer to home than she realizes. I've spent 5 years building structures to maintain control over every aspect of my existence, and now I'm asking her to surrender hers. "Understood," I say. "But I reserve the right to have you followed at a distance. Non-intrusive surveillance for safety purposes." She considers this, weighing her need for independence against the practical realities of being connected to someone who has the kind of enemies that serious money attracts. "Fine," she says finally, "as long as your people stay invisible." They're very good at invisible. She finishes her coffee and heads upstairs to unpack, leaving me alone in the kitchen that suddenly feels less empty than it has in years. Her presence changes the energy of the house, makes it feel more like a home and less like a bunker. I spend the day working in my study, reviewing contracts for the Hansel account while tracking Lavender's movements through the subtle sounds of her settling in. Footsteps in the hallway as she explores the house, the soft thud of boxes being moved, the whisper of hangers sliding across a closet rod, normal domestic sounds that I haven't heard since never, actually. I've never shared this space with anyone, never had to navigate the small intimacies of cohabitation. At 1800 hours, Margaret serves dinner in the smaller dining room, roasted chicken with herbs, wild rice, vegetables from the garden. Simple, nutritious, the kind of meal that supports optimal health for reproduction. Everything in my life now seems filtered through that lens. Reproduction, conception, the creation of the air I need before time runs out. Lavender appears for dinner wearing jeans and a soft gray sweater that brings out the shining gold flecks in her brown eyes. Her hair is loose around her shoulders, and she's traded her professional armor for something more casual, more approachable, more beautiful. "How was the clinic?" I ask as we settle into chairs across from each other. "Busy. Mrs. Rodriguez's diabetes is finally stabilizing, and the Thompson baby is gaining weight normally. Sarah Mitchell is past her first trimester. No more spotting." She talks about her patients the way other people discuss family members, with the kind of personal investment that goes far beyond professional obligation. It's one of the things I've always admired about her, this capacity for caring that never seems to diminish no matter how much she gives. "And the financial situation?" "Stable for now. The equipment lease company has agreed to suspend shutdown procedures pending resolution of outstanding payments. Resolution of outstanding payments. Clinical language for the $2 million she'll earn by carrying my child. Good. We eat in relative silence, the kind of careful politeness that strangers use when they're trying not to intrude on each other's space. But we're not strangers. We're former lovers who shared everything before learning how to share nothing, and the weight of that history fills the space between us like an uninvited guest. "Dr. Nakamura called this afternoon," she says as Margaret clears the dinner plates. My fork pauses halfway to my mouth. "And?" "He wanted to confirm that I'm tracking my cycle properly. Apparently tomorrow is optimal timing for our first attempt." The clinical language doesn't disguise the flush that creeps up her neck, the way her voice catches slightly on the word attempt. We're both trying to maintain professional distance from something that's inherently intimate and failing spectacularly. "Are you ready?" I ask. "Medically?" "Yes. Emotionally?" She shrugs, a gesture that tries for casual and misses by miles. "I'm not sure anyone's ever ready for something like this. Something like this. Creating life with someone you used to love. Someone who walked away without explanation. Someone who still makes your pulse race despite 5 years of careful emotional distance. It doesn't have to be complicated," I say, though I'm not sure who I'm trying to convince. "Doesn't it?" She looks directly at me, and there's a vulnerability in her facial expression that cuts through all my careful defenses. "We're not strangers, Roman. We have history. We've shared things that can't be undone or forgotten just because we're calling this a business arrangement." She's right, and we both know it. There's no clinical approach to intimacy between two people who've mapped every inch of each other's bodies, who've whispered secrets in the dark, who've held each other through nightmares and celebrated victories with champagne and skin-to-skin contact. "What are you suggesting?" I ask. "I'm suggesting we acknowledge what this is instead of pretending it's something else. We're going to be intimate because we need to create a child, but we're also going to be intimate because we know how to be intimate with each other. Fighting that will only make everything harder." The words hang suspended between us, honest and raw and terrifying in their implications. She's asking me to admit that this isn't just business, that my careful emotional walls are constructed from smoke and mirrors rather than steel and stone. "Lavender." "I'm not asking you to love me again," she interrupts. "I'm just asking you to stop pretending you don't remember what it was like when you did." The silence stretches for nearly a minute. I count heartbeats, hers and mine. and remember the way they used to synchronize when we lay together after making love, when the world outside ceased to exist, and there was nothing but her breath against my chest and her hand tracing patterns on my skin. Tomorrow night, I say finally. Tomorrow night. She stands up from the table, smoothing down her sweater with hands that tremble slightly. I should probably get some rest. Big day ahead. Lavender. She stops at the dining room doorway and looks back at me. For what it's worth, I say. I never stopped remembering. Something registers on her face. Surprise, maybe. Or hope. But before I can analyze it further, she's gone, her footsteps echoing in the hallway as she heads upstairs to her suite. I sit alone in the dining room, surrounded by the remnants of our careful conversation and the weight of tomorrow's inevitability. In 24 hours, I'll touch her again, hold her again. Remember what it felt like to be human instead of just a collection of scars and survival instincts. In 24 hours, we'll stop pretending this is just business and acknowledge what we both know. Some things are too fundamental to fake, too powerful to deny, too necessary to resist. In 24 hours, I'll find out if 5 years of distance has been enough to protect either of us from the fire that's still burning between us. Somehow I doubt it.
Chapter 7. Lavender. I wake up feeling like I'm preparing for surgery. Clinical, methodical, trying to maintain the kind of emotional distance that keeps my hands steady and my mind clear when lives hang in the balance. Except today, the only thing hanging in the balance is my carefully constructed emotional armor. My morning routine is precise. Shower with unscented soap, prenatal vitamin with breakfast, temperature check that confirms what Dr. Nakamura's charts predicted. Everything is optimal. Everything is ready. Everything except me. I drive to the clinic with classical music playing softly, the kind of calm, controlled atmosphere I cultivate before difficult procedures. But my hands grip the steering wheel too tightly, and I find myself checking the clock every few minutes like I'm counting down to an execution, rather than an intimate encounter with the father of my future child. You're distracted today, Doc, Marcus observes when I fumble the sutures on what should be a routine laceration repair. His teenage patient watches me with concern, probably wondering if the woman fixing his arm has lost her medical license. Just tired, I lie, securing the final stitch with hands that are surprisingly steady. Maybe you should head home early, get some rest. Home. Roman's fortress has become home faster than I expected, which is probably not a good sign for my emotional detachment. I finish with my last patient at 4 p.m. and find myself sitting in my office, staring at Dr. Nakamura's fertility charts spread across my desk like battle plans. Optimal timing, peak fertility, maximum probability of conception. All clinical terms for what's really going to happen tonight. I'm going to sleep with Roman Kavanaugh. The drive back to his house takes 23 minutes, and I use every one of them to rehearse what I'm going to say. This is biology. This is necessity. This is a medical procedure disguised as intimacy, and we're both professionals who can handle the physical requirements without getting emotionally compromised. By the time I park in the circular driveway, I almost believe my own rehearsed speeches. Roman is waiting in the kitchen when I walk in, leaning against the granite counter with a cup of coffee in his hands. He's changed from his usual business attire into dark jeans and a gray sweater that emphasizes the breadth of his shoulders. And his hair is slightly damp like he's recently showered. He looks good. Too good. The kind of good that makes my mouth go dry and my carefully prepared speeches evaporate like morning mist. "How was the clinic?" he asks, his voice carefully neutral. "Busy, the usual." I set my purse on the counter and notice that his hands have a slight tremor as he lifts his coffee cup. "Are you nervous?" "Should I be?" "I don't know. Are you?" We're dancing around the obvious, circling each other like wary opponents trying to assess weaknesses and strengths. but there's something else between us. Anticipation, attraction, the kind of electric tension that makes every casual touch feel significant. Margaret left dinner in the warming drawer, he says. Salmon with roasted vegetables. Brain food, apparently. Brain food. Her theory is that optimal nutrition leads to optimal performance. The word performance hangs stiffly in the air, loaded with implications that have everything to do with what we'll be doing later. I should probably eat something, I say, though food is the last thing on my mind. We sit across from each other at the kitchen island, picking at salmon that tastes like sawdust and vegetables that might as well be cardboard. Every movement feels choreographed, every word carefully chosen to maintain the illusion that this is just another evening, just another meal. Dr. Nakamura called this afternoon, Roman says, cutting his salmon into precise geometric shapes. He wanted to confirm that we're following the optimal timing protocol. And what did you tell him? That we're adults who can read a calendar. Despite my nerves, I almost smile. I bet he loved that. He launched into a 15-minute lecture about the importance of proper preparation and relaxation techniques. Relaxation techniques? Apparently, stress hormones can interfere with conception. He recommended meditation, warm baths, and Roman pauses, color creeping up his neck. Foreplay. The word hits the air between us like a physical thing, and suddenly neither of us is pretending to eat anymore. I can feel heat crawling up my chest, and Roman's gray eyes are focused on my face with an intensity that makes me forget how to breathe properly. That's very clinical of him, I manage. Everything about this is supposed to be clinical. Is it? The question slips out before I can help it. Direct and challenging, and loaded with 5 years of unresolved history. Roman sets down his fork and looks at me, really studies me, and I can see him weighing his answer. It should be, he says finally. But it's not. No, it's not. The admission hangs between us, honest and raw, and terrifying in its implications. We're not strangers conducting a business transaction. We're former lovers who know exactly how to touch each other, how to drive each other to the edge of control, how to find the places that make rational thought impossible. We should probably discuss logistics, I say, grasping for the clinical distance that's slipping away like sand through my fingers. Logistics. Ground rules, boundaries, how we want to handle the physical aspects. And what did you have in mind? I take a sip of water, buying time while I try to remember the speech I rehearsed in the car. Efficient, professional. We accomplish the objective and maintain appropriate emotional distance. Appropriate emotional distance, he repeats, and there's something in his voice that might be amusement. While we're having sex. The blunt words make me flinch, partly from embarrassment and partly because he's right. There's no clinical approach to intimacy, no professional distance when two people are joined in the most fundamental way possible. We're creating life, I say. That doesn't have to be complicated, doesn't it? He stands up from his chair and walks around the island toward me, moving with the kind of predatory grace that used to make my pulse stutter when we were soldiers together. He stops just outside my personal space, close enough that I'm greeted by the scent of his cologne and see the scars that disappear beneath his sweater collar. Tell me something, Dr. Williams, he says, and his voice has dropped to the low, rough tone that made me melt. When you were rehearsing your speech about efficiency and professional distance, did you factor in muscle memory? Muscle memory? The way your body responds to mine. The way your breathing changes when I get close to you. The way your pupils dilate when I say your name. He's right. My body is betraying every careful plan I've made, responding to his proximity with the kind of automatic reaction that has very little to do with conscious decision-making and almost everything to do with 5 years of missing him. Roman. The way you still bite your bottom lip when you're nervous, he continues, stepping closer. The way you tilt your head to the left when you're thinking. The way you used to arch your back when I... Stop. The word comes out breathless, desperate. Just stop. Why? Because this is supposed to be simple? Nothing about us has ever been simple. He reaches up and caresses my face, his thumb tracing the line of my cheekbone with the kind of reverence that makes my chest feel tight. His skin is warm and slightly rough, familiar enough to make my eyes want to close. We can pretend this is just biology, he says softly. We can use clinical language and talk about optimal timing and conception probability. But the moment I touch you, the moment you touch me back, we both know what this really is. What is it? I whisper. Coming home. The words break something inside me. Some carefully constructed wall that I've been maintaining since the moment I walked into his study and agreed to this arrangement. Because he's right. Being here with him, feeling his hands on my skin, breathing in the scent that's uniquely his, it does feel like coming home. Lavender. My name on his lips is a prayer, a question, a promise. Tell me what you want. What I want. Not what's medically optimal or financially necessary or professionally appropriate. What I want. You, I admit, the word barely audible. I want you. Something shifts in his expression, control giving way to hunger, careful distance dissolving into raw need. His other hand comes up to frame my face, and when he leans down to kiss me, 5 years of separation collapse into nothing. His lips are exactly as I remember, firm and warm and demanding in the way that makes me forget my own name. The kiss starts gentle, exploratory, but within seconds it becomes something desperate and claiming. I can taste coffee on his tongue, can feel the slight tremor in his hands that tells me he's not as controlled as he appears. When we break ourselves apart, we're both breathing hard. Your room or mine? He asks, his voice rough with want. Yours, I say, because his bedroom represents surrender, represents stepping fully into his world rather than maintaining the illusion of neutral territory. He takes my hand and leads me upstairs, past my suite, and down the hallway to the master bedroom I've never seen. It's masculine and minimalist. Dark furniture, crisp white linens, windows that overlook the gardens, where moonlight turns everything silver. Second thoughts? He asks, noting my hesitation at the threshold. No second thoughts. But as he closes the door behind us and turns to face me, I realize that nothing I planned or rehearsed has prepared me for this moment. In the soft lamplight, I can see him clearly, really see him. 5 years have been kind to Roman Kavanaugh. He's broader than he was in Afghanistan, his shoulders and chest filled out with the kind of muscle that comes from disciplined training rather than military necessity. The gray sweater clings to his torso, emphasizing the V shape from shoulders to waist that threatened to make me forget how to breathe properly. His dark hair is shorter now, more refined, but still thick enough that I remember exactly how it feels between my fingers. The scars are there. I can see the ones that trace along his jawline and disappear beneath his collar, but they don't define him the way I think he believes they do. They're part of the map of his body, markers of survival and strength rather than damage. His gray eyes are exactly as I remember, piercing and intelligent, holding secrets and pain and something that could be hope. He's beautiful, not in the conventional way that makes magazine covers, but in the way that speaks to something primal and female in me. Dangerous and protective, scarred and strong, the kind of man who could destroy you or save you with equal efficiency. Lavender. My name on his lips sounds like a prayer. Come here, he says softly, and I do. I cross the room and step into his arms, and when he kisses me again, all pretense of control shatters. His tongue traces the seam of my lips, demanding entry that I willingly give. The kiss is hungry, desperate. 5 years of longing poured into the slide of lips and tongues. I need to taste you, he growls against my mouth, his hands already working at the buttons of my blouse. Every inch of you. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8. Roman. I wake up at 05:47 hours to the unfamiliar sensation of warmth against my side and the soft rhythm of breathing that isn't my own. Lavender is curled into me like she used to be, her dark hair spread across my chest, one arm draped over my ribs in a possessive gesture that makes something tight in my chest loosen at last. In sleep, all her careful walls are down, all her professional armor discarded, and she looks younger somehow, more like the woman I fell for in a field hospital half a world away. I don't immediately start counting heartbeats to manage the anxiety that usually greets me each morning. Instead, I lie still and watch the early sunlight paint gold streaks across her skin, memorizing the way she fits against me like she was designed for this exact purpose. My phone buzzes on the nightstand. 0600 hours, right on schedule. Ghost's morning report, security updates, business priorities that used to consume every waking moment. But for once, the outside world can wait. This moment, this perfect domestic peace feels more important than anything happening beyond these walls. Lavender stirs against me, her breathing changing as consciousness returns. I feel the exact moment she remembers where she is and what happened last night, because her entire body goes rigid with something that might be embarrassment or regret. "Morning," I say softly, my voice rougher than usual. She tilts her head to look at me, and her brown eyes are guarded again, professional distance sliding back into place like armor she can't afford to be without. "Good morning." She starts to pull away to create space between us, but I tighten my arm around her waist. "Where are you going?" "I should probably get back to my room. Shower, get ready for work." Work, reality, the careful boundaries we're supposed to maintain between business and pleasure, between necessity and desire. "It's barely 6 a.m., I point out. The clinic doesn't open until 8. I like to be prepared. "Lavender." I turn onto my side so we're facing each other, noting the way her pupils dilate when I say her name. "About last night?" "Was medically successful," she interrupts, her voice taking on the clinical tone she uses to distance herself from difficult emotions. "We accomplished the objective within the optimal timing window." Accomplished the objective. As if what happened between us was just another item to check off Dr. Nakamura's fertility schedule, instead of the most intense physical and emotional connection I've experienced in 5 years. "Is that really how you want to categorize it?" Something flickers in her expression. Vulnerability, maybe, or hope. But before she can answer, my phone buzzes again with increasing urgency. 3 missed calls from Ghost, 2 from my head of security, 1 from my assistant. "You should probably take that," Lavender says, seizing the interruption as an escape route. "I'll go get ready for work." She slips out of bed before I can protest, gathering her clothes from the floor with efficient movements that tell me she's done this particular walk of shame before. Not with me. We used to spend entire mornings in bed, talking and touching and pretending the outside world didn't exist. But with someone, sometime during the 5 years we've been apart, the thought bothers me more than it should. I grab my phone and scroll through the missed messages while Lavender disappears into my bathroom. Ghost's texts are characteristically brief but increasingly urgent. 0545. Need immediate consult. 0552. Diego Restrepo requesting priority meeting. 0558. Inquiries made about your house guest. Recommend immediate briefing. Diego Restrepo, my business partner for the past 3 years. The smooth-talking former Army Ranger who helped me build Kavanaugh Security into a multi-million-dollar empire. The man with the perfect face and cocaine habit who thinks I don't know about his creative accounting methods. The man who's been systematically embezzling from our company while using my progressive blindness against me. I hit Ghost's number and he picks up on the first ring. Status report, I say. Diego showed up at the downtown office at 0530, asking questions about your recent living arrangements, specifically about the woman who's been seen entering and leaving the property. Lavender emerges from the bathroom wearing one of my robes, and I gesture for her to stay quiet while I finish the call. She perches on the edge of the bed, close enough so I can smell the scent of my soap on her skin. What kind of questions? Medical background, financial situation, nature of your relationship. He's fishing, but he's fishing hard. And you told him? Nothing. But he's not backing down. Says he needs to discuss security implications with you personally. Security implications. Diego's favorite euphemism for sticking his nose into aspects of my life that don't concern him. Usually because he's looking for leverage or weakness he can exploit. Set up a meeting, I tell Ghost, this afternoon, downtown office, and run a full background check on his activities over the past 6 months. Financial, personal, professional. Already in progress, sir. Whatever this is about, he's agitated. More than usual. More than usual means Diego's cocaine paranoia is reaching dangerous levels, which makes him unpredictable and potentially volatile. Exactly the kind of threat I didn't want Lavender exposed to. Understood. Increase security protocols around the house. Full surveillance, armed detail. Copy that. I hang up and find Lavender watching me with the kind of sharp attention she used to bring to medical emergencies. Problems at work? She asks. Business partner with boundary issues. I don't mention the embezzlement or the drug problem or the fact that Diego Restrepo represents exactly the kind of danger that comes from building an empire on violence and surveillance. Nothing that can't be handled. She nods, but I can see her processing the implications. She's not naive. She knows that men like me don't accumulate wealth and power without making enemies along the way. Should I be concerned? No. The lie comes easily, automatically, because protecting her has always been my default setting. But Ghost will be increasing security around the property. You might notice additional personnel. Additional personnel. Discreet surveillance, armed guards at the perimeter, standard precautions. Standard for what? Running a drug cartel. Standard for someone with assets worth protecting. Including her. Especially her. But I don't say that out loud because it would reveal too much about how invested I've become in her safety, in her presence, in the domestic peace she brings to my carefully controlled world. My phone rings again, Dr. Nakamura's number flashing on the screen like a medical emergency. Dr. Nakamura, I answer, noting the way Lavender's posture stiffens at the mention of our fertility specialist. Mr. Kavanaugh! Excellent, excellent. I trust last night's attempt proceeded smoothly? Proceeded smoothly. As if conception is a business transaction rather than the most intimate act two people can share. Everything went according to plan, I say, watching color creep up Lavender's neck. Wonderful. Now, I'll need to schedule follow-up appointments to monitor for early signs of conception, and of course we'll want to attempt again tonight and tomorrow night to maximize probability of success during this optimal window. Tonight and tomorrow night. 2 more opportunities to hold her, touch her, pretend that clinical necessity is the only reason we're sharing a bed. Dr. Williams and I understand the timing requirements. Excellent. And remember, stress reduction is crucial during this period. Relaxation, intimacy, emotional connection, all factors that contribute to successful conception. Emotional connection. The one thing Lavender is trying desperately to avoid, and the one thing I can't stop craving. We'll keep that in mind. I've also prepared some additional educational materials about optimizing fertility through diet, exercise, and recreational activities that promote bonding. Recreational activities. I'm starting to think Dr. Nakamura missed his calling as a sex therapist. That won't be necessary. Nonsense. Preparation is key to success. I'll have my assistant deliver the materials this morning. The call ends before I can protest, leaving me alone with Lavender and the uncomfortable knowledge that our fertility specialist is about to inundate us with guides to recreational bonding. Let me guess, Lavender says. More educational pamphlets? Recreational activities that promote bonding. Dear God. She stands up and starts moving toward the door. I really should get ready for work. Pretend to be a normal person for a few hours. Lavender. She stops at the threshold and looks back at me. Last night, I say, it wasn't just medically successful. Something shifts in her expression, walls coming down just enough to let me see the vulnerability underneath. No, she admits quietly. It wasn't. Then she's gone, leaving me with the lingering scent of her perfume and the growing certainty that Diego Restrepo's sudden interest in my personal life is going to complicate everything. I get dressed and head downstairs to find Lavender in the kitchen, fully armored in professional attire and sipping coffee like she's preparing for battle. She's rebuilt her walls overnight, but I can see through the cracks, the way her eyes linger on my hands, the slight flush that colors her cheeks when I move close enough to pour my own coffee. I'll be working late tonight, I tell her, settling into the chair across from her. The Diego situation requires immediate attention. Diego? Diego Restrepo, my business partner. I choose my words carefully, providing enough information to keep her safe without revealing the full scope of the threat he represents. Former Army Ranger, smooth talker, problems with impulse control. He's been asking questions about you. Her posture shifts, medical training taking over as she assesses potential threats. What kind of questions? The kind that suggest he's looking for leverage. Diego believes information is power, and he collects both with the enthusiasm of an addict. Because he is an addict, cocaine, control, the rush that comes from manipulating people and situations to his advantage. The perfect partner for building a security empire, and the worst possible enemy to have once that partnership sours. Should I be worried? You should be careful. Vary your routines. Let ghosts know where you're going. Don't go anywhere alone after dark. She nods, processing the implications with the kind of calm competence that made her an excellent combat medic. But I can see questions forming behind her eyes, the growing awareness that my world comes with complications she hadn't anticipated. Roman, she says carefully, what exactly does your company do? Security consulting, risk assessment, personal protection for high-value targets. That's very vague. Deliberately. I stand up and move toward her, stopping just close enough to see the gold flecks in her warm brown eyes. The less you know about the specifics, the safer you are. But I need you to understand that some of my business relationships come with inherent risks. Risks like Diego. She's quiet for a moment, weighing the information against her need for honesty and transparency. She nods. Okay, I'll be careful. Good. I lean down and kiss her forehead, a gesture that feels more intimate than everything we shared last night. I'll see you at dinner. Assuming we both survive our respective workdays. We will. But as I watch her drive away toward her clinic, ghost security detail following at a discreet distance, I can't shake the feeling that Diego's interest in lavender represents more than simple curiosity. In my experience, men like Diego Restrepo don't ask questions unless they're planning to use the answers as weapons. And Lavender Williams has just become the perfect ammunition to use against me.
Chapter 9. Lavender. I spot him the moment he walks into my clinic at 2:47 p.m., and every instinct I developed during 3 tours in Afghanistan starts screaming warnings. He's too clean for this neighborhood. Too smooth. His charcoal suit probably costs more than my patients make in 6 months, and his smile is the kind of practiced perfection that sets my teeth on edge. But it's the way he moves that triggers my threat assessment training. Calculated steps, eyes cataloging exits and potential weapons. The posture of someone who's used to violence, but prefers manipulation. Military bearing wrapped in civilian clothing. Predator disguised as businessman. Dr. Williams? His voice is warm honey over sharp glass, and when he extends his hand, I notice his nails are manicured better than mine. Diego Restrepo. I'm a business associate of Roman Kavanaugh. I don't take his offered hand immediately, using the pause to study his face. Mid-30s, conventionally handsome, in a way that probably opens doors and drops panties with equal efficiency. Dark hair styled with expensive product, brown eyes that are a little too bright, a jaw that's a little too tense despite his relaxed smile. Cocaine. The tiny telltale signs are there if you know what to look for. Slight tremor in his left hand, pupils that are fractionally too dilated for the fluorescent lighting, the way he keeps touching his nose like he's fighting the urge to sniff. Mr. Restrepo, I say finally, giving him a handshake that's firm enough to establish boundaries without being overtly hostile. His palm is damp with nervous sweat. What can I do for you? Actually, I was hoping we could chat privately about Roman. His smile never wavers, but there's something calculating behind his eyes that makes my skin crawl. Perhaps we could step into your office. I'm in the middle of patient care hours. Whatever you need to discuss about Mr. Kavanaugh can be handled through proper business channels. I'm afraid this is rather urgent. He steps closer, and I catch the scent of expensive cologne mixed with something chemical and sharp. It concerns your living arrangement at his estate. Living arrangement? The clinical phrasing doesn't disguise the implicit threat, the suggestion that he knows intimate details about my personal life, that he has no business knowing. I'm not sure what you're implying, Mr. Restrepo, but my housing situation isn't a matter of public record or business concern. Oh, but it is. His voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper, like we're sharing secrets instead of him fishing for information he can use as ammunition. When Roman Kavanaugh's mysterious house guest starts affecting his business decisions, it becomes everyone's concern. Affecting his business decisions. I file that information away while maintaining my professional composure. Whatever Roman decided after learning about Diego's interest in me, it's already had business ramifications. I think there's been a misunderstanding, I say, moving toward the clinic's front desk where Marcus is pretending to organize files, while obviously listening to every word. Mr. Kavanaugh and I have a professional relationship, nothing more. Professional. Diego's laugh is low and intimate, like he's in on a joke I don't understand. Is that what we're calling it? Because from where I'm at, it looks a lot more personal than professional. The implied surveillance in his words makes ice run down my spine. He's been watching Roman's house. Watching me? Collecting information about my daily routines, my schedule, probably my license plate and banking records too. Mr. Restrepo, I say, letting steel creep into my voice. I'm going to ask you to leave, now. Of course. He holds up his hands in mock surrender, but his eyes are still cataloging details. The position of the security cameras, the layout of the clinic, the fact that Marcus has moved closer to the reception desk where he keeps a baseball bat. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I'm just concerned about my business partner's recent distraction. Distraction. The word hits like a physical blow, reducing whatever Roman and I shared last night to an inconvenience that's interfering with Diego's plans. Roman's personal life is none of your business. Actually, it is. The mask slips for just a moment, revealing something cold and calculating underneath the charm. When his personal life starts affecting million-dollar contracts and security decisions, it becomes very much my business. He reaches into his jacket pocket, and I tense automatically before he pulls out a business card instead of a weapon. Old habits from combat zones where unexpected movements meant life or death. My card, he says, placing it on the reception counter with deliberate precision. In case you change your mind about that chat, or in case you start having concerns about Roman's stability. Stability, another loaded word, another implication that there's something wrong with Roman that I should be worried about. I won't be needing your card. Keep it anyway. His smile is back, but now it looks more like a threat than an invitation. You never know when you might need a friend who understands the security business. He turns to leave, then pauses at the door like he's just remembered something important. Oh, and Dr. Williams? You might want to ask Roman about his recent medical consultations. Some very interesting developments there. He touches the side of his nose again. That nervous gesture that confirms his drug use. Take care of yourself. This neighborhood can be dangerous for someone who doesn't understand the local dynamics. The door closes behind him with a soft chime that sounds like a death knell, leaving me alone with Marcus and the lingering scent of expensive cologne and barely contained threat. Doc. Marcus looks up from his filing, concern written all over his young face. You okay? That dude gave me serious bad vibes. I'm fine, I lie, picking up Diego's business card and noting the expensive paper stock and embossed logo. But I need you to call Mrs. Patterson's son, the one who works for the police department. Tell him I need to speak with him about a potential security concern. Security concern? Someone who might be casing the clinic. I slip the card into my pocket and reach for my phone. And Marcus? If that man comes back when I'm not here, don't engage with him. Call 911 immediately. Marcus nods, his teenage bravado replaced by the kind of street-smart caution that keeps people alive in neighborhoods where danger wears expensive suits and predatory smiles. I walk into my office and close the door, then dial Roman's number with hands that are steadier than they have any right to be. He answers on the second ring. Lavender? Everything all right? Just hearing his voice makes some of the tension in my chest ease, but the memory of Diego's calculating eyes and chemical-sharp cologne keeps my muscles tight with anxiety. I just had a visitor at the clinic, Diego Restrepo. The silence on the other end of the line stretches so long I think we might have been disconnected. When Roman finally speaks, his voice has dropped to the deadly quiet tone I remember from our military days, the one that meant someone was about to die. What did he want? Information about my living arrangement, our relationship, your recent business decisions. I close my eyes and try to remember every detail of the conversation. He implied that I'm affecting your judgment, that there have been million-dollar contract issues. Did he threaten you? Not directly, but he knew things he shouldn't know. Details about my schedule, my housing situation. He's been watching your house, Roman. Watching me. Another long silence, filled with what sounds like controlled breathing and the distant tap of fingers against a hard surface. Roman counting heartbeats, managing the kind of rage that could burn down buildings if left unchecked. Where are you now? My office. Marcus is here, and I've got 2 more patients scheduled before I head home. Cancel them? I can't just... Cancel them, Lavender. His voice has an edge that brooks no argument. Ghost is already en route to escort you back to the house. Don't leave the clinic until he arrives. Roman, you're scaring me. Good. The word is sharp, final. You should be scared. Diego Restrepo is a dangerous man with a cocaine problem and a grudge against anyone he perceives as interfering with his plans. Cocaine problem? My suspicions confirmed. But knowing I was right doesn't make me feel any better about having been in the same room with him. What plans? That's what I'm about to find out. Ghost will be there in 15 minutes. Stay inside, stay visible. And if Diego comes back, call 911 first and me second. The line goes dead, leaving me with only the echo of his protective fury and the growing certainty that I've stepped into a much more dangerous world than I ever imagined. I walk back to the reception area where Marcus is hovering near the front windows, watching the street with the kind of nervous energy that suggests he's spotted something concerning. Doc, there's a black sedan parked across the street that wasn't there when that creepy dude left. 2 guys inside, and they're definitely watching the clinic. I move to the window and peer through the blinds. Sure enough, a sleek black car with tinted windows sits at the curb, positioned for optimal surveillance of the clinic's entrance. Professional placement, expensive vehicle, the kind of discreet observation that screams government training or private security. Roman's people or Diego's? Marcus asks. I don't know, but I have a sinking feeling that Diego's interest in me goes far beyond casual business concerns. Keep the doors locked until Ghost arrives. Ghost? Roman's head of security. Damn, Doc, what kind of world are you living in now? The kind where charming businessmen with cocaine habits and predatory smiles know intimate details about my daily routine. The kind where million-dollar contracts hinge on my relationship status. The kind where the man I'm falling for again comes with the sort of enemies who see me as ammunition to use against him. I'm not sure, I tell Marcus, watching the black sedan and wondering if the men inside are there to protect me or eliminate me. But I'm about to find out. My phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. Beautiful clinic. Shame if something happened to it, or to the dedicated doctor who runs it. The message is unsigned, but I know who sent it. Diego Restrepo isn't done with me yet. In fact, I suspect he's just getting started. I'm genuinely afraid that the price of $2 million might be higher than I ever imagined. Some deals with the devil come with interest rates that compound exponentially, and I'm starting to suspect that carrying Roman Kavanaugh's child is about to become the least dangerous part of our arrangement.
Chapter 10. Roman. I walk through my front door at 6:47 p.m., carrying the kind of controlled rage that used to precede executions in hostile territory. Diego Restrepo crossed a line today, not just by approaching Lavender, though that alone would have been enough to sign his death warrant, but by threatening her, by making her afraid, by turning her clinic into a hunting ground for his paranoid games. The scent of dinner drifts from the kitchen, something that smells like comfort and normalcy, and for a moment the fury in my chest eases. She's here. She's safe. Ghost got her home without incident, and the security protocols I've implemented will keep her that way. But the relief only lasts until I see her face. Lavender is standing at the kitchen island, still wearing her work clothes but with her shoulders set in the rigid posture that means she's processing trauma. Her brown eyes track my movement as I enter the room, cataloging details with the clinical precision that saved lives in field hospitals. "How bad is it?" she asks without preamble. "Define it." "Don't." Her voice carries the edge that used to cut through battlefield chaos when she was giving orders that meant the difference between life and death. "Don't try to manage me or protect me from information I need to make informed decisions." How bad is Diego Restrepo? I set my keys on the counter and study her face, noting the tension around her eyes, the way she's holding herself like she's preparing for a blow. She's afraid, but she's also angry, and the combination makes her more beautiful than any woman has a right to be. Bad enough that I've tripled security around the house and arranged for armed escorts whenever you leave the property. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting tonight. Her jaw tightens, and I can sense her weighing whether to push for more information or accept that some battles aren't worth fighting. She nods toward the stove where Margaret has left our dinner warming. Eat, she says. You look like you haven't had food all day. She's right. I spent the afternoon in meetings with lawyers, security contractors, and financial analysts, trying to assess the full scope of Diego's betrayal while planning countermeasures that won't land me in federal prison. Food seemed irrelevant when my business empire and the woman I love were both under threat. The woman I love. The admission hits me with surprising force, though it shouldn't be a surprise at all. I never stopped loving Lavender Williams. I just learned to bury it beneath layers of guilt and self-preservation. We eat in relative silence, the kind of careful politeness that people use when they're trying not to say things that can't be unsaid. But the tension between us has absolutely nothing to do with Diego and most everything to do with the memory of last night, the knowledge that we're supposed to be upstairs in my bed again in less than 2 hours. Dr. Nakamura called this afternoon, she says as Margaret clears our plates. More educational materials. A reminder about optimal timing for conception during the fertile window. Color creeps up her neck, the same flush that used to make me lose track of time when we were deployed together. Apparently, tonight and tomorrow night are crucial for maximizing probability of success. Crucial. As if what happens between us can be reduced to probability calculations and medical terminology, instead of the most intense connection I've ever experienced with another human being. Are you ready? I ask. Medically? Yes. She takes a sip of water, and I watch the way her throat moves as she swallows. Emotionally? I'm not sure anyone's ever ready to sleep with their ex while trying to pretend it's just biology. It doesn't have to be just biology. The words slip out before I can help it. Honest, raw, and completely contrary to the clinical arrangement we've both been pretending to maintain. Doesn't it? She asks, echoing our conversation from last night. Because I'm not sure I can handle it being anything more than that. Why not? Because you walked away once without explanation, and I can't survive you doing it again. The admission hits me hard, guilt and regret twisting in my chest like shrapnel. She's right. I disappeared from her life when she needed me most, and no amount of justification or self-protection can change the damage that caused. Lavender. Don't. She stands up from the table, smoothing down her skirt with hands that tremble slightly. Don't make promises you can't keep or explanations that won't change anything. We have an arrangement, and I intend to honor it. But I need to protect myself while I do. Protect herself from me, from the possibility that what we're doing might mean something beyond conception and financial security. She heads toward the stairs, and I follow her, hyper-aware of the way she moves, the way her hips sway beneath the professional fabric of her dress. By the time we reach my bedroom, the careful distance we've been maintaining feels like a physical thing, a wall built from hurt and fear, and 5 years of unresolved history. Roman, she says as I close the door behind us. Before this happens again, I need you to understand something. I'm listening. Last night was incredible, mind-blowing, but it can't happen the same way tonight. Why not? Because last night I pretended we were strangers conducting a business transaction. Tonight, I know better. She turns to face me fully, and there's vulnerability in her expression that cuts through all my careful defenses. Tonight I know exactly who you are and what you're capable of doing to me. And that terrifies me. What I'm capable of doing to her. She means the emotional damage, the way I could hurt her again if she lets herself care too much. But all I can think about is what she's capable of doing to me. The way she could destroy every wall I've built, every protection I've constructed, just by looking at me like she used to. Then what do you suggest? Clinical, efficient. We accomplish the objective and maintain appropriate emotional distance. The same speech she gave me yesterday, delivered with less conviction but more desperation. She's trying to protect herself the only way she knows how, by reducing intimacy to a medical procedure, by pretending that touching me won't affect her any more than treating a patient. Lavender. I step closer, close enough to see the gold flecks in her eyes, close enough to smell the scent of her perfume mixed with the antiseptic she uses at the clinic. Look at me. She does, and I watch her pulse fluttering at the base of her throat, can hear the way her breathing changes when I invade her personal space. Does this feel clinical to you? I ask, reaching up to trace the line of her jaw with one finger. Her eyes flutter closed at the contact, and she leans into my touch despite her intentions to maintain distance. No, she whispers. Does this feel efficient? I lean down and press my lips to the sensitive spot just below her ear, the place that used to make her knees buckle when we were young and desperate, and convinced we had all the time in the world. Roman. My name on her lips sounds like surrender. Tell me what this feels like, I murmur against her skin. Like forgetting everything that's happened in the past 5 years. Like making the biggest mistake of my life. Or the best decision. I pull back to look at her face, and the walls she's been trying to maintain are crumbling in real time. She wants this, wants me, with the same desperate intensity that's been eating me alive since she walked back into my life. Kiss me, I say. She doesn't hesitate this time. She rises up on her toes and presses her lips to mine, and the careful control we've both been maintaining shatters like glass under pressure. The kiss is nothing like last night's tentative exploration. This is desperate and claiming, fueled by 5 years of separation and the knowledge that someone else wants to hurt her, wants to use her as a weapon against me. My hands tangle in her hair, destroying the professional style she wore to work, and she responds by pressing closer, by opening her mouth under mine and taking everything I'm offering. I walk her backward toward the bed, our lips never separating, my hands working at the buttons of her dress, with the kind of urgent efficiency that comes from muscle memory and desperate need. She's doing the same to my shirt, her fingers fumbling with buttons and fabric, while she makes the little sounds of frustration and desire that used to drive me insane. When the back of her knees hit the mattress, she breaks the kiss long enough to look at me with eyes that are dark with want, and something that might be love. Roman, she says, and my name sounds like a prayer and a promise and everything I've been afraid to hope for. I know, I tell her, because I do know. I know that this is more than biology, more than a business arrangement, more than 2 people trying to create life for practical reasons. This is us, together again, remembering what it felt like to be whole. I'm about to tell her exactly that when my phone rings. Not the soft chime of a text message or the gentle buzz of a scheduled call. The harsh, insistent ring of my emergency line, the number that only Ghost and my head of security have access to, the line that only rings when something catastrophic is happening. Ignore it, Lavender whispers against my lips, her hands working at my belt buckle. But the phone keeps ringing, each tone cutting through the passionate haze like a blade. In my line of work, ignoring emergency calls gets people killed. I have to... No. Her voice is fierce, desperate. Whatever it is, it can wait. This can't. The phone stops ringing, and for a moment I think she's won. Then it starts again immediately. The double ring pattern that means Ghost is using the emergency override protocol. Life or death. Business or personal survival hanging in the balance. Damn, I breathe, reaching for the phone while Lavender's hand still on my chest. Kavanaugh. Sir, we have a problem. Ghost's voice is tight with controlled urgency. The Brooklyn warehouse is fully engulfed. Fire department's calling it suspicious origin. Accelerant confirmed. The words wash over me like ice water, killing every trace of desire and passion that was burning through my system 30 seconds ago. The Brooklyn warehouse houses our weapons inventory, our classified files, our backup servers containing 5 years of client information. Casualties? I ask, my free hand automatically moving to steady Lavender as she sways against me. Negative. Building was empty, but we're looking at 7 figures in losses. Sir, this wasn't random. Someone wanted to send a message. Diego. The escalation I should have seen coming. The retaliation for whatever ultimatum I delivered during our meeting this afternoon. ETA to scene. 20 minutes if you leave now. I look down at Lavender, who's watching my face with sharp attention that tells me she's reading every micro-expression, every tells that reveals how serious this crisis actually is. Roman, she says quietly, what's happening? I have to go. The words taste like ashes, like failure, like every bad decision I've made in the past 5 years coming home to roost. There's been an incident. What kind of incident? The kind that requires immediate attention. I start pulling my shirt back together, trying to make myself presentable for a crime scene, while my body is still humming with frustrated desire. Ghost will stay here with you. Don't leave the house. Don't answer the door for anyone except Margaret. Roman. She catches my arm as I reach for my jacket. Is this about Diego? I could lie. Should lie. Should protect her from the knowledge that my business enemy just escalated from verbal threats to property destruction, and that her presence in my life probably motivated the attack. Instead, I tell her the truth. Yes. Something flickers across her face, fear, anger, determination. Then I'm coming with you. Absolutely not. This involves me too now. If Diego is targeting your business because of our arrangement, then I have a right to know what we're dealing with. You have a right to stay safe. I have a right to make informed decisions about my own safety. She's already reaching for her clothes, pulling her dress back into some semblance of order. And I'm not going to hide in your fortress while you deal with the consequences of our relationship alone. Our relationship. The first time either of us has called it that, and it happens while my business empire is literally burning. Lavender, don't. She cuts me off with the voice she used to use when triaging casualties, the one that brooked no argument. Either I come with you or I call a cab and meet you there, but I'm not staying behind. I look at her, disheveled from our interrupted passion, fierce with determination, beautiful so that it makes my chest tight, and realize that fighting her on this will cost more time than I can afford. Fine, I say, but you stay in the car. You follow Ghost's instructions without question, and if things get dangerous, you do exactly what I tell you. Agreed. We finish getting dressed in record time. The passionate energy from 10 minutes ago transmuted into crisis efficiency. As we head downstairs, I can smell smoke on the wind coming through the open windows. Acrid and chemical. The scent of accelerant and destruction. Diego Restrepo just declared war on my business empire. But what he doesn't realize is that by threatening Lavender, by making her a target, he's also declared war on the most dangerous enemy he could possibly imagine. The beast is awake now, and this time I'm not walking away from anything or anyone I love.
Chapter 11. Lavender. The warehouse burns against the Brooklyn skyline like a beacon of destruction, orange flames licking at the night sky, while firefighters battle the blaze with the kind of organized chaos that reminds me of field hospitals during mortar attacks. I sit in the back of Roman's armored SUV, watching him coordinate with investigators and emergency personnel while Ghost maintains a discreet perimeter around the scene. The acrid smell of burning chemicals seeps through the vehicle's filtration system, making my eyes water and my throat tight with the kind of smoke that speaks of accelerants and deliberate destruction. Roman stands near the incident command vehicle, his tall frame silhouetted against the flames, speaking with a detective whose notepad remains conspicuously empty. Even from this distance, I can see the controlled tension in his shoulders, the way he holds himself like a man fighting the urge to tear something apart with his bare hands. Dr. Williams? Ghost's voice comes through the SUV's intercom system. Everything secure back there? Fine, I reply. Though fine is the last thing I feel. I'm a doctor, trained to help in crisis situations, and I'm sitting in a car watching Roman's business empire burn while I can do nothing but observe. That's when I see Diego Restrepo emerge from the crowd of onlookers. His timing's so perfect it can't be coincidental. He's dressed in dark jeans and a leather jacket, his hair slightly mussed like he rushed from home after getting an urgent call. But his shoes are expensive Italian leather without a scuff mark, and his shirt is pressed with the kind of precision that suggests careful preparation rather than emergency response. Concerned business partner, arriving just in time, I murmur, watching him approach Roman with an expression of perfectly calibrated worry. From my position in the SUV, I can see their interaction unfold like a carefully choreographed performance. Diego's body language screams distress and support, hand on Roman's shoulder, animated gestures toward the burning building, the kind of intimate conversation that suggests shared crisis and mutual concern. But I've spent 3 tours in Afghanistan reading people's intentions when lying meant death, and Diego Restrepo is performing for an audience of investigators and emergency responders who don't know they're watching theater. His micro-expressions don't match his words. When he gestures toward the warehouse, his eyes aren't focused on the flames. They're studying Roman's face, cataloging reactions, measuring the success of his handiwork. When he places that supportive hand on Roman's shoulder, his grip is just a fraction too tight, more possessive than comforting. Most telling of all, when Roman responds to something Diego says, Diego's mouth curves in what should be a sympathetic smile, but looks more like satisfaction. The expression lasts maybe half a second before he corrects it. But it's enough to confirm what I already suspected. Diego Restrepo isn't here to support his business partner. He's here to admire his work. I lean forward in my seat, studying both men more carefully, and that's when I notice something that makes my medical training sit up and take notice. Roman's positioning isn't random. He's angled himself so that Diego approaches from his right side, and when the detective moves to his left, Roman shifts his entire body, rather than just turning his head. When Diego hands him what looks like a business document, Roman holds it closer to his chest than necessary, and he tilts his head at a slight angle while reading. Small adjustments, accommodation behaviors that most people wouldn't notice unless they'd been trained to assess neurological function and visual impairment. But I notice the way Roman keeps Ghost's positioned slightly behind and to his left, like a human guide dog providing spatial awareness. I notice how he navigates around equipment and personnel by following familiar patterns rather than responding to visual cues. I notice the way he focuses intently on people's faces when they speak, as if he's relying more on lip reading and facial expressions than he should need to. The realization slaps me like a physical blow, stealing the breath from my lungs. Peripheral vision loss. The symptoms are subtle, but unmistakable once you know what to look for. Roman Kavanaugh, the one who built a security empire on his ability to see threats coming, is slowly losing his sight. My hands start trembling as the implications cascade through my mind like dominoes falling. How long has he been hiding this? How advanced is the deterioration? Is this why he left me 5 years ago? Because he knew this was coming and couldn't bear to burden me with a disabled partner? The thought makes my chest roil with a mixture of heartbreak and fury. If Roman walked away from me because he thought I couldn't handle loving a man with vision problems, then he understood nothing about who I am or what I'm capable of. But God, how terrifying this must be for him. A man whose entire identity is built on control, on seeing dangers before they materialize, on being the protector rather than the protected, and his body is systematically taking away the sense he relies on most. I watch him through the windshield. This proud, stubborn man who's been fighting this battle alone, and I want to march over there and shake him until he understands that he doesn't have to carry this by himself. But then I see Diego position himself deliberately in Roman's peripheral blind spot, and another piece of the puzzle clicks into place with sickening clarity. Diego knows about the vision loss. He's been watching Roman adapt, learning his limitations, waiting for the perfect moment to exploit this weakness. I watch Diego maneuver around Roman's left side, noting the way Roman has to turn his entire body to track the movement. Diego's positioning isn't accidental. He's testing Roman's visual limitations, probing for weaknesses, while maintaining his facade of concerned partnership. "Son of a," I whisper, understanding flooding through me like cold water, but beneath the anger at Diego's manipulation. All those careful adjustments I've been noticing around his house suddenly make sense. The strategic lighting in his study, the way furniture is positioned with mathematical precision, the reason he insists on controlling every environmental factor. He's not just protecting his business empire, he's protecting the secret that could destroy everything he's built. My medical training kicks in, cataloging symptoms and timelines. How long has this been progressing? Is it genetic, traumatic, degenerative? The questions multiply faster than I can process them, each one carrying weight that settles heavy in my chest. But underneath the clinical assessment, there's raw emotional pain. Roman has been carrying this alone, the same way he's carried everything else since the explosion changed us both. Fighting his battles in isolation because he's convinced himself that needing help makes him weak, that loving him makes others vulnerable. I want to march over there and demand answers, want to hold him until he understands that vision loss doesn't change who he is or what he means to me. Want to use every piece of medical knowledge I have to help him find treatments, adaptations, hope. Instead, I sit in this armor key watching the man I love navigate a world that's slowly disappearing from his peripheral vision, while his business partner exploits that disability for personal gain. This isn't just about business rivalry or financial disputes. This is about a predator who's identified his prey's vulnerability and is systematically exploiting it. Diego didn't just burn down Roman's warehouse. He's been watching Roman adapt to progressive blindness, learning his limitations, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Ghost's voice crackles through the intercom again. "Dr. Williams, you okay back there? Your heart rate just spiked." I look down at my hands, noting the way they're clenched into fists, and realize that the SUV's biometric sensors are reading my vital signs. Even Roman's vehicles are designed to monitor threats, including internal ones. "I'm fine," I lie, just concerned about the investigation. Through the windshield, I watch Roman and Diego continue their performance for the investigators. The detective asks questions. Diego provides answers with the kind of helpful enthusiasm that deflects suspicion. And Roman maintains the controlled composure of a man who's built his career on never showing weakness. My hands clench into fists as I watch him navigate the scene with careful precision, and I realize I'm crying. Not from pity, never pity, but from the crushing weight of understanding how alone he must feel. How terrifying it must be for a man whose entire identity revolves around seeing threats before they materialize, protecting others instead of needing protection himself. Roman Kavanaugh, the beast who saved my life more times than I can count, is slowly losing the sense he relies on most. And he's been fighting this battle in complete isolation because he's convinced himself that needing help makes him weak. Diego says something that makes Roman's entire body go rigid, and I watch him count to 3 before responding. Anger management. The kind of measured response that comes from knowing you can't afford to lose control when you're already fighting a battle on multiple fronts. "What did you just say to him?" I murmur, wishing I could read lips from this distance. Whatever it was, it worked. Roman's posture shifts into something more aggressive, more protective, and Diego steps back with his hands raised in a gesture of innocent surrender. But his smile is sharp with satisfaction, like he's just confirmed something important. The detective closes his notebook and shakes both men's hands. The universal signal that there's no evidence to pursue and no arrest to be made. Perfect crime executed with professional precision, leaving Roman with millions in losses and no legal recourse. Diego claps Roman on the shoulder one more time, says something that makes Roman's hands clench into fists, then melts back into the crowd of onlookers with the kind of casual efficiency that suggests he's done this before. Roman stands alone near the command vehicle, watching his warehouse burn, and for the very first time since I've known him, he looks vulnerable. Not weak, never weak, but human in such a way that it makes my chest constrict with protective fury. When he walks back toward the SUV, I notice how he navigates around the emergency equipment, how he uses Ghost as a reference point to maintain his bearings. The adaptations are subtle but unmistakable, and I understand now why he's been so controlling about security protocols and environmental factors. He's not just protecting his business empire. He's protecting the secret that could destroy everything he's built. Roman slides into the passenger seat, his face grim with controlled anger, and Ghost starts the engine without being asked. Any evidence? I ask, though I already know the answer. I hold everything in, my emotions and my realizations. I can't tell him that I know if he's so hell-bent in hiding it. Nothing concrete. Professional job, no witnesses, no forensic evidence that would hold up in court. Roman's voice is steady, but I hear the frustration underneath. Diego played his part perfectly. Concerned business partner, helpful witness, cooperative with investigators. You think he did it? I know he did it. Roman turns to look at me, and in the dashboard lights, I can see the storm brewing in his gray eyes. But knowing and proving are two different things. What did he say to you? Near the end, when you looked ready to tear his head off? Roman's jaw tightens, and he's quiet for so long I think he's not going to answer. Finally, he says, he expressed concern about my health, suggested that stress might be affecting my judgment in both business and personal matters. Personal matters. Me. Diego just threatened me again, this time in front of investigators who would interpret it as legitimate concern rather than veiled menace. And what did you say? Nothing that would give him the satisfaction of knowing he got to me. The drive back to Roman's estate passes in tense silence, both of us lost in our own thoughts about what tonight's events mean for our arrangement, our safety, and our future. When we pull into the circular driveway, Roman turns to me with an expression that's part determination, part desperation. I need you to stay here tomorrow. Don't go to the clinic, don't leave the property, don't meet with anyone unless Ghost clears them first. Roman, please. The word comes out rough, like it's physically painful for him to ask instead of command. Diego escalated tonight. The next move might be more direct. More direct, as in targeting me instead of his property. For how long? Until I can neutralize the threat he represents. Neutralize, a military euphemism that could mean anything from legal action to something far more permanent. What are you going to do? Whatever it takes to keep you safe. He gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house, his movements precise despite the late hour and emotional exhaustion. I watch him navigate the front steps, noting the way he uses the handrail and counts his steps. And my heart breaks a little for the proud man who's fighting battles on multiple fronts while pretending he's invincible. As we enter the house, Roman turns to me with instructions that sound more like desperate pleas than commands. Lock your door tonight. Don't open it for anyone except me or Ghost. If you hear anything unusual, hit the panic button on your nightstand immediately. Where are you going? To arrange a meeting with some people who can help resolve the Diego situation permanently. Permanently. The word carries implications that make my stomach clench with anxiety. Roman. I catch his arm as he turns toward his study. Be careful. Whatever you're planning, Diego isn't going to make it easy. Something flickers across his face. Surprise, maybe, at my concern for his safety rather than my own. "I'll be fine," he says, but his voice carries the kind of forced confidence that suggests he's trying to convince himself as much as me. He disappears into his study, and I'm alone in the foyer of his fortress, surrounded by the kind of security that should make me feel safe, but instead makes me feel like a target. As I head upstairs to my suite, I can't stop thinking about the way Roman adapted to the crime scene, the subtle accommodations that speak of progressive vision loss, and the satisfied smile that crossed Diego's face when he tested those limitations. Roman is fighting a war on multiple fronts, and one of his enemies is his own body. The question is, does he trust me enough to let me help him fight it?
Chapter 12. Roman. The numbers on my laptop screen blur together at 0247 hours. The third night this week I've been awake past dawn trying to find something, anything, that will give me leverage against Diego Restrepo. 7 days. 7 days since the warehouse fire, and I have nothing except mounting insurance claims and a growing list of clients who are questioning my company's security capabilities. Diego's covered his tracks with professional precision, leaving me with suspicions and circumstantial evidence that wouldn't hold up in traffic court, let alone a criminal proceeding. I rub my eyes, trying to clear the fog that's been creeping in more frequently when I'm tired. The peripheral shadows seem darker tonight, the tunnel of clear vision narrower than it was last week. Stress accelerates the deterioration, according to my doctors, but stress is the only thing keeping me functional right now. My phone buzzes with another report from the team I hired to investigate Diego's financial records. Clean. The bastard's cocaine habit is funded through offshore accounts that trace back to shell companies in countries that don't cooperate with U.S. law enforcement. His embezzlement from our company is hidden behind legitimate business expenses and creative accounting that would take months to unravel. 7 days, and he's still 10 steps ahead of me. I close the laptop and stand up, testing my balance as the room tilts slightly around the edges. The headaches are getting worse, probably from the combination of sleep deprivation and eye strain. But I can't afford to slow down. Every hour I waste is another hour Diego has to plan his next move, another opportunity for him to hurt Lavender. Lavender, the woman who's been living in my house for a week like a beautiful ghost, appearing for brief conversations about security protocols and meal schedules before disappearing back to her suite. We haven't attempted conception since the night of the warehouse fire, haven't shared more than polite pleasantries over breakfast when our schedules align, haven't touched it all. I tell myself it's for the best, that maintaining professional distance protects us both from the emotional complications that could compromise our arrangement. But the truth is, I'm afraid to get close to her again. Afraid she'll notice the changes in my vision. Afraid she'll see me as the damaged man I'm becoming instead of the protector I used to be. The house is quiet as I make my way upstairs, navigating by memory and the faint illumination from security lights that cast everything in shades of gray. My bedroom feels like a tomb. Cold, empty, designed for a man who's convinced himself that solitude is safer than vulnerability. I should shower. Should try to sleep for a few hours before the next round of meetings with investigators and insurance adjusters. Should eat something more substantial than the energy bars I've been surviving on. Instead, I stand at my window and stare out at the gardens where moonlight turns everything silver, thinking about the woman sleeping 20 feet away from me and all the ways I'm failing to protect her. The kitchen light is on when I come downstairs at 0630 hours, and I find Lavender sitting at the island with a cup of coffee and an expression that could cut glass. She's wearing jeans and one of my old army t-shirts that she must have found in the laundry, and her hair is pulled back in a messy bun that makes her look younger and more vulnerable than the controlled professional she's been presenting all week. But there's nothing vulnerable about the way she's watching me, like a predator who's been waiting for prey to wander into range. "Good morning," I say, moving toward the coffee maker with the kind of careful precision that's become second nature. "Is it?" she asks. "Good, I mean." Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you've been up all night. Again. I pour coffee into the mug Margaret left for me, noting the way Lavender's eyes track my movements. Looking for signs of exhaustion, probably. Or weakness. She's too good a doctor not to notice that I'm running on fumes and stubbornness. I had work to catch up on. You always have work to catch up on. When's the last time you slept more than 3 hours? The question is delivered with the kind of clinical precision she uses when assessing patients, and I realize she's been monitoring my schedule, cataloging my habits, building a medical profile of my current state. Sleep is a luxury I can't afford right now. Sleep is a biological necessity. Without it, your cognitive function deteriorates, your immune system weakens, your decision-making capacity becomes compromised. She stands up from her chair, and I can see the controlled anger in her posture. All of which makes you less capable of protecting yourself or anyone else. Anyone else. She means herself, though she's too proud to say it directly. I appreciate your concern, Dr. Williams, but I'm managing fine. Are you? She moves closer, and I catch the scent of her perfume mixed with the coffee she's been drinking, because it looks like you're self-destructing and taking me down with you. What's that supposed to mean? It means I've been trapped in this house for a week like some kind of pampered prisoner while you disappear into your office for 18 hours a day. It means we haven't had a real conversation since the night of the fire. It means you're so obsessed with hunting Diego that you're forgetting about everything else. Everything else. Including her. Including the arrangement that brought us together. Including the fact that we're supposed to be creating a child together, not living like polite strangers who happen to share the same address. I'm trying to eliminate a threat to your safety. By ignoring me completely? By focusing on what's important, and I'm not important? The question hits like a physical blow, and I have to clutch the edge of the counter to keep my balance. Of course she's important. She's the most important thing in my life, which is exactly why I can't afford to let her get too close. You're the reason I'm doing this, I say, the words coming out rougher than I intended. Everything I'm doing is to keep you safe. Safe from what? Diego, or from you? The accusation hangs heavy between us, and I realize she's been thinking about this conversation for days, building her case like a prosecutor preparing for trial. Lavender. Don't. She cuts me off with a gesture that's pure military command. Don't try to manage me or deflect or turn this into something it's not. I'm asking you a direct question. Are you avoiding me because you're afraid of Diego? Or because you're afraid of what happens when we're alone together? What happens when we're alone together? The way she responds to my touch. The way her breathing changes when I move close to her. The way she looks at me like I'm still the man who saved her life instead of the broken soldier who walked away. I'm trying to maintain appropriate boundaries. Appropriate boundaries. She laughs, but there's no humor in it. Is that what we're calling it? Because it feels a lot more like punishment. Like you're punishing both of us for wanting something more than a clinical arrangement. This is a clinical arrangement. Is it? Because the way you kissed me last week didn't feel clinical. The way you looked at me when we were interrupted didn't feel like business. The way you've been avoiding me ever since doesn't feel like professional distance. She's right, and we both know it. But admitting that means admitting how much I still want her, how much I still care, how much I'm willing to sacrifice to keep her safe from the reality of what I'm becoming. What do you want from me, Lavender? I want you to stop treating me like I'm made of glass. I want you to remember that I'm a grown woman who can make her own decisions about risk and safety. I want you to trust me enough to let me help instead of shutting me out. Trust. The one thing I can't afford to give her because trusting her means showing her my vulnerabilities, and my vulnerabilities could get us both killed. I can't do that. Why not? Because caring about you makes me weak, because wanting you makes me careless. Because the moment I let my guard down, Diego wins. The confession slips out before I can stop it. raw and honest and completely contrary to every wall I've built to protect us both. Something shifts in her expression, anger giving way to something softer and more dangerous. She takes a step closer, close so that I can see the gold flecks in her brown eyes, so that I can feel the heat radiating from her skin. "Roman," she says, and my name on her lips sounds like forgiveness and invitation and everything I didn't think I could hope for. "You're not weak. You're human. And being human doesn't make you less capable of protecting the people you care about. The people I care about." She means herself, though she doesn't know how deep that caring goes, how completely it's consumed every rational thought I've had since she walked back into my life. "You don't understand. Then help me understand." She touches my face, her fingers tracing the line of my jaw like she's trying to memorize the shape of me. "Stop hiding from me. Stop pretending this is just business when we both know it's something more." Her touch breaks something inside me, some carefully constructed wall that's been holding back 7 days of frustration and fear and desperate need. Before I can think about consequences or complications or all the reasons this is a terrible idea, I'm kissing her. Not the careful, controlled kiss from last week. This is desperate and claiming, fueled by sleep deprivation, and the kind of raw emotion that makes rational thought impossible. She responds immediately, her arms winding around my neck, her body pressing against mine like she's trying to merge us into one person. This is what I've been missing. This connection. This perfect fit. This feeling of being complete instead of broken. Her mouth opens under mine and I can taste coffee. And something uniquely her that makes my head spin with want. I lift her onto the kitchen island, positioning myself between her legs, and she makes a sound of approval that goes straight to my blood. Her hands are working at the buttons of my shirt, and I can sense the heat of her fingers against my chest, the way she traces the scars that map my torso like she's claiming every damaged inch of me. "Roman," she breathes against my mouth, and the sound of my name makes me want to carry her upstairs and spend the rest of the day reminding her exactly how much she means to me. But then she pulls back to look at me, and I see her face clearly in the morning light streaming through the kitchen windows. Can see the way her pupils are dilated with desire, the flush that colors her skin, the soft curve of her lips that are swollen from my kisses. Can see everything about her with perfect clarity, while my peripheral vision continues to fail, while the shadows creep closer to the center of my sight, while I lose a little more of myself every day to the progressive blindness that will eventually take everything. The realization hits me like ice water, killing every trace of desire and passion that was burning through my system 30 seconds ago. I can't do this. Can't let her love me when I'm slowly becoming the kind of man who needs protection instead of providing it. Can't burden her with a partner who aren't able to see her face clearly in a few months, who can't navigate the world without assistance, who might become more liability than asset. I pull away from her so abruptly that she almost falls off the counter, and the confusion in her eyes makes my chest practically vibrate with self-loathing. "Roman? What's wrong?" "This is a mistake," I say, backing away from her like she's dangerous instead of the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. "We can't do this." "Can't do what?" Feel something real for each other. Can't complicate the arrangement with emotions that will only make everything harder. Harder for who? For me. For the man who's terrified of becoming a burden, who's convinced that loving her will destroy her, who's too proud to admit that he needs help and too scared to ask for it. For everyone involved. I turn away from her and walk toward the door, but her voice stops me at the threshold. "You're a coward, Roman Kavanaugh." The words smack me like a physical blow, and I have to grab the door frame to keep from turning around and proving her wrong in the most fundamental way possible. "You're running away again," she continues, and I hear the hurt in her voice, the kind of pain that comes from being rejected by someone you're brave enough to care about. Just like you did 5 years ago. Just like you'll keep doing until you find the courage to trust someone else with your problems. She's right. I am a coward. But being a coward keeps her safe, and keeping her safe is worth any amount of personal pain. "I have work to do," I say without turning around. "Of course you do. Because work is easier than dealing with real emotions, isn't it? I don't answer. Can't answer. Because she's right about that too. And admitting it would mean admitting how much I still love her. How much I still want her. How much I'm willing to sacrifice to keep her from being trapped with a man who's slowly losing the ability to protect her. I walk away from her and disappear into my study, leaving her alone in the kitchen with the taste of my kiss on her lips and the weight of my rejection in her heart. It's the right thing to do, the only thing to do. So why does it feel like the biggest mistake of my life?
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob's stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 13, Lavender. 4 days. 4 days since Roman walked away from our kiss in the kitchen, and I haven't seen him since. His car leaves the driveway before dawn and returns after midnight, if it returns at all. Margaret brings me meals with the kind of pitying looks that suggest everyone in this house knows I'm being avoided by the man who's supposed to be creating a child with me. I stand at my bedroom window, watching the security guards patrol the perimeter like I'm some kind of valuable asset that needs protecting. rather than a woman who's slowly losing her mind in this beautiful prison. The gardens stretch endlessly beyond the gates, taunting me with freedom I'm not allowed to taste. My phone sits silent on the nightstand. No texts, no calls, no acknowledgement that I exist beyond the clinical necessity of our arrangement. But my body knows exactly when he's in the house. My pulse quickens every time I hear footsteps in the hallway, every time a door closes somewhere below, every time the faint sound of his voice drifts up from his study when he's on conference calls that last until dawn. I'm pathetic. A grown woman sitting in a mansion, waiting for crumbs of attention from a man who kisses me like I'm his salvation one moment and treats me like a stranger the next. But it's worse than pathetic, because somewhere between the warehouse fire and this morning's pregnancy test that showed one heartbreaking line instead of two, I've done the one thing I swore I wouldn't do. I've fallen in love with Roman Kavanaugh again. The realization hits painfully every time I let myself acknowledge it. Not the careful, controlled affection I thought I could manage. Not the nostalgic fondness for who we used to be. Deep, desperate, soul-crushing love for the man he is now. Scars and secrets and self-destructive tendencies included. I love the way he counts heartbeats when he's stressed. The way his voice goes soft when he thinks no one can hear him talking to Margaret about my favorite foods. The way he positions himself between me and any potential threat, even when he's angry with me. I love his fierce protectiveness, and his stubborn pride, and his absolute refusal to ask for help, even when he's drowning. I love him, and he's destroying us both by running away every time we get close to something real. Margaret knocks on my door at 6 p.m. with dinner on a silver tray, her expression carefully neutral in the way that means she's been instructed not to engage in personal conversation. "Has he come home today?" I ask as she sets the tray on my sitting room table. "I'm not at liberty to discuss Mr. Kavanaugh's schedule, Dr. Williams." "That's a no?" Margaret's mouth tightens almost imperceptibly. "Will there be anything else?" "Actually, yes." I stand up from the window seat, where I've been brooding for the past hour. "I need you to arrange for a car. I want to check on my clinic tonight." "I'm afraid that's not possible without Mr. Kavanaugh's approval." "I'm not asking for his approval. I'm telling you what I need." "Dr. Williams, my instructions are very clear." "Your instructions are about keeping me safe, not keeping me prisoner." My voice carries the edge I used to use when triaging casualties, the tone that made grown soldiers move faster. "I'm going to my clinic tonight, with or without transportation. The only question is whether I walk there or drive." Margaret considers this, probably calculating the relative risks of letting me leave versus dealing with Roman's fury when he discovers I've disappeared on foot. "I'll see what I can arrange," she says finally. "Thank you." But I'm already forming another plan because I know Margaret will call Roman the moment she leaves my room, and he'll find some way to block my escape. He's been controlling every aspect of my environment for 2 weeks, managing my safety like I'm a chess piece instead of a person capable of making my own decisions. I wait until 11 p.m. when the guards change shifts and there's a brief window of reduced coverage near the service entrance. Roman's architectural precision works against him here. I've had nothing to do for 4 days except memorize the security protocols, study the patrol patterns, and plan my escape from this beautiful prison. The service door leads to a utility corridor that connects to the garage, and Roman's collection of vehicles includes a modest Honda that won't attract attention in my neighborhood. The keys are kept in a magnetic box under the rear wheel well. Information I gleaned from watching the household staff come and go. My hands are shaking as I start the engine, but not from fear, from anticipation, from the intoxicating rush of taking control of my own life for the very first time in 2 weeks. The drive to Flatbush takes 37 minutes through quiet streets that feel like freedom after the suffocating luxury of Roman's estate. Every mile between his fortress and my real life makes me feel more like myself. Dr. Lavender Williams, the woman who saves lives and serves her community, not the pampered surrogate hiding in a mansion while the world burns around her. My clinic looks different at night, smaller and more vulnerable in the glow of streetlights, but it's mine, built with my hands and my vision and my stubborn refusal to accept that poor people don't deserve quality health care. I park across the street and sit in the Honda for several minutes, just breathing in the familiar sights and sounds of my neighborhood. Kids on the corner, sharing a bag of chips. Mrs. Rodriguez's grandson walking his pit bull. The bodega owner sweeping his front steps before closing. Real life. Messy and complicated and authentic in ways that Roman's controlled environment could never be. That's when I see him. Diego Restrepo emerges from the shadows between two buildings, like a predator who's been waiting for prey. Even in the dim streetlight, I recognize his expensive suit, his calculated movements, the way he scans the area before crossing the street toward a nondescript office building 2 blocks from my clinic. My blood turns to ice as I watch him produce a key and let himself into the building with the casual familiarity of someone who belongs there. This isn't a coincidence. Diego has a base of operations in my neighborhood, close enough to my clinic to monitor my routines, close enough to Roman's house to track our movements, close enough to hurt the people I care about. Every instinct I developed during 3 tours in Afghanistan screams at me to call Roman, to let the professionals handle this, to be the good little victim who waits for rescue instead of taking action. But Roman isn't here. Roman is wherever men go when they're too proud to face their problems and too scared to trust the people who love them. Roman is fighting his own demons, while Diego operates freely in the neighborhood where I work, where my patients live, where innocent people become collateral damage in wars they didn't start. I get out of the Honda and lock it, my medical bag slung over my shoulder like armor. If Diego is using this building for something illegal, I need evidence. Something concrete enough to give Roman the leverage he's been searching for. Something that will end this standoff before more people get hurt. The building's front door is heavy glass with industrial locks, but the service entrance on the side is propped open with a paint can, the kind of casual security breach that suggests frequent traffic in and out. I slip through the opening into a dimly lit hallway that smells like industrial cleaner and something metallic that makes my nose wrinkle. Voices drift from somewhere above me, too muffled to make out words, but clear enough to confirm that Diego isn't alone. I move toward the stairwell, my sneakers silent on the worn linoleum, my breathing carefully controlled to minimize sound. The voices get clearer. As I climb to the second floor, Diego's smooth tenor mixed with at least 2 other male voices, one with a Spanish accent that carries the particular cadence of someone giving orders rather than taking them. Shipment arrives Thursday. 3 cases, same as last time. Kavanaugh's getting too close. His people have been asking questions at the port. The woman is the key. He's distracted, making mistakes because of her. The woman. Me. They're talking about using me against Roman, confirming every paranoid fear he's had about my safety since this nightmare started. I press myself against the wall outside what sounds like a conference room, my heart hammering so loud I'm surprised they can't hear it through the walls. Through the partially open door, I can see Diego standing beside a table covered with papers and what looks like architectural blueprints, and something else. Small plastic bags filled with white powder, arranged in neat rows like medical supplies. Cocaine. Enough cocaine to supply half of Brooklyn, sitting on a table 2 blocks from my clinic like a cancer growing in the heart of my neighborhood. The metallic smell I noticed downstairs makes sense now. Not industrial cleaner, but the chemical scent of drug processing, the kind of operation that turns neighborhoods into war zones and kids into casualties. Diego isn't just embezzling from Roman's company or playing corporate games for financial advantage. He's running drugs through my community, using my neighborhood as a base for the kind of operation that destroys families and funds violence. This is bigger than business rivalry. This is a full-scale criminal enterprise, and I'm standing in the middle of it with nothing but a medical bag and the stubborn refusal to let this continue. I need to get out of here. Need to call Roman. Call the police. Call someone with the authority and firepower to shut this down before Diego realizes he's been discovered. But as I turn to leave, my foot hits something on the floor. A paint can or tool that clatters against the wall with the kind of metallic sound that cuts through conversation like a gunshot. The voices stop. What was that? Check the hallway. Footsteps. Heavy boots on linoleum, moving toward the door where I'm standing like a deer in headlights. I run.
Chapter 14. Roman. The security alert hits my phone while I'm reviewing financial records in my downtown office, and the blood in my veins turns to ice. Perimeter breach. Sector 7 vehicle missing. Honda Civic subject, Dr. Williams. Location unknown. My hands are trembling as I scroll through the cascade of alerts that follow. Service door accessed at 23:11 hours. Security cameras disabled along the escape route. Motion sensors triggered in the garage. Professional evasion techniques that tell me she's been planning this for days. Lavender is gone. I hit ghost number while my other hand brings up the house's security feed on my laptop, rewinding through hours of footage until I find her slipping through shadows like the combat medic she used to be. Smart, methodical, invisible until it was too late to stop her. "Sir?" Ghost's voice is crisp despite the early hour. "She's gone." "How long?" "Approximately 4 hours. I'm already en route to your location." 4 hours. In 4 hours, she could be anywhere in the tri-state area. Could be walking into danger I can't anticipate, or control. Could be dead because of my arrogance in thinking I could protect her by pushing her away. "Traffic cameras!" I bark into the phone while pulling up surveillance networks that most people don't know exist. "Start with the perimeter roads, work outward. Honda Civic, New York plates." I rattle off the license number from memory, my fingers flying across the keyboard to access citywide monitoring systems. "Already running facial recognition protocols. Sir, there's something else you must know." The tone in Ghost's voice makes my stomach clench with dread. "What?" Anonymous tip came into NYPD 20 minutes ago. Reports of suspicious activity at a building on Fulton Street, 3 blocks from Dr. Williams' clinic. Fulton Street. Diego's territory where the shadows are deep enough to hide the kind of operations that leave body counts in their wake. ETA? 4 minutes. I close my laptop and grab the tactical gear I keep in my office safe. Body armor, weapons, communications equipment that connects me to resources most law enforcement agencies can only dream of. But my hands are trembling with more than adrenaline, and I have to stop myself from trying to drive to the scene myself. My peripheral vision is too compromised for high-speed driving, especially at night. The shadows at the edges of my sight could hide anything. Other vehicles, pedestrians, obstacles that would turn a rescue mission into a tragedy. I need Ghost behind the wheel, which means swallowing my pride and admitting that the beast isn't invincible anymore. Ghost pulls up in the armored SUV as I exit the building, and I slide into the passenger seat without a word. He doesn't comment on the arrangement, doesn't ask why I'm not driving, doesn't do anything except put the vehicle in gear and head toward Brooklyn with the kind of calculated urgency that saves lives. "Traffic camera hit," he says, pointing to the tablet mounted on the dashboard. Civic heading south on Atlantic Avenue, timestamp 0247 hours. I lean forward to study the grainy footage, my central vision sharp enough to make out Lavender's profile through the windshield. She looks determined rather than panicked, focused on something ahead of her rather than what she's running from. She's hunting, I realize. This isn't random flight. She's going somewhere specific. The building on Fulton Street? Has to be. She found something or someone led her there. My mind races through possibilities, each one worse than the last. Pull up satellite surveillance of the area. Real-time feeds. Ghost's fingers dance across his tablet while navigating traffic with professional precision. Got multiple vehicles in motion around the target location. 2 black SUVs, both registered to shell companies that trace back to... Diego. The name comes out like a curse. He's got people in the area. More than people. Sir, you need to see this. The tablet screen shows aerial footage of Fulton Street, and what I see makes every muscle in my body go rigid with fury. Lavender's Honda is being pursued by 2 SUVs through narrow side streets, the kind of chase that ends with crashes or gunfire or both. Speed, I tell Ghost, reaching for the radio that connects me to the tactical team I keep on retainer for exactly this kind of emergency. All units, Convergence Point Fulton and Bergen. Priority Alpha Rescue Operation. ETA 12 minutes, comes the response. 12 minutes. In 12 minutes, the woman I love could be dead because I was too proud to trust her with the truth. Too scared to admit I needed help. Too stupid to realize that pushing her away would drive her straight into the danger I was trying to protect her from. The chase unfolds on the tablet screen like a nightmare I can't wake up from. Lavender's driving is competent but desperate, taking turns too sharp and pushing the Honda beyond its capabilities. The SUVs are gaining ground, using their superior power and weight to close the distance. She's heading for the warehouse district, Ghost observes, taking a corner fast enough to throw me against the door, trying to lose them in the maze. Or she's trapped and running out of options. I watch the aerial feed, counting streets and calculating trajectories with the kind of tactical precision that used to keep my unit alive in hostile territory. They're herding her toward the docks. Dead end. 5 minutes out. 5 minutes to reach her before Diego's men corner her in an industrial wasteland where screams don't carry and bodies disappear into the East River. 5 minutes to save the woman who's become more important to me than my own life. The Honda takes a hard right onto a pier access road, and I watch the SUVs follow like wolves closing in for the kill. Lavender's trapped between the water and her pursuers, with nowhere to run and no backup coming, except a half-blind security contractor and his driver. "Weapons check," I say, pulling my sidearm and chambering around. "Armed and ready." "Sir, Tactical suggests we wait for backup." "Tactical can go to hell. That woman dies. I die with her." Ghost nods and pushes the accelerator to the floor, our SUV eating up the distance between us and the pier. Through the windshield, I can see muzzle flashes in the distance. They're already shooting. We arrive as the Honda crashes into a concrete barrier at the end of the pier, steam rising from its crumpled hood. Lavender stumbles out of the driver's side, blood on her forehead from the impact, and starts running toward a cluster of shipping containers that offer the only cover in sight. The SUVs disgorge 6 men with assault weapons, moving with military precision to cut off her escape routes. Professional killers, not street thugs. Diego sent his A-team to finish this. "Suppressing fire," I tell Ghost, positioning myself behind the SUV's armored door. "I'm going for her." "Sir, your vision..." "My vision is fine for close-range combat. The lie tastes like blood, but it's necessary. Lavender needs a protector, not a disabled man who admits his limitations." I move toward the containers, using the shadows and my remaining peripheral vision to track threats while Ghost lays down covering fire from our position. 3 shots drop 2 of Diego's men, but the others are closing in on Lavender's position with the kind of coordinated movement that suggests extensive training. I hear her voice calling my name high and clear across the pier, and my heart nearly stops. She's alive, she's conscious, but she's pinned down behind a container with at least 4 armed men moving to flank her position. "Lavender!" I shout back. "Stay down! Help is coming!" But as I round the corner of the container cluster, I realize I'm too late. Diego himself steps out of the shadows, gun trained on the narrow gap where Lavender is hiding, his face split by the kind of satisfied smile that precedes executions. "Roman Kavanaugh," he says, without turning around, "right on schedule. You always were predictable when it came to protecting people you care about." "Let her go, Diego. This is between us. Is it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like this is about the beautiful doctor who's been such a distraction lately." He shifts his aim slightly, and I can see Lavender pressed against the container wall, her medical bag clutched to her chest like armor. Amazing how love makes even the most dangerous men vulnerable. Love. The word lingers. True and terrifying, and completely beside the point when the woman I love is 30 seconds away from death. What do you want? Your company, your client list, your offshore accounts, everything you've built, signed over in a nice legal transfer that makes me the legitimate heir to your empire. And if I refuse, then Dr. Williams dies, and you get to live with the knowledge that your selfishness killed her. The choice should be simple: business empire or woman's life, money or love. Easy decision for any rational man. But as I watch Diego's finger tighten on the trigger, as I see Lavender's eyes meet mine across 30 feet of concrete and shadow, I realize there's a third option. I can kill Diego Restrepo before he kills her. My weapon is in my hand, safety off, round chambered. Diego is focused on Lavender, presenting a perfect target for someone with military training and steady hands. One shot, center mass. Problem solved. But my peripheral vision chooses that moment to betray me completely. Movement in my blind spot. One of Diego's men flanking from the left. Weapon raised, finger on trigger. I can't see him clearly enough to engage. Can't track his position well enough to neutralize the threat. I'm about to die because I can't see the danger coming. That's when Lavender moves. She launches herself from behind the container with a kind of courage that defines combat medics, throwing her body between me and the gunman I can't see. The shot that was meant for my chest takes her in the shoulder, spinning her around and dropping her to the concrete in a spreading pool of blood. No! The word tears out of my throat like a physical thing as I put 3 rounds center mass into the shooter, then pivot to find Diego raising his weapon toward Lavender's prone form. Ghost's sniper rifle speaks from across the pier, and Diego's head explodes in a pink mist that settles over the concrete like fog. But all I can see is Lavender lying motionless on the ground, blood soaking through her shirt, her face pale as paper in the industrial lighting. I drop to my knees beside her, my hands already moving to assess the wound with the kind of medical training that every special operator carries. Through and through, high on the shoulder, missed the major arteries, but she's losing blood fast. Lavender, look at me. Her eyes flutter open, brown and gold and beautiful, despite the pain that tightens her features. Roman, are you hurt? I'm fine. You took the bullet that was meant for me. Good. Her voice is weak, but determined. That's what partners do. They protect each other. Partners. Even bleeding on a pier with Diego's men dead around us, she's still thinking about us as a team instead of protector and victim. Why did you leave? I ask while applying pressure to her wound. Why did you run? Because I love you, you stubborn bastard. The words come out on a breath that's too shallow, too weak. And I was tired of watching you destroy yourself trying to protect me from problems I could help solve. Love. She loves me. Despite everything I've done to push her away. Despite my refusal to trust her with the truth. Despite the mess I've made of our arrangement. I love you too, I tell her as sirens wail in the distance. I've loved you since Afghanistan and I never stopped. I'm sorry I was too scared to trust you with that. She smiles, and it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. We'll work on your trust issues after you get me to a hospital. Already done. The ambulance is pulling onto the pier, followed by the tactical team that's 12 minutes too late, but arriving just in time to clean up the aftermath. As the paramedics take over her care, loading her onto a stretcher with professional efficiency, she catches my hand. Roman. The building on Fulton Street. Diego was running drugs, enough to supply half of Brooklyn. You want to call the DEA? Even shot and bleeding. She's thinking about the bigger picture, about the community that will be safer with Diego's operation shut down. That's when I know for certain I'm going to marry this woman, if she'll have me. If we both survive, what comes next?
Chapter 15. Lavender. The morphine makes everything soft around the edges, but it can't dull the sharp awareness of Roman sitting vigil beside my hospital bed, like a sentinel who's afraid to blink. He's been here for 6 hours since my surgery, his large frame folded into a chair that's too small for him, his gray eyes never leaving my face except when medical staff enters the room. Even then, he positions himself where I can see him clearly, where he's within my central field of vision rather than my periphery. I've been watching him navigate this space with the same careful precision I noticed at the warehouse fire, the same subtle accommodations that my pain medication-addled brain finally has the courage to address directly. "Roman," I say, my voice hoarse from the anesthesia tube they removed an hour ago. "I need to ask you something, and I need you to tell me the truth." His posture shifts, shoulders squaring like he's preparing for battle. "What do you want to know?" "Your eyesight? How long have you been losing your vision?" The question hits him like a physical blow. I watch him count heartbeats, probably calculating how much he can deflect without outright lying to a woman who just took a bullet for him. "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do." The morphine makes me bold, strips away the careful politeness that usually governs difficult conversations. The way you position yourself in rooms, how you rely on ghost for spatial awareness, the way you hold documents closer than necessary when you're reading, the strategic lighting in your house that maximizes your central vision. Each observation hits its mark, and I watch his careful control start to crumble in real time. You tilt your head when people approach from certain angles, I continue. You use furniture and walls as navigation aids. You count steps and memorize layouts because you can't trust your peripheral vision to warn you about obstacles. Lavender. How long, Roman? How long have you been hiding this? The silence stretches between us, filled with the steady beep of my heart monitor and the distant sounds of hospital life. When he finally speaks, his voice is raw with the kind of pain that comes from secrets too heavy to carry alone. 3 years. Progressive peripheral vision loss, cause unknown. By the end of this year, the doctors estimate I'll have tunnel vision so narrow, I won't be able to function independently. 3 years. 3 years of hiding this devastating diagnosis while building his business empire while hunting Diego, while pretending he was invincible. Is this why you left me 5 years ago? Another silence, longer this time. His hands clench into fists in his lap, and I can see him struggling with the weight of truth he's never spoken aloud. I was already having symptoms then, subtle changes, things I could hide or compensate for, but I knew what was coming. His voice drops to a whisper. I knew that loving you would eventually mean becoming a burden you didn't sign up for. The words pierce me like a second bullet, stealing my breath with their devastating honesty. He left me because he was already sick. Left me because he thought protecting me from his disability was more important than trusting me to choose for myself. You bastard, I say, tears streaming down my face. You absolute stubborn, self-sacrificing bastard. Lavender. Do you have any idea what you put me through? Do you know how many nights I spent wondering what I did wrong? What I said to make you disappear from my life without explanation? He looks stricken, like he's never considered the emotional damage his noble sacrifice might have caused. I thought I was protecting you. From what? From loving someone who might need help? From the possibility that I might have to adapt to a partner with vision problems? My voice is getting stronger, fueled by 5 years of buried hurt and current pharmaceutical courage. Did it ever occur to you that maybe I could handle it? That maybe I'm strong enough to love you even if you're not perfect? You don't understand. I understand that you made a decision about my life without consulting me. I understand that you decided what I could and couldn't handle without giving me the chance to prove you wrong. I struggle to sit up higher in the hospital bed, ignoring the pain that shoots through my shoulder. I'm a doctor, Roman. I've spent my entire career helping people navigate medical challenges. Did you really think vision loss would scare me away? The question hangs suspended between us, and I watch him grapple with the possibility that his fears were bigger than the reality of what our relationship could have been. I didn't want to be weak, he admits finally. My whole identity was built on being the protector, the one who keeps others safe. The idea of becoming someone who needs protection instead of providing it terrified you, destroyed me. The raw honesty in his voice breaks my heart all over again. This proud, strong man has been carrying this secret alone, convinced that needing help makes him less valuable, less worthy of love. Roman. I reach for his hand, noting how he automatically adjusts his position to keep me in his clear field of vision. Look at me. He does, and in the afternoon light streaming through the hospital window, I can see everything he's been hiding. The slight cloudiness at the edges of his eyes, the way he focuses intently on my face to compensate for what he can't see in his periphery. You're not weak, I tell him. You're human. And being human doesn't make you less capable of protecting the people you love. It just means you might need help sometimes, and there's nothing wrong with that. But what if it gets worse? What if the surgery doesn't work, or if I choose not to have it? What if I go completely blind and become someone you have to take care of instead of someone who can take care of you? Surgery. This is the first time he's mentioned surgery, and my medical training immediately kicks into high gear. What surgery? Experimental procedure that might restore some peripheral vision. 15% mortality rate, no guarantee of success. But it's the only option I have left. 15% mortality rate. He's been walking around with the death sentence hanging over his head, weighing the choice between risking his life for the chance to see again or accepting progressive blindness. When were you planning to tell me about this? I wasn't. The admission flows out like a confession. I was going to handle it alone, the same way I've handled everything else. Like hell you were. The vehemence in my voice surprises us both, but the morphine has stripped away my ability to filter thoughts before they become words. You don't get to make unilateral decisions about life and death anymore. Not when there are people who love you, people who have a right to know what they might lose. People who love you. The words hover in the air, honest and raw and completely unplanned. Lavender. I love you, I say, cutting him off before he can deflect or minimize or find some way to make this about protecting me from his problems. I love you, Roman Kavanaugh. Scars and secrets and vision problems included. I love the way you count heartbeats when you're stressed and the way you position yourself to keep me safe even when you're angry with me. I love your stubborn pride and your self-destructive nobility and your absolute refusal to ask for help even when you're drowning. Tears are streaming down his face now, and he looks like a man who's been holding his breath for years and finally remembered how to exhale. I love you too, he whispers. I never stopped. I'm sorry I was too scared to trust you with the truth. We'll work on your trust issues, I tell him, echoing what I said on the pier. But first, you're going to tell me everything about this surgery. Every detail, every risk, every option we haven't considered. We. The word hangs between us like a promise, like the beginning of a partnership instead of a protection arrangement. He leans forward and kisses me, soft and careful at first, mindful of my injuries and the hospital setting. But when I respond by pulling him closer, the kiss becomes something desperate and claiming. 5 years of separation and fear and love finally finding expression. When we break apart, we're crying. I'm sorry, he says against my lips. I'm sorry I left you. I'm sorry I didn't trust you. I'm sorry I made decisions about us without including you. I'm sorry I ran away instead of confronting you about what I was seeing. I'm sorry I put myself in danger and forced you to rescue me. I'm sorry I scared you. We're both apologizing for the ways we've failed each other, for the walls we've built, for the time we've lost to fear and pride, and the stubborn belief that protecting someone means keeping them at arm's length. So what happens now? I ask. Now we figure it out together. The baby, if we're having one, the surgery, the business, Diego's drug operation, all of it. No more secrets, no more unilateral decisions. Diego. The reminder of what happened on the pier cuts through our intimate bubble, bringing back the reality of the danger we've just survived. Is he really dead? Diego? Ghost put 3 rounds center mass into his head. There's no coming back from that. But even as he says it, something flickers across his expression. Doubt, maybe. Or the kind of paranoia that comes from years in the security business, where death isn't always permanent, and enemies have a way of returning when you least expect them. The television mounted on the wall behind Roman suddenly catches my attention, the volume too low to hear, but the closed captions scrolling across the bottom of the screen and making my blood run cold. Roman, turn around. He follows my gaze to the screen, where a breaking news report is showing footage of the pier from last night. Crime scene tape, body bags, police statements about a major drug operation being shut down, and Diego Restrepo, very much alive, standing in front of microphones and cameras, with the kind of composed grief that Academy Awards are made of. Tragic loss of my twin brother, who had been struggling with cocaine addiction and mental health issues for years. While I'm devastated by his death and the crimes he committed, I want to assure the public that his actions in no way reflect the values or operations of my business and my business partner, Roman Kavanaugh. Twin brother. Diego has a twin brother. And the man we killed wasn't Diego at all. Roman's face goes white as he processes the implications. What a jerk. You didn't know? I've been investigating Diego for months. Financial records, personal history, military service. There was never any mention of a twin. On screen, Diego continues his performance, expressing condolences to the victims of his brother's criminal enterprise, while positioning himself as the grieving sibling who had no knowledge of the drug operation. He's been playing us from the beginning, Roman says, his voice tight with controlled fury, using his twin as a front for the illegal activities while maintaining his own clean reputation. Which means the real threat is still out there. Diego is alive, he's free, and now he knows exactly how far we're willing to go to protect each other. He knows what we know. We're back to zero. All my effort going down the drain. The heart monitor beside my bed starts beeping faster as the implications sink in. We thought we'd won, thought the danger was over. But we've just discovered that our enemy is smarter and more prepared than we ever imagined. Roman reaches for my hand, his fingers intertwining with mine with a desperate strength that speaks of promises and determination and the absolute refusal to be separated again. We'll face this together, he says, and this time I believe him. But as we watch Diego's performance on the television screen, both of us know that the real war is just beginning.
Chapter 16. Roman. The encrypted phone conversation with Ghost takes place in hushed tones while Lavender dozes fitfully beside me, her hand still clasped in mine like an anchor keeping me tethered to something worth fighting for. Damage assessment? I ask, keeping my voice low enough not to disturb her rest. 3 clients have already pulled their contracts, citing security concerns. The Hansel account is requesting an emergency meeting to discuss continuing our arrangement. Stock price for the publicly traded subsidiary dropped 12% since the news broke. 12%. Millions of dollars in value evaporated because Diego Restrepo played us all like chess pieces, using his twin brother as a sacrificial pawn while maintaining his own clean reputation. What about surveillance on Diego? Full coverage. He's maintaining his grieving brother routine, attending meetings with law enforcement, cooperating with the investigation into his late brother's criminal activities. Ghost's tone carries the disgust we both feel at Diego's performance. But sir, there's something else. He's been making inquiries about Dr. Williams's medical condition. My grip tightens on Lavender's hand, and she stirs slightly at the contact. What kind of inquiries? Hospital records, discharge timeline, recovery prognosis. He's fishing for information about when she'll be mobile again. Double the security detail at the hospital. No one gets near her room without clearance from you personally. Already done. Sir, there's something else we need to discuss. The warehouse that burned contains some sensitive files about your medical condition. If Diego's people recovered anything from the wreckage, he knows, that's for sure. He might get evidence of my vision problems. The words taste like defeat. Diego having that information gives him leverage I can't afford to lose, especially now that Lavender is involved. We need to assume he knows everything, Lavender says quietly, her eyes still closed but her voice clear with the kind of tactical thinking that made her an exceptional combat medic. Plan our defense accordingly. I should be surprised that she's been listening, but I'm not. Should be protective of her need to rest, but I've learned that trying to shield her from strategic discussions only weakens our position. What are you thinking, Doc? She opens her eyes and shifts to look at me, wincing slightly as the movement pulls at her shoulder wound. Diego's playing a long game. The twin brother, the drug operation, the media manipulation, none of that was improvised. He's been planning this for months, maybe years. Agreed, but what's his endgame? Your company, obviously. But more than that, he wants to destroy your reputation completely, make you look incompetent, unreliable, dangerous to work with. She pauses, processing the implications. The vision problems give him ammunition. If he can expose that publicly, paint you as a disabled CEO who's been lying to clients about his capabilities, game over. I finish her thought, seeing the strategy with crystal clarity. No one will trust a security company run by a man who can't see threats coming. Exactly. So we need to get ahead of it. Control the narrative before he does. Ghost's voice crackles through the phone. Sir, are you suggesting going public with your medical condition? The idea sends ice through my veins. 5 years of carefully constructed facades, of hiding weakness behind controlled strength, of maintaining the illusion that Roman Kavanaugh is invincible. Going public would mean admitting vulnerability to the entire world. It's the only way to neutralize Diego's leverage, Lavender says, reading my expression with the kind of accuracy that comes from loving someone enough to understand their fears. If you control how the information comes out, you control how people interpret it. And if it destroys my business, then we build something better. Her fingers squeeze mine with surprising strength. Together. Together. The word carries weight beyond our current crisis, implications about shared futures and joint decisions that make my chest tight with possibilities I'm afraid to hope for. A knock at the hospital room door interrupts our planning session, and Dr. Nakamura enters with his characteristic enthusiasm and an armload of charts that probably detail optimal recovery protocols for conception attempts. Mr. Kavanaugh! Dr. Williams. He beams at us like we're his favorite students. I'm delighted to see you both looking so well, considering the circumstances. I've prepared a comprehensive timeline for resuming your fertility treatments once Dr. Williams has recovered sufficiently. Lavender and I exchange a look that carries 5 years of history and the weight of everything we've admitted to each other in the past few hours. Dr. Nakamura, I say carefully, there have been some developments in our arrangement that you should know about. Oh. He settles into the visitor's chair with the kind of eager attention that suggests he's expecting good news about conception success rates. We've decided to take a different approach, Lavender says, her voice steady despite the pain medication coursing through her system. Something more natural. Natural! Excellent choice. I've always maintained that reduced clinical intervention can improve success rates, particularly when stress factors have been eliminated. He starts shuffling through his charts, probably looking for data to support his enthusiasm. We can certainly modify the monitoring protocols to accommodate a less structured approach. I think you misunderstand, I interrupt. We're not talking about modified protocols. We're talking about approaching this as a couple who want to conceive a child together, not as business partners following a medical schedule. The words hang in the air, honest and terrifying and completely contrary to everything we've pretended for the past 3 weeks. Dr. Nakamura blinks rapidly, processing the implications. You mean, naturally? As in, no monitoring, no optimal timing calculations, no medical oversight? We mean naturally, as in 2 people who love each other, want to create a family together, Lavender says, her voice soft but firm. The way people have been doing it for thousands of years before fertility specialists existed. Love, family, the words that transform our clinical arrangement into something real and precious and worth fighting for. Well, Dr. Nakamura says, clearly struggling to adjust his expectations. That's certainly unconventional. But if you're both committed to this approach, I suppose we can discuss modified prenatal care protocols that would support natural conception without the structured intervention you've been following. Thank you, I tell him. We'll be in touch when we're ready to discuss prenatal care. He nods, gathering his charts with the slightly bewildered expression of someone whose carefully planned consultation has been derailed by human emotion. Of course. And congratulations, by the way. It's wonderful to see couples transition from clinical arrangements to genuine partnerships. After he leaves, silence settles over the room like a blanket. Lavender and I look at each other with a kind of vulnerable honesty that comes after burning down all the walls that used to separate us. Are you sure about this? I ask. Having my child without the contract, without the financial guarantees, without any of the protections we originally negotiated. Roman. She turns to face me fully, ignoring the discomfort the movement causes. Do you want to know what I've dreamed about since I was 25 years old? Tell me. A family. Not just any family, your family. You, me. Children who have your stubborn determination and hopefully my common sense. A house full of the kind of chaos that comes from people who love each other completely. Her eyes fill with tears, but her voice stays steady. I used to imagine what our kids would look like, whether they'd inherit your gray eyes or my brown ones, whether they'd be natural leaders like you or natural healers like me. The confession is downright painful, beautiful and heartbreaking, and everything I've been afraid to hope for. But what if I can't handle it? The question comes out raw, honest. What if my vision gets worse? What if I become someone who needs constant help instead of someone who can provide for his family? Then we'll handle it together. She says it with the kind of matter-of-fact certainty that suggests she's already considered every possible scenario. We'll adapt. We'll find solutions. We'll make it work, because that's what families do. Families. The word feels foreign and wonderful on my tongue. Lavender, can I ask you something? Anything. If I do lose my sight completely, if the surgery doesn't work or I choose not to have it, what would you want to do about the baby? About raising a child with a father who might not be able to see their first steps or read them bedtime stories? She's quiet for a long moment, considering the question with the kind of serious attention it deserves. I'd want to make sure our child knows that vision isn't the only way to see what matters, she says finally. That their father is the strongest, most protective, most loving man I've ever known, regardless of what his eyes can or can't do. And I'd want to make sure they understand that families aren't defined by perfect health or conventional abilities. They're defined by the love that holds them together. The answer breaks something open in my chest, some wall I've been building between who I am and who I think I should be. The truth is, I tell her, the contract was never really about creating an heir for my business empire. What was it about? It was about being selfish. The admission releases like a confession. I wanted a child with you specifically, not just any child. I wanted a part of you that would exist even if I died during surgery, even if I went completely blind, even if you eventually realized you deserved better than a broken soldier. Roman, I wanted to trap you, I continue, the words pouring out before I can stop them. Get you pregnant so you'd have to stay in my life in some capacity, even if you stopped loving me. And if I survived the surgery, if I managed to keep some of my sight, I was planning to use our child as leverage to convince you to marry me. The confession hangs between us, ugly and honest, and completely contrary to every noble motivation I've pretended to have. You bastard, she says, but there's no heat in it. Just the kind of affectionate exasperation that suggests she's seen through my facades from the beginning. You manipulative, self-serving, emotionally constipated bastard. I know. You engineered this entire arrangement because you were too scared to just ask me to marry you like a normal person. Yes, you were willing to pay me $2 million rather than risk me saying no to a proposal. It seemed like better odds. And if I die, you'll get our baby and everything I own. I've prepared everything you know. She starts laughing, which turns into crying, which turns into the kind of emotional release that comes after weeks of pretending feelings don't exist. I love you anyway, she says through her tears. I love you despite your terrible communication skills and your martyrdom complex, and your absolute inability to ask for help when you need it. Even knowing I was planning to trap you? Especially knowing that. She reaches up and touches my face with her good hand, her fingers tracing the scars along my jaw like she's memorizing the shape of me. Because it means you love me enough to fight dirty to keep me. And I've spent 5 years wondering if you cared enough to fight for us at all. I'll always fight for us, I tell her, even when I'm fighting against my own stupidity. Good, because we're going to have a lot of stupidity to overcome if we're going to make this work. Is that a yes? To the marriage proposal I haven't technically made yet? That's a yes to building a life together, having a family together, and figuring out how to be partners instead of protector and victim. She pauses, considering. The marriage proposal will have to be better than, I want to trap you with a baby. I can work with that. Good. Because I have very high standards for romantic gestures, and you have a lot of making up to do. I lean down and kiss her, soft and careful, mindful of her injuries, but unable to resist the need to seal this moment with something physical and real. When we break apart, we're both smiling through tears. So, she says, what happens now? Now we go home. We heal. We plan our defense against Diego, and we start building the family we both want. In that order? In whatever order feels right. Together. Together. The word that's going to define everything we do from this moment forward. The word that finally makes me look forward to what might comes next. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 17. Lavender. 3 days of recovery at Roman's mansion have created a routine that feels almost normal. Breakfast together while reviewing security reports, gentle walks through the gardens when my shoulder allows it, evenings spent planning our defense against Diego's next move. Almost normal, except for the way Roman positions himself more carefully now. The way he holds documents closer to his face when he thinks I'm not looking. The way he started using his phone's voice-to-text feature instead of typing emails. The deterioration is subtle, but unmistakable to someone with medical training. His peripheral vision is narrowing faster than he's admitting. Stress accelerating the progression and in ways that make my chest tight with worry. I'm carrying a tray with his afternoon coffee and the pain medication I'm still taking when I reach his study door at 3:47 p.m. The door is slightly ajar, and I'm about to push it open with my good shoulder when I hear something that makes my blood turn to ice. A crash. The sound of something heavy hitting the floor, followed by a string of curses that would make a drill sergeant proud. "Roman?" I call, setting the tray on the hallway table and pushing through the door. What I see stops me cold. Roman is on the floor beside his desk, one hand pressed against his eyes, the other groping blindly for something to pull himself upright. His laptop has tumbled to the ground, along with a stack of files, papers scattered across the Persian rug like evidence of surrender. But it's his face that terrifies me. The controlled mask he always wears has cracked completely, replaced by the kind of raw panic that comes from losing the one sense you depend on most. "I can barely see," he says, and his voice breaks on the words. "Lavender, I can barely see anything." Every piece of medical training I've ever received kicks into overdrive, suppressing the girlfriend's panic in favor of the doctor's clinical assessment. I drop to my knees beside him, my injured shoulder protesting the sudden movement. "Talk to me," I say, my voice steady despite the terror clawing at my throat. "What exactly are you experiencing?" Everything's blurred, like looking through frosted glass, but worse. I can make out shapes, light and dark, but no details, no faces. His breathing is rapid and shallow, the beginning stages of hyperventilation. It happened about 20 minutes ago. One moment I was reading a contract. The next everything just went gray. 20 minutes. He's been dealing with this crisis alone for 20 minutes, rather than calling for help. Too proud to admit vulnerability, even when his world is literally disappearing. Any pain? Flashing lights? Sudden onset of floaters or halos around light sources? No pain, just nothing. Like someone turned down the contrast on the world until everything became shadows. I help him into his desk chair, noting the way his hands shake as he grips the armrests. His pupils are reactive to light, which is encouraging, but the way he focuses past my face rather than on it tells me his central vision is significantly compromised. "We're going to the hospital," I tell him, already reaching for my phone to call Ghost. "No." His voice carries the stubborn edge that used to drive me crazy in Afghanistan. "I'm not going anywhere. This will pass, it's just stress." "This is not stress, Roman. This is acute vision loss that requires immediate medical intervention." I dial Ghost's number while holding Roman's gaze, or trying to. The longer we wait, the higher the chance of permanent damage. Ghost answers on the first ring. "Dr. Williams? Emergency medical transport needed immediately. Mr. Kavanaugh is experiencing acute vision loss. ETA 4 minutes. Roman starts to protest again, but I cut him off with the voice I used to use when triaging casualties who wanted to refuse treatment. "Listen to me very carefully. You can either come with me voluntarily, or I can have Ghost carry you to the car. But you are getting medical attention right now, not later, not when it's convenient, not when you've finished feeling sorry for yourself." The harsh words hit their mark. Roman's jaw tightens, but he nods once in surrender. "Can you walk?" "Yes, I think so." He stands carefully, using the desk for support. "But you'll need me." I move to his left side, the position that allows him to use his remaining central vision while I guide his movement. Just like I needed you when I was bleeding on that pier. Partners, remember? The drive to Mount Sinai's ophthalmology department passes in tense silence, Roman's hand gripping mine with the unique kind of strength that speaks of fear and determination in equal measure. Ghost navigates Manhattan traffic with professional efficiency, while I monitor Roman's vital signs and visual responses using techniques learned in field hospitals. Dr. Sarah Chen, the emergency ophthalmologist, meets us in the ER with the kind of grim efficiency that tells me she's already reviewed Roman's medical history. "Mr. Kavanaugh, I need you to follow my finger with your eyes," she says, beginning the visual field assessment that will determine how much of his sight remains. I watch Roman struggle to track her movements, his head turning to compensate for peripheral vision that's no longer there. When she holds up 3 fingers directly in front of his face, he can identify them. When she moves them 18 inches to either side, they disappear into the gray void that's claimed the edges of his world. Central vision is maintaining at approximately 40%, Dr. Chen tells us, after an hour of comprehensive testing. But peripheral vision has deteriorated to less than 5% bilaterally. The stress of recent events has accelerated the progression significantly. Significantly. Medical terminology for much worse than we hoped and much faster than expected. "What are his options?" I ask, though I'm afraid I already know the answer. "Surgery, immediately. The experimental procedure we discussed previously is now his only chance of maintaining any functional vision." Dr. Chen's expression is carefully neutral. However, I have to be honest about the prognosis. The degree of deterioration we're seeing has reduced the success rate to approximately 8%. 8%, down from the 15% mortality rate that already seemed like impossible odds. Roman's face goes completely white. 8% chance of success. 8% chance of significant vision improvement. There's also a 40% chance of stabilizing your current level of sight, preventing further deterioration without restoration. Dr. Chen pauses, weighing her words carefully. And a 52% chance that the surgery will have no positive effect or could result in complete blindness. The numbers hang between us like a death sentence. 52% chance of losing what little sight he has left. 8% chance of meaningful improvement. 40% chance of staying exactly where he is right now. Roman slumps in his chair and he looks defeated. Not just tired or frustrated or strategically cautious. Defeated. When would the surgery need to happen? I ask when it becomes clear Roman isn't going to respond. Tomorrow morning. We can't afford to wait any longer. Each day of delay increases the risk of complete vision loss. Tomorrow morning. Less than 18 hours to prepare for surgery that could save his sight or take away what little he has left. I need some time to think about this, Roman says quietly. No. The word comes out sharp and final. You need time to prepare for surgery. There's nothing to think about. Lavender. Don't. I turn in my chair to face him directly, making sure I'm positioned where his remaining central vision can see me clearly. Don't you dare give up now. Not when we've come this far. Not when we have so much to fight for. 8% Lavender. 8% chance that this works, and a 52% chance that I come out of surgery completely blind. Which means a 48% chance that you come out with the same vision you have now or better. Those aren't terrible odds for someone who's been fighting this battle for 3 years. But what if you stop being a coward and start fighting like the man I fell for? The words come out harsher than I intended, but they're true. What if you remember that you're Roman Kavanaugh, the man who saved my life in Afghanistan, who built a security empire from nothing, who took down Diego's drug operation with planning and precision and absolute refusal to surrender? That man had functional vision. That man had courage. Vision was just a tool. Courage is what made him dangerous. Dr. Chen clears her throat diplomatically. I'll give you some time to discuss this privately, but I do need an answer within the next hour if we're going to schedule surgery for tomorrow morning. After she leaves, Roman and I sit in silence for several minutes. I can see him processing the odds, calculating risks, probably trying to find some way to protect me from the possibility that he'll emerge from surgery as someone who needs constant care. I'm scared, he admits finally. I know. Not of the surgery, not of losing my sight completely. I'm scared of becoming the burden I always said I wouldn't be. And I'm scared of losing you because you're too proud to take the only chance you have left. I reach for his hands, noting how they tremble slightly in mine. But being scared doesn't change what we have to do. What if I come out of this unable to see your face? Unable to watch our children take their first steps? Unable to protect you the way I always have? Then we'll adapt. We'll find new ways for you to see what matters. We'll teach our children that protection comes from love and commitment, not just physical capability. I lean closer, making sure he can see my face clearly. And we'll face whatever comes next together, the way we should have been doing all along. He's quiet for a long moment, and I can see him struggling between the fear that's been driving his decisions for 3 years and the hope that maybe, just maybe, this could work. Schedule the surgery, he says finally. Are you sure? I'm sure that I want to fight for us. I'm sure that 8% is better than 0%. And I'm sure that I'd rather risk everything for the chance to see our children's faces than spend the rest of my days wondering what might have been. I kiss him then, soft and careful, and full of all the love and fear and hope that's been building between us for weeks. When we break apart, both of us are crying. I'll be here when you wake up, I promise. No matter what the outcome, no matter how much or how little you can see, I'll be right here. Even if I'm completely blind, especially if you're completely blind, because then you'll have to trust me to be your eyes, and we both know how much you love control issues. He laughs despite everything, and the sound makes my heart lighter than it's been in days. Dr. Chen, I call toward the door. We'd like to schedule that surgery for tomorrow morning. As the medical team begins preparations for what could be the most important 8 hours of our lives, Roman and I hold hands and face the unknown together. Finally.
Chapter 18. Roman. The request comes out of me like a prayer I didn't know I was holding. I want to see the beach. We're sitting in my hospital room at 6 p.m., surgery scheduled for 7 a.m. tomorrow, and I can feel time slipping away like sand through my fingers. The admission paperwork is complete, pre-op instructions delivered, consent forms signed in handwriting that looks like a child's scrawl because I can barely make out the lines. Lavender looks up from the book she's been reading aloud to me, something about a detective who solves crimes through intuition rather than evidence, which feels ironically appropriate for a man who's about to lose his primary sense. "The beach?" she asks, and I can detect the careful neutrality in her voice, the way she's trying not to let her own fear bleed through. Montauk Point. The place where I used to go after difficult missions, when I needed to remember that there was still beauty in the world. I reach for her hand, noting how small it feels in mine. I want to see the ocean one more time while I still can. The words hang between us, honest and devastating. One more time. Because tomorrow I might wake up in complete darkness, and this could be my last chance to see moonlight on water, to watch the way her hair moves in the ocean breeze, to memorize the sight of her face in natural light. Of course, she says immediately. And I love her for not hesitating, for not pointing out that I'm supposed to be resting, that we should be preparing for surgery instead of driving to the beach like teenagers on a romantic date. Are you sure? It's a 2-hour drive, and with my vision. I'll drive. She stands up and reaches for her purse, already making mental lists of what we'll need. Ghost can follow us for security, but this is our night, just us and the ocean, our night. The phrase carries weight beyond its simple meaning, implications about time running out, and chances that might not come again. The drive to Montauk passes in comfortable silence, Lavender's hand resting on my thigh while she navigates through traffic I can barely see. The world outside the passenger window is a blur of lights and shadows, shapes without definition, colors without clarity. But I can hear everything. The hum of the engine, the whisper of tires on asphalt, the soft sound of Lavender's breathing beside me. The radio playing quietly in the background, some jazz station that fills the silence with saxophone and piano. Tell me what you see, I say as we reach the coast road. The sun setting over the water, painting everything gold and orange. There are sailboats in the distance, white sails catching the last light. The beach is almost empty, just a few couples walking hand in hand. Her voice is steady, but I can detect the emotion underneath. It's beautiful, Roman. Peaceful, peaceful. The word I've been chasing for years. The feeling that's been just out of reach since I learned my sight was failing. We park at the lighthouse overlook, and Lavender helps me navigate the path down to the beach. Not because I can't walk, but because she wants to be my eyes, wants to guide me safely to the sand where we can sit together and watch the moon rise over the Atlantic. She's prepared for this, I realize. Packed a blanket, a thermos of coffee, sandwiches from the deli we both love. Created a perfect romantic evening despite the circumstances, despite the fact that tomorrow could change everything. You planned this, I say as she spreads the blanket on the sand. I asked Ghost to prepare beforehand. I didn't know how he managed to prepare this. I hoped we'd have a chance to do something like this before. She trails off, unable to finish the sentence. Before the surgery. Before everything changes. Before I potentially become someone who needs constant care, instead of someone who can protect and provide. Lavender. I sit beside her on the blanket, close enough that I'm able to make out her profile in the moonlight. Whatever happens tomorrow, I want you to know that these past few weeks have been the best of my life. Don't... Her voice cracks slightly. Don't talk like you're saying goodbye. I'm not saying goodbye. I'm saying thank you. For fighting for us when I was too scared to fight. For refusing to let me push you away. For making me remember what it feels like to be loved. She turns to face me, and even with my compromised vision, I can see tears on her cheeks. I love you, Roman Kavanaugh. Whatever happens tomorrow, that doesn't change. I love you too. The words feel like a promise, a vow, a prayer all wrapped into one. I reach for her face, my fingers tracing the lines of her cheekbones, the curve of her lips, the soft skin of her neck, memorizing her through touch because sight is no longer reliable. Dance with me, I say. There's no music. There's always music. I stand and offer her my hand. The ocean, the wind, your heartbeat. Listen. She takes my hand and lets me pull her to her feet. The sand is soft beneath us, still warm from the day's sun, and the ocean waves create a rhythm that's older than civilization. I hold her close, one hand at her waist, the other cradling her face. We sway together in the moonlight, and I can feel her body against mine, can smell the ocean salt in her hair, can hear the soft sounds she makes when she's content. I've dreamed about this, she says against my neck. Dancing with you on a beach, somewhere far away from hospitals and contracts and everything that's been pulling us apart. What else did you dream about? Making love to you without any barriers between us? No clinical arrangements, no business negotiations, no protection from feelings that are too big to contain. Her hands move up to frame my face, and I feel the warmth of her palms against my skin. Just us. Just love. The words break something open in my chest, some wall I've been maintaining between desire and reality. She's right. We've been dancing around this for weeks, letting fear and circumstances dictate the terms of our intimacy. Not tonight. Tonight is ours, and I kiss her with all the passion and desperation I've been holding back, pouring 5 years of separation and 3 weeks of careful distance into the connection between us. She responds immediately, her arms winding around my neck, her body pressing against mine with the kind of urgency that comes from knowing time is precious. We sink to the blanket together, hands exploring, barriers falling away like tide pools revealing hidden treasures. The moonlight turns her skin silver, and I trace patterns on her body with my fingertips, learning the landscape of her through touch and taste, and the soft sounds she makes when I find the places that make her arch beneath me. I want to memorize you, I whisper against her collarbone. Every inch, every sound, every way you respond to me. Then memorize me, she breathes, her hands working at the buttons of my shirt. All of me. Forever.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
By the time we're done, we're both sand-covered and exhausted, but completely satisfied. As we lie tangled together on the blanket, her head on my chest, I know that whatever tomorrow brings, I have enough memories to last a lifetime. I love you, she murmurs sleepily against my skin. I love you too, I tell her, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. No matter what happens, that will never change. The moon watches over us as we hold each other, two souls who found their way back to each other against all odds. Tomorrow I might wake up in darkness, but tonight I'm filled with light. Her light. Our light. The kind that doesn't depend on physical sight to shine. Some things are worth seeing with more than just your eyes. Lavender Williams is worth seeing with my soul.
Chapter 19. Lavender. The surgical waiting room at Mount Sinai becomes my fortress at 6:47 a.m., 47 minutes after Roman disappeared behind the operating room doors with a kiss that tasted like promises and fear in equal measure. Dr. Chen estimated 8 hours for the procedure, which means I have 8 hours to sit in this sterile space and imagine every possible complication that could arise when surgeons attempt to restore sight to a man whose peripheral vision has been claimed by shadows and stress. Ghost positions himself near the elevator bank, his presence both comforting and ominous. We both know that Roman's surgery makes him vulnerable in ways that go beyond medical risk. Diego is still out there, still hunting for leverage, still dangerous despite his twin brother's death. I'm reviewing Roman's preoperative notes when the elevator doors open at 9:23 a.m. and chaos spills into the quiet corridors of the ophthalmology wing. Diego Restrepo emerges first, immaculate in a charcoal suit that costs more than most people's cars, his face arranged in an expression of concerned friendship that makes my skin crawl. Behind him, a television crew follows like predators scenting blood. Camera operator, sound technician, reporter with perfectly styled hair and predatory eyes. Mr. Kavanaugh's business partner here to offer support during this difficult time, Diego announces to the reporter, his voice carrying the kind of practiced grief that wins awards and influences public opinion. Roman and I have been through so much together, and I couldn't let him face this surgery alone. The reporter nods sympathetically, already crafting the narrative Diego wants to sell. And what can you tell us about Mr. Kavanaugh's condition? Tragic, really. The stress of recent events has taken a severe toll on his health. Vision problems, I'm told, brought on by the pressure of running such a demanding business. Diego's performance is flawless, mixing truth with manipulation until the lies become indistinguishable from facts. I've been encouraging him to step back, to let me handle more of the day-to-day operations while he focuses on his recovery. Step back. Let Diego handle operations. The bastard is using Roman's surgery as a publicity opportunity to position himself as the responsible partner, the one who should be trusted with control of their company. Ghost moves toward the elevator bank, his hand resting casually on the weapon concealed beneath his jacket. Sir, this is a private medical facility. Media access requires proper authorization. Of course. Diego's smile is sharp with satisfaction. I have authorization. Margaret Henley, Mr. Kavanaugh's assistant, provided me with the necessary medical information and visiting privileges. Margaret. The name hits me like a gut punch straight to my brain, cold realization spreading through my chest like poison. Margaret, who's been in Roman's house for 3 years, who knows his routines and medical appointments, who has access to his schedules and personal information. Margaret betrayed him. I'm afraid that's not possible, I say, standing up from my chair and moving toward the group with the controlled aggression that comes from 3 tours in Afghanistan. Mr. Kavanaugh is in surgery, and hospital policy restricts access to immediate family only. Dr. Williams, Diego's face lights up with false warmth. How wonderful to see you looking so well. I heard about your unfortunate accident. A shooting, wasn't it? How terrifying that must have been. The implied threat in his words is subtle, but unmistakable. He knows exactly what happened on that pier. Knows that I took a bullet meant for Roman. Knows that we're both vulnerable to the kind of violence he specializes in. Mr. Restrepo, I'm going to ask you to leave. This is a hospital, not a media circus. Actually, this is a hospital funded by taxpayer money, which means I have every right to be here. His smile never wavers, but his eyes are cold with calculation. Especially when I'm here to support my business partner during a medical crisis. The reporter steps forward, sensing conflict that will make good television. Dr. Williams, as Mr. Kavanaugh's companion, how do you feel about the support Mr. Restrepo is offering during this difficult time? Companion. The word is designed to diminish our relationship, to make me sound like a temporary fixture rather than the woman who's been by Roman's side through every crisis. I feel that Mr. Kavanaugh's privacy should be respected, and that his medical information should remain confidential. I look directly at the camera, projecting the kind of professional authority that comes from years of saving lives under pressure. Anyone who truly cared about his welfare would respect that. Diego's mask slips for just a moment, revealing something ugly underneath. Dr. Williams, I understand you're protective of Roman, but surely you can see that he needs all the support he can get right now. His condition has been deteriorating for months. The vision problems, the erratic business decisions, the inability to function without constant assistance. Each word is a calculated attack designed to paint Roman as incompetent and unstable. Diego is building a case for why he should control the company, using Roman's disability as ammunition. Security, I call, noting the way Ghost is already moving toward the elevator bank. I need security to escort unauthorized personnel from this floor immediately. Hospital security arrives within minutes, but Diego's damage is already done. The television crew has captured footage of the confrontation, gathered quotes about Roman's deteriorating condition, and positioned Diego as the concerned partner trying to help. As security escorts the media circus toward the elevator, Diego stops beside me and leans close enough that only I can hear his words. "You can't protect him forever, Dr. Williams. Eventually, he'll need someone who can actually take care of business while he learns to move through the world without sight." His voice is soft, almost gentle, which makes the threat even more chilling. "I hope you'll remember that when the time comes to make practical decisions about his future." Then he's gone, leaving only a lingering scent of expensive cologne and the growing certainty that Margaret's betrayal runs deeper than sharing Roman's surgery schedule. Ghost approaches as the elevator doors close. "Dr. Williams, we need to discuss security protocols." "How bad is it?" "Bad. Margaret has been feeding Diego information for at least 6 months. Medical appointments, business meetings, personal schedules. She had access to everything. We couldn't figure it out before, but now that he mentioned her, it's easy to find the loophole. We trusted her." Ghost looks like he's in pain, looking a bit pale and with a slightly shaky hand. I take a deep breath, thinking the betrayal hits deep. 6 months. Margaret has been betraying Roman for 6 months, selling his private information to the man who's been systematically destroying his business empire. "Why?" I ask, though I'm not sure I want to know the answer. "Gambling debts. $20,000 owed to some very unpleasant people. Diego paid off her debts in exchange for regular reports on Roman's activities and condition." $20,000. Roman's entire life put at risk for $20,000. "Where is she now?" "Disappeared. Cleaned out her apartment sometime last night. Probably after she realized we'd discovered her connection to Diego." "And the media exposure?" "Damage control is already underway, but Diego's narrative is gaining traction. Stock prices are down, clients are asking questions, and the board is scheduled for an emergency meeting this afternoon. While Roman is still in surgery, still fighting for his sight, still vulnerable to complications that could end his life." "Double the security detail here," I tell Ghost. "I want armed guards on this floor, background checks on every medical staff member, and surveillance on all access points." "Already done. But Dr. Williams, there's something else I need to tell you." The tone in his voice makes my stomach clench with dread. "What?" "Diego's not just targeting Roman's business. He's spending time investigating you. He thinks you're the best distraction." A distraction. The word cuts deeper than it should, because part of me wonders if Diego is right. If my presence in Roman's life has made him more vulnerable, more exposed to the kind of attacks that prey on human weakness. "Sir?" A voice interrupts my spiral of self-doubt. Dr. Chen's surgical resident approaches with the kind of careful expression that means news is coming, and it might not be good. "How is he?" I ask, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Dr. Chen asked me to update you on Mr. Kavanaugh's status. The surgery is proceeding, but we've encountered some complications. The damage to his optic nerve was more extensive than the imaging suggested. Complications, more extensive damage. Medical terminology for worse than we hoped and harder to fix." "What kind of complications?" "Excessive scar tissue around the nerve pathways, which is making the microsurgery more delicate than anticipated. Dr. Chen is confident she can work around it, but the procedure is taking longer than expected. Which means Roman has been under anesthesia for nearly 5 hours, his body fighting to survive, while surgeons work to restore sight he might never regain." "How much longer?" "At least another 4 hours, possibly more. Dr. Chen wants to be thorough rather than rushed." 4 more hours. 4 more hours of sitting in this waiting room, wondering if Roman will wake up able to see my face, or if he'll emerge from surgery into a world of permanent darkness. "Thank you for the update." The resident nods and disappears back toward the surgical wing, leaving me alone with Ghost and the weight of everything that could go wrong. I return to my chair and try to focus on the book I brought, but the words blur together on the page. My mind keeps cycling through worst-case scenarios, surgical complications, Diego's media attacks, Margaret's betrayal, the possibility that Roman might not survive the procedure at all. At 2:47 p.m., alarm starts sounding from the surgical wing. Ghost and I both stand immediately, our training kicking in as medical personnel rush toward the operating rooms. Dr. Chen appears in the doorway of the surgical wing, her scrubs stained with blood, her expression grim. "Dr. Williams, we need you to be prepared. Mr. Kavanaugh's condition has become critical. His blood pressure dropped suddenly, and we're working to stabilize him now." Critical condition. Blood pressure drop. The words pierce me like bullets, each one carrying the possibility that Roman might not wake up at all. What happened? Unexpected reaction to the anesthesia, possibly complicated by the stress his body has been under recently. We're doing everything we can, but the next few hours will be crucial. Crucial. Another medical euphemism for touch and go, and prepare for the worst. I sink back into my chair, my legs no longer capable of supporting my weight. This is my fault. Diego's attacks, Margaret's betrayal, the stress that's been accelerating Roman's condition, all of it traces back to my decision to accept his arrangement, to let him pull me into his world of corporate warfare and deadly enemies. Ghost places a hand on my shoulder, his presence steady and reassuring. "He's going to be fine, Dr. Williams. Roman Kavanaugh is the strongest man I know." What if he's not? What if I lose him before I ever get the chance to marry him, to have his children, to build the life we talked about? Then you'll grieve and you'll heal and you'll honor his memory by living the kind of life he would want for you. Ghost's voice is gentle but firm. But he's not going anywhere. Not when he has something this important to fight for. Something to fight for. Me. Us. The family we want to build together. The next 3 hours pass in a blur of medical updates, security briefings, and the kind of waiting that ages you in ways unrelated to time. Diego's media circus continues outside, but I barely notice. My entire world has narrowed to the surgical wing and the man fighting for his life beyond those doors. At 6:15 p.m., Dr. Chen emerges from surgery, looking exhausted but no longer grim. "Dr. Williams?" She approaches with the kind of careful smile that means good news is coming. "Mr. Kavanaugh is stable. The surgery was successful, and his vital signs are strong." Successful, stable, strong. The words bruise me like a physical blow. Relief so intense it nearly drives me to my knees. His vision? We won't know the full extent of the improvement for several days, but the repair work went well. There's reason for cautious optimism. Cautious optimism. It's not perfect, but it's hope. Can I see him? He's being moved to recovery now. Give us 30 minutes to get him settled, then you can visit. I nod, not trusting my voice to remain steady. Roman is alive. The surgery was successful. Whatever happens next, we have a chance to build the life we want together. As Dr. Chen disappears back into the surgical wing, I finally allow myself to cry. Tears of relief, of gratitude, of love so deep it threatens to overwhelm me completely. Roman Kavanaugh is going to be fine. We're going to be fine.
Chapter 20. Roman. Consciousness returns in layers, each one bringing new awareness of discomfort and disorientation that tells me I'm alive but not whole. The first thing I notice is the weight pressing against my eyes, thick gauze and medical tape that blocks out every trace of light, leaving me in a darkness so complete it feels like being buried alive. The second thing is the antiseptic smell that means hospital, followed by the steady beep of monitoring equipment and the whisper of air conditioning that creates white noise across everything else. The third thing is Lavender's voice, soft and worried, speaking to someone across the room. Stable overnight, but we won't know about the vision for at least 48 hours. Dr. Chen wants to keep the bandages on until the swelling subsides. How's he handling the recovery? Ghost's voice, low and concerned. Better than expected, considering. The anesthesia wore off about an hour ago, but he's been drifting in and out. There's something in Lavender's tone that doesn't match her words, a tension that makes my instincts sharpen despite the post-surgical fog clouding my thoughts. I try to speak, but my throat feels like sandpaper. The sound that comes out is more rasp than word. Roman? Lavender's voice moves closer, and I feel the mattress dip as she sits beside me. Her hand finds mine, warm and familiar, anchoring me to something real. Hey, welcome back. Water, I manage to croak. Of course. She reaches for something, and I hear the rustle of plastic, the splash of liquid being poured. Small sips, okay? Your stomach might be sensitive from the medication. The water is cool and perfect, soothing the raw feeling in my throat. But as my head clears, my other senses sharpen, and I start picking up details that don't fit the picture of a routine recovery. How long? I ask. About 18 hours since surgery. Dr. Chen says everything went well, but we have to wait for the bandages to come off before we know how successful the repair was. 18 hours. 18 hours of unconsciousness while the world continued spinning, while business continued operating, while enemies continued plotting. The company... There's a pause, just a fraction of a second too long before Lavender answers. Everything's fine. Ghost is handling security. Your assistant is managing the day-to-day operations. You don't need to worry about anything except healing. Everything's fine. The phrase sits wrong in my ears, too careful, too rehearsed. In my experience, when people say everything's fine, it usually means everything is falling apart. Lavender. I squeeze her hand, using her name like an anchor. Talk to me. What's really happening? You just had major surgery, Roman. Your only job right now is to rest and recover. She's deflecting, which means whatever's happening is bad enough that she thinks I can't handle it in my current condition. The protective instinct that used to comfort me now feels like a barrier between us and the truth. Ghost, I call toward where I heard his voice. Status report. Sir, Dr. Williams is right. You should focus on... Status report. My voice carries the edge that used to make enemy combattants reconsider their life choices. Now... Another pause. Longer this time. I can practically hear the silent communication passing between them, the debate about how much truth I can handle while lying helpless in a hospital bed. Diego's been busy, Ghost says finally. Media campaign, board pressure, client defections. He's using your surgery as evidence that you're unfit to run the company. Media campaign, client defections. The words hit like physical blows, confirming every paranoid suspicion I've been harboring since I woke up. How bad? Stock price down 30%. 3 major clients have terminated their contracts. The board is scheduled for an emergency meeting tomorrow to discuss leadership transition. Leadership transition. Corporate speak for removing me from my own company and handing control to the man who's been systematically destroying everything I've built. And you didn't think I needed to know this? You needed to survive surgery first, Lavender says, her voice tight with the kind of emotion that means she's been carrying this burden alone. Everything else can be handled. Not from a hospital bed with my eyes bandaged shut. Roman dash. No. I try to sit up, ignoring the way the movement sends pain shooting through my skull. How long before I can remove these bandages? Dr. Chen said at least another 24 hours, possibly 48 depending on swelling. 24 to 48 hours. Diego could destroy my entire empire in that time, leaving me with nothing but the satisfaction of potentially restored sight. I need to make some calls. Get me my phone. Absolutely not. Lavender's voice carries the authority she used when treating stubborn patients in field hospitals. You're on pain medication, you just had brain surgery, and you can barely sit up without assistance. You're not conducting business from a hospital bed. Then get me discharged. I can recover at home while dealing with this crisis. Roman, please. Her hand touches my face, and I can sense the tremor in her fingers. You almost died yesterday. Your blood pressure dropped so low that we thought we might lose you. I can't handle watching you destroy yourself over business problems that other people can solve. Almost died. The admission hits harder than all the corporate news combined because it tells me how scared she's been, how much she's been carrying while I was unconscious. I'm sorry, I say, reaching for her hand and bringing it to my lips. I'm sorry you had to go through that alone. You don't get to apologize for having surgery. You get to focus on healing so we can face whatever comes next together. Together. The word that's become our anchor, our promise, our plan for everything that matters. Okay. But I want hourly updates on the company situation. No more protecting me from information I need to make decisions. Hourly updates, she agrees. But you make decisions when you're medically cleared to think clearly, not while you're on enough pain medication to drop a horse. Fair enough. I settle back against the pillows, trying to process the scope of Diego's assault on my business empire, while drugged and blind and recovering from surgery that may or may not have worked. I should call the board members individually, explain the medical situation before Diego can spin it further. Ghost can handle communication with the board. Your job is to rest. And tomorrow, when they vote on leadership transition, tomorrow we deal with tomorrow. Today you recover. Her logic is sound, but everything in me rebels against lying helpless, while my life's work gets dismantled by a man who's been planning this assault for months. The irony isn't lost on me. I spent years building a security empire based on seeing threats before they materialized, and now I'm literally blind while my greatest enemy destroys everything I've protected. I hate this, I admit. I know. I hate being helpless. I hate not being able to see your face, to read your expressions, to know if you're telling me the truth or protecting me from things you think I can't handle. I hate it too. Her voice is soft, vulnerable. I hate watching you suffer. I hate that Diego is using your condition against you. I hate that I can't fix this with medical intervention or protective fury. The honesty in her words means more than any reassurance could. We're both struggling with circumstances beyond our control, both learning to adapt to limitations that feel insurmountable. We'll figure it out, I tell her. Yes, we will. But even as she agrees, I can hear the uncertainty underneath. Diego has been planning this assault for months, maybe years. He's anticipated our moves, exploited our weaknesses, positioned himself perfectly to seize control while I'm at my most vulnerable. The afternoon passes in a blur of medical checks, pain medication, and carefully edited updates about the company's deteriorating situation. Lavender reads to me from financial reports and news articles, her voice steady despite the increasingly dire content. By evening, my head is clearer, but my situation hasn't improved. The board meeting is scheduled for 10 a.m. tomorrow, and unless I can present myself as competent and in control, they're likely to vote Diego into my position as CEO. I need to shower and change clothes, Lavender says around 8 p.m. Margaret left some of your things here before. She trails off, but I know what she means. Before we discovered Margaret's betrayal, before she disappeared with blood money from Diego. I'll be fine. Ghost is right outside. I'll be quick. 20 minutes, maybe 30 if I stop by the cafeteria for actual food instead of vending machine coffee. She kisses my forehead and I listen to her footsteps crossing the room, the soft sound of the door closing behind her. The room feels immediately emptier without her presence, the silence more oppressive. I'm drifting towards sleep when I hear the door open again. That was quick, I say without turning my head. Forget something. No response. But I can sense movement in the room, the subtle shift of air that means someone is approaching the bed. Lavender? Still no answer. But the footsteps are wrong, heavier than hers, more deliberate. The breathing is different too, masculine and controlled. Every instinct I've developed over 15 years of combat situations starts screaming warnings. This isn't Lavender returning from her shower. This is someone else. Someone who doesn't belong here. Someone who's managed to bypass hospital security and enter my room while I'm blind and vulnerable. Ghost! I call, louder this time. The movement stops, but I can feel a presence beside the bed, close enough to touch. My hands move instinctively toward where I would normally keep weapons, but I'm wearing a hospital gown and connected to monitoring equipment that limits my mobility. That's when the blow hits. A fist connects with my stomach with professional precision, driving the air from my lungs and sending pain exploding through my torso. I try to roll away from the attack, but the IV lines and monitoring cables tangle around my arms, trapping me in place. I hit the call button desperately, but nothing happens. Someone has disabled the hospital's emergency system, cutting off my connection to help. Another blow, this one to my ribs, and I hear something crack. The pain is immediate and overwhelming, but worse than the physical damage is the psychological impact of being completely helpless. I can't see my attacker, can't anticipate the next strike, can't defend myself effectively. I roll off the bed, hitting the floor hard enough to jar my skull and send fresh pain shooting through my healing eyes. The monitoring equipment crashes down with me, alarms finally starting to sound as the machines register my distress. Help! I shout, hoping Ghost can hear me through the supposedly secure door. Security! Footsteps move around me, and I try to track my attacker's position through sound alone, but the darkness is absolute, and pain is making it hard to think clearly. A hand grabs my hospital gown and hauls me partially upright, close enough so that I can smell cologne and coffee and something metallic that might be weapon oil. Roman Kavanaugh, a voice says close to my ear. Not Diego's smooth tenor, but someone else, hired muscle, probably, sent to finish what Diego couldn't accomplish. The smart play would be to sign over control of your company while you still can, before accidents start happening to people you care about. People I care about. Lavender. They're threatening Lavender. I try to swing at the voice, but my depth perception is gone, and my fist connects with empty air. The effort overbalances me, and I crash back to the floor as my attacker's laughter echoes through the room. Blind man trying to fight. That's almost sad enough to be funny. Then I receive another blow, this time to the head. Slowly, darkness takes over, and all I can think about is Lavender.
Chapter 21. Lavender. The hospital shower washes away 3 days of accumulated stress and fear, hot water beating against my shoulders, while I try to convince myself that Roman will be fine, that the surgery was successful, that we'll get through this crisis the way we've survived everything else. Together. I'm toweling my hair dry when my phone buzzes with a text from Ghost. All quiet, subject resting comfortably. Subject. Even in his personal messages, Ghost can't bring himself to use Roman's name, as if maintaining professional distance will somehow protect all of us from the emotional weight of what we're facing. The elevator ride to the 7th floor feels longer than usual. My mind already focused on getting back to Roman's room before he wakes up and starts worrying about business problems he can't solve from a hospital bed. The pain medication makes him drowsy, but it also makes him more emotionally vulnerable. And I hate the thought of him lying alone in the dark, wondering if I've abandoned him. The elevator doors open, and I step into the hallway, expecting to see Ghost at his usual position near the nurse's station. Instead, I find Margaret Henley. She's pressed against the wall beside the elevator bank, like she's trying to make herself invisible. Her usually immaculate appearance disheveled in ways that speak of desperation and sleepless nights. Her gray hair hangs loose around her shoulders instead of pulled back in its professional style. And her clothes, expensive but wrinkled, look like she's been wearing them for days. But it's her face that stops me cold. Margaret looks like a woman who's been crying for hours. Her eyes red and swollen, her makeup smeared beyond repair. She looks broken in a way that has nothing to do with physical injury and everything to do with choices that can't be undone. "Dr. Williams," she says, stepping into my path as I move toward Roman's room. "Please, I need to talk to you." "Margaret." I keep my voice neutral, despite the fury building in my chest. This woman betrayed Roman, sold his medical information to his worst enemy, put his life at risk for money. What are you doing here? I know you hate me. I know you have every right to call security and have me arrested. Her voice shakes with the kind of raw emotion that suggests she's been practicing this speech for hours. But please, just give me 5 minutes to explain. Explain what? How you sold Roman's private information to Diego? How you helped him orchestrate attacks on a man who trusted you for 3 years? It wasn't supposed to happen like this. Tears start flowing down her cheeks, and she wraps her arms around herself like she's trying to hold her composure together through physical force. Diego said he just wanted to know about Roman's schedule, his business meetings. He said it was about protecting the company from bad decisions. And you believed him? I wanted to believe him. I needed to believe him. I found out he has been telling people I have gambling problems. She takes a shaky breath, and I can see her struggling to find words that will make me understand. Dr. Williams, my granddaughter Sophie is 8 years old. She has leukemia, and the treatment costs are astronomical. My insurance doesn't cover experimental therapies, and without them, she trails off. But I can fill in the blanks. Without expensive treatment, her granddaughter dies. Without money for that treatment, Margaret made a deal with the devil. So you sold Roman out to save your granddaughter? Diego said he was going to help Roman step back from the stress that was making his condition worse. He said taking over day-to-day operations would give Roman time to focus on his health, on his relationship with you. Her voice gets smaller with each word. He made it sound like he was protecting Roman, not destroying him. But you knew better. You've worked for Roman long enough to know he would never voluntarily give up control of his company. I knew. The admission comes out like a confession. But Sophie was dying, and I was desperate, and Diego offered me enough money to save her life. I told myself I was helping both of them. Sophie would get her treatment, and Roman would get the rest he needed. By betraying his trust, by giving Diego ammunition to use against him. I never meant for it to go this far. I thought it would just be business meetings, maybe some financial information. I didn't know Diego was planning to. She stops, her face going white as she realizes what she's about to admit. Planning to what, Margaret? To use Roman's surgery against him, to turn his medical condition into a weapon, to make it look like he's incompetent and dangerous. But you kept feeding him information anyway. He said he'd stop paying for Sophie's treatment if I didn't cooperate. He said he'd make sure she couldn't get care anywhere. That he'd destroy my family the way he was destroying Roman's business. The words wound me like physical blows, each one confirming how thoroughly Diego has manipulated everyone around Roman. Margaret isn't just a traitor. She's another victim of Diego's systematic campaign to isolate and destroy the man I love. Where is Sophie now? I ask. At Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. She's responding well to the treatment, better than anyone expected. Fresh tears start flowing. She's going to live, Dr. Williams. Because of the money Diego paid me, my granddaughter is going to live. And Roman might die because of the information you gave Diego. The words are harsh, but they're true. Margaret's betrayal has put Roman at risk in ways that go far beyond business losses. Diego knows Roman's medical condition, his schedule, his vulnerabilities. He knows when Roman is most defenseless, most in need of protection. I'm sorry. Margaret's voice breaks completely. I'm so sorry. I know it doesn't change anything, but I needed you to know that I never wanted to hurt him. I was just trying to save my family. Margaret. I reach out and touch her shoulder, surprising us both. Where is Diego now? I don't know. He cut off contact after Roman's surgery, said he didn't need my services anymore. She wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. Dr. Williams, I came here to warn you. Diego's not done. Whatever he's planning, it's bigger than just taking over the company. What do you mean? I found files about his plans for years. He has been planning of taking over Roman's business, and even his whole life, taking everything from him, even you. The words send ice through my veins. Diego isn't just targeting Roman's business. He's taking it all. I have to get back to Roman, I say, stepping around Margaret toward his room. Dr. Williams, wait. She catches my arm, her grip desperate. I know you have no reason to trust me, but please be careful. Diego's reach is longer than any of us realized. He has people everywhere, resources we never suspected. Thank you for the warning. And please tell Roman that I'm sorry. Tell him that I know I can never make this right. But I'll spend the rest of this life trying to find a way to help him recover what I helped Diego take away. I nod and continue toward Roman's room, my mind racing with implications. Margaret's betrayal runs deeper than we suspected, but her warning suggests Diego's plan is more comprehensive than we've prepared for. The hallway feels longer than usual, each step filled with growing anxiety about what I might find when I reach Roman's room. The conversation with Margaret has taken nearly 15 minutes, longer than I intended to be away. I reach Roman's door and push it open, expecting to find him sleeping peacefully under Ghost's watchful protection. Instead, I find chaos. The room is empty. Roman's bed is overturned, medical equipment scattered across the floor, IV stands toppled like evidence of a struggle. The monitoring cables that were attached to Roman's chest lie severed and sparking, their alarm silenced. But no Roman, no Ghost, no sign of where they've gone, or how they left without triggering every security protocol in the hospital. Roman! I shout, rushing into the room and checking the bathroom, the closet, anywhere he might be hiding or unconscious. Roman, nothing. The room is completely empty, except for the destruction that tells me something terrible has happened here. My hands shake as I reach for my phone to call Ghost, but before I can dial, he appears in the doorway with 2 hospital security guards, his face grim with the kind of quiet fury that means the situation is worse than I imagined. Where is he? I demand. Gone. Ghost's voice is tight with self-recrimination. Professional extraction, probably multiple personnel, executed while I was responding to a security alert on the floor below. A security alert that was designed to draw you away. Had to be. Someone triggered the fire alarm in the parking garage, made it look like a car bombing attempt by the time I realized it was a diversion and got back here. He gestures toward the destroyed room, and I can see the guilt eating at him. Ghost's entire purpose is protecting Roman, and he's failed at the most critical moment. How did they get him out without anyone seeing? Service elevator, medical transport disguise, fake ambulance crew. They had hospital uniforms, proper identification, medical equipment that made it look like an emergency transfer. But Roman just had surgery. He can't see, he's on pain medication, he can barely stand up without assistance. Which made him the perfect target for a medical kidnapping. Anyone who saw them would assume it was legitimate patient transport. The words scar me like bullets, each one confirming my worst fears. Diego hasn't just taken Roman. He's taken him at the moment when Roman is most vulnerable, most defenseless, most in need of protection. Where would they take him? Unknown. But Dr. Williams, there's something else you need to know. Ghost's expression gets even grimmer. The fake medical team knew exactly which medications Roman was on, exactly what his post-surgical limitations were, exactly how to move him without causing additional injury. Inside information. Had to be. Someone with access to his medical records provided detailed intelligence about his condition and care requirements. More betrayal. Margaret's cooperation with Diego was just the beginning. There are other people in Roman's inner circle who've been feeding information to his enemies. Security footage? Disabled. Not just the cameras in his room, but the entire 7th floor surveillance system went down for exactly 37 minutes. Long enough for a complete extraction without leaving any visual evidence. 37 minutes. They planned this assault with military precision, accounting for every variable, every potential obstacle, every security measure we had in place. Ghost. I grab his arm, my voice steadier than I feel. We have to find him. Diego has him, and Roman can't defend himself. He can't even see threats coming. I know. I've already activated every resource we have, put out alerts to law enforcement, started tracking down Diego's known associates and properties. It won't be enough. The certainty hits me. Diego's been planning this for months, maybe years. He's not going to keep Roman somewhere we can find him easily. Then what do you suggest? I look around the destroyed hospital room, at the evidence of violence and professional extraction, at the space where the man I love was sleeping peacefully an hour ago. We give Diego what he wants. Dr. Williams? Diego wants control of Roman's company. He wants Roman to sign over everything, to surrender completely. My voice gets stronger as the plan takes shape in my mind. So we let him think he's won. We make him an offer he can't refuse. And then we destroy him. The words come out with more venom than I knew I was capable of, but they're true. Diego Restrepo has made the biggest mistake of his life. He's taken the man I love, and I'm going to make him pay for it.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 22. Roman. Consciousness returns like a series of hammer blows to my skull, each wave of awareness bringing fresh pain and the devastating realization that I'm no longer in a hospital room. The surface beneath me is concrete, cold and rough against my back. My wrists are secured with what feels like industrial restraints, heavy metal cuffs connected to chains that rattle when I try to move. The bandages are still covering my eyes, but now they feel more like a blindfold than medical protection, and I can hear voices. He's coming around. Male voice, professional tone, the kind of dispassionate observation that comes from men who've done this before. About time. Diego wants to have a conversation before we proceed to the next phase. Diego. The confirmation hits me like ice water, though part of me already knew. Only Diego would have the resources and connections to orchestrate a medical kidnapping from a supposedly secure hospital floor. Roman Kavanaugh. Diego's voice comes from somewhere to my left, smooth and satisfied. Welcome to my private consultation room. I apologize for the accommodations, but I needed somewhere we could speak freely without interruption. I try to sit up, but the chains limit my movement to a few inches in any direction. The restraints are positioned with professional precision, tight enough to prevent escape, loose enough to avoid cutting off circulation. Diego. My voice comes out rougher than I intended, probably from whatever they used to sedate me during transport. Interesting business strategy. Kidnapping tends to attract federal attention. Oh, but this isn't kidnapping. This is a private medical intervention for a man who's clearly suffering from stress-induced psychosis. His footsteps circle around me, predatory and measured. Poor Roman Kavanaugh, suffering a complete breakdown after failed surgery, making wild accusations against his concerned business partner, who's only trying to help. The narrative is already constructed, I realize. Diego's been planning this conversation, probably rehearsing the story he'll tell when my body is found. Very thorough, but you're forgetting one crucial detail. Which is? Lavender knows where I am. Knows you took me. By now, she's contacted every law enforcement agency on the East Coast. Diego's laughter is warm and genuine, which makes it infinitely more chilling than anger would be. Actually, Dr. Williams has no idea where you are. And by the time she figures out what's happened, she'll be too busy dealing with her own problems to worry about yours. Her own problems. The words send terror shooting through my system, overriding every other concern. If you touch her... Oh, I won't need to touch her. But accidents happen, don't they? Medical professionals work in such dangerous environments. Exposure to infectious diseases, workplace violence, tragic mistakes during emergency procedures. He's threatening to kill her. Not quickly, not directly, but through the kind of systematic destruction that leaves no evidence and plenty of plausible explanations. What do you want, Diego? Simple. Your signature on documents transferring control of Kavanaugh security to me. Your public statement acknowledging that your medical condition has compromised your ability to run the company. Your recommendation that the board accept my leadership for the good of all stakeholders. And in exchange, you get to live. Confined to a private medical facility, of course, where you can receive the ongoing care your condition requires, but alive. What about Lavender? Dr. Williams will be free to continue her medical practice, assuming she makes reasonable choices about her personal relationships. Reasonable choices. Meaning she stays away from me, accepts my disappearance, rebuilds her life with someone Diego considers less threatening. You're insane if you think I'll sign anything that gives you control of my company. Am I? Let me paint a clearer picture of your alternatives. Diego's voice moves closer, and I can smell his cologne mixed with something sharper. Excitement, maybe, or the chemical scent of violence about to be unleashed. Option 1. You sign the documents, accept medical confinement, and Dr. Williams lives a long, happy life treating patients in her clinic. Option 2. You refuse, and both of you disappear in ways that raise no suspicions and leave no evidence. Both of you disappear. He's not just threatening Lavender. He's promising to kill us both if I don't surrender everything I've built. How do I know you'll keep your word about Lavender's safety? Because keeping her alive serves my purposes. A grieving doctor whose lover disappeared after a mental breakdown makes a much better story than a suspicious double homicide. The logic is cold and perfect, which makes it infinitely more believable than promises about honor or mercy. I test the restraints again, using techniques learned during survival training, but whoever secured these chains knows what they're doing. Military-grade equipment, professionally installed, designed to hold someone with my training and experience. I'll need to think about it. Of course. Take all the time you need. Diego's footsteps move toward what sounds like a door. But don't take too long. Dr. Williams' safety becomes less guaranteed with each hour you delay. The door opens and closes, leaving me alone with at least 2 guards whose breathing I can track from their positions near the entrance. I listen to their conversation, trying to glean information about location, personnel, timeline, anything that might help me understand the scope of Diego's operation. Boss wants this wrapped up by tomorrow night. Still haven't heard from the team watching the hospital. That Williams woman is asking too many questions, making people nervous. Lavender. They're watching Lavender, monitoring her movements, probably waiting for the right moment to eliminate her once I've signed Diego's documents. The thought of her in danger while I'm chained helpless in this concrete room makes me want to tear the restraints apart with my bare hands. But rage without strategy is just noise, and I need to think clearly if I'm going to find a way out of this. Time passes. Hours, maybe, though it's impossible to tell without sight or windows. The guards change shifts twice, their conversations providing fragments of information about a larger operation than I'd imagined. That's when I hear footsteps approaching again. Heavier than Diego's, more deliberate. One of the guards, probably coming to check my restraints or deliver another message. Hold still, a voice says, kneeling beside me. Need to adjust these chains before they cut off circulation. I feel hands working at the cuffs around my wrists, allowing blood to circulate. Who are you? I ask quietly. Just doing my job. But there's something in his tone that doesn't match the words. Boss wants to know something before he comes back. What? Dr. Williams, what is she to you? The question catches me off guard. Why would Diego need intelligence about my relationship with Lavender? He already knows we're together, already understands she's leverage he can use against me. She's my doctor, I say carefully, part of my medical team. That's it. Just professional. There's an edge to the question that makes me think the answer matters more than it should. I weigh my options. Admitting emotional attachment makes Lavender more valuable as a hostage, but denying it might make Diego less careful about her safety. Why does it matter? Your answer decides how this plays out, so I'll ask again. What is Dr. Williams to you? The repetition carries weight beyond curiosity. This man needs something specific from me, something that will influence decisions being made about Lavender's fate. I take a gamble. She's my lover. The woman I want to marry. The most important person in my life. The hands working on my restraints go still for several seconds. When they resume, there's something different about the touch. More careful, less mechanical. Dr. Williams, the guard says slowly. She works at the clinic on Fulton Street. Yes. Treats patients who can't afford real medical care? Yes. Weeks ago, she operated on a teenager who'd been shot. Kid named Jamal Williams. Saved his life when everyone else said he was too far gone. Jamal Williams. The name hits me like lightning. The boy Lavender treated the night I had Ghost watch her. The emergency surgery that nearly failed when her equipment shut down due to unpaid bills. Jamal's your son. Was dying in her clinic while I stood outside wondering if I should trust a doctor who worked out of a storefront. The guard's voice carries a weight of gratitude and grief. She stayed with him for 6 hours, used her own money to buy blood when the hospital wouldn't transfer units, performed surgery with equipment that kept failing. She saved his life. She gave me my son back. The guard stands up, and I hear him take a step back from my position. Now, I'm going to save her man. Before I can respond, his boot connects with my ribs hard enough to drive the air from my lungs. I grunt in pain, which probably carries to the other guards. Terrorist, he says loudly enough for the others to hear. Keep running your mouth and see what happens. His footsteps retreat toward the door, but before he reaches it, he speaks again, quietly, just for me. Dr. Williams saved my boy when no one else would try. Now it's time to return the favor. The door opens and closes, leaving me alone with new hope and growing confusion. This man is working for Diego, but he wants to help me escape. He's maintaining his cover by appearing hostile while actually positioning himself to assist in my rescue. But how? And when? And what does he expect me to do with information I can't act on while chained to a concrete floor? I listen to the remaining guards, hoping for clues about Alan's plan, but their conversation has shifted to complaints about overtime and speculation about when Diego will return. All I can do is wait and hope that Lavender's kindness to a dying teenager 3 weeks ago might be the key to both our survival. Sometimes the smallest acts of compassion create the biggest changes in the world. I pray this is one of those times.
Chapter 23. Lavender. 36 hours. 36 hours since Roman disappeared from his hospital room, and we have nothing. No ransom demands, no contact from Diego, no trace of where they've taken him. The silence is worse than threats would be, because it means Diego is playing a game with rules I don't understand. I pace the length of Roman's study, while Ghost coordinates with law enforcement through encrypted channels, his laptop screen showing a grid of red dots marking every property Diego has ever owned, leased, or been associated with. 23 locations across 3 states, and we've checked them all. Nothing. FBI sweep of the Bronx warehouse came up empty. Ghost reports without looking up from his screen. DEA task force found evidence of recent drug activity, but no sign of current occupation. What about the shipping containers at the port? Clean. Whatever operation they were running there has been moved. Moved. Always one step ahead, always anticipating our next move, while we stumble around in the dark, trying to find a man who might already be dead. The thought makes me almost panic, but I push it down. Roman is alive. He has to be alive, because Diego needs him conscious to sign documents transferring control of the company. Dead men can't authorize billion-dollar transactions. I reach for my phone and dial Diego's direct business line for the 15th time today. It goes straight to voicemail, the same professional recording I've been hearing for 36 hours. Diego, this is Lavender Williams. I know you have Roman, and I know what you want. Call me so we can negotiate terms. I hang up and immediately dial his cell phone, then his assistant's number, then the main switchboard at Restrepo Security Consulting. Every call goes unanswered or gets routed to voicemail systems that are probably monitored but never responded to. Diego has gone completely dark, which means he's confident enough in his position to ignore our attempts at communication. That confidence terrifies me more than threats would. Dr. Williams, Ghost says, closing his laptop and turning to face me. Maybe you should get some rest. We've got teams working around the clock, surveillance on every known associate, financial tracking on any accounts that might. I can't rest while Roman is chained up somewhere, probably being tortured for information about company assets. My voice comes out sharper than I intended, but I'm past caring about politeness. Diego has him, and every hour we waste gives Diego more time to break him down. Roman Kavanaugh doesn't break. Roman Kavanaugh just had surgery. He can't see, he's on pain medication, and he's physically weakened from the procedure. He's not the indestructible soldier you remember. He's a man who needs medical care and protection. Ghost's expression softens slightly, acknowledging what we both know but haven't said out loud. Roman is vulnerable in ways he's never been before, and Diego has taken him at the worst possible moment. What do you want to do that we're not already doing? I want to offer Diego a trade, me for Roman. Absolutely not. He wants leverage over Roman's business decisions. I'm more valuable to him as a living hostage than Roman is as a damaged CEO who might die from his injuries. Dr. Williams. I'm serious, Ghost. Diego's been building a case that Roman is mentally incompetent due to his medical condition. But if he kills Roman, he loses any chance of getting legitimate control of the company. The board will never transfer assets to a man who murdered their CEO. And if you trade yourself for Roman, Then Diego has a hostage who can be used to manipulate Roman's business decisions indefinitely. A living woman is more valuable than a dead man. Ghost stares at me for a long moment, probably calculating the tactical implications of my proposal. He shakes his head. Roman would never forgive me if I let you sacrifice yourself for him. Roman's opinion becomes irrelevant if he dies in Diego's custody because we were too cautious to take risks. Before Ghost can respond, the doorbell rings. We both freeze, because no one should be able to reach Roman's front door without triggering multiple security alerts. Ghost's hand moves automatically toward his weapon. Expecting anyone? He asks. No. He moves toward the security monitor, then stops. 2 teenage boys. One of them is holding what looks like a piece of paper. Teenage boys. In my experience, teenagers don't ring doorbells unless they're selling something or delivering bad news. Let me see. Ghost steps aside, and I look at the security feed showing 2 young men standing awkwardly on Roman's front steps. One of them is tall and lean, with the kind of nervous energy that comes from carrying important information. The other is shorter, stockier, and familiar in a way that makes my heart skip. I know him, I say, pointing to the shorter boy. Jamal Williams? I operated on him 3 weeks ago after he was shot. The kid from your clinic? Yes. And if he's here, it's because something's wrong. I'm already moving toward the front door, ignoring Ghost's protests about security protocols. I open the door to find Jamal Williams and another teenager I don't recognize, both of them looking nervous but determined. Jamal's wearing a hoodie that can't quite hide the bulk of bandages underneath. He's healing well, but the wound is still fresh enough to limit his mobility. Dr. Williams, Jamal says, relief flooding his features when he sees me. We've been trying to find you for hours. Marcus said you might be here. Marcus, the teenage assistant from my clinic, who's been handling logistics while I've been focused on Roman's medical crisis. Jamal, what are you doing here? You should be resting, letting that wound heal properly. Doc, we found him. We found Mr. Kavanaugh. The words shoot through me like electricity, hope and terror surging through my system in equal measure. What do you mean you found him? The man who got kidnapped from the hospital, the one all over the news? Jamal reaches into his pocket and pulls out a folded piece of paper. My dad told me where they're keeping him. The father who stood outside my clinic, wondering if he could trust a storefront doctor to save his son's life. Your father knows where Roman is? He's working for the man who took him. Diego Restrepo hired a bunch of guys for some kind of security job, told them it was corporate stuff, protecting assets during a business transition. Jamal unfolds the paper, revealing a hand-drawn map with street names and building numbers. Dad didn't know what was really going on until he saw the prisoner. Then he recognized Mr. Kavanaugh from the news reports. Corporate stuff. Protecting assets. Diego's been recruiting local muscle by disguising his kidnapping operation as legitimate business security. Where is he? Warehouse District, about 2 miles from your clinic. Old pharmaceutical building that's been abandoned for years. Jamal points to an X marked on his map. Dad says they've got at least 8 men with weapons, plus whatever backup Diego might call in if things go bad. 8 armed men. Professional security. Probably with military training, holding a position they've had time to fortify. The odds are terrible, but at least we finally have a target. The other boy, who introduces himself as Darren, steps forward, and I see the determined expression of a young man who's decided to get involved in something dangerous. Dr. Williams, we've been watching the place since yesterday, me and some of the other guys from the neighborhood. We look like kids playing basketball or hanging out, so nobody pays attention to us. What did you see? Guard rotations every 4 hours. 2 men outside, at least 6 inside. They've got vehicles parked in the loading dock. black SUVs with tinted windows. Darren pulls out his phone and shows me pictures taken from a distance. No sign of Mr. Kavanaugh, but Dad says he's being held in the basement level. The basement. Underground, probably soundproof, definitely isolated from any potential rescue attempts. Diego's chosen his location well. Darren, this is incredibly dangerous. If Diego's people realize you've been watching them, Doc, you saved Jamal's life when nobody else would try. You didn't ask for payment, didn't ask questions, didn't turn him away because he couldn't afford a real hospital. Darren's voice carries the weight of absolute conviction. Now it's time for us to save your man. Your man? The phrase hits me with unexpected force because that's exactly what Roman is. Not my patient, not my business partner, not my clinical arrangement. My man, the person I love, the future I'm fighting for. How can I thank you for this? Get him back safe, Jamal says simply. And maybe tell my dad that I said thanks for doing the right thing. Ghost appears beside me, having listened to the entire conversation from the doorway. Dr. Williams, we need to move on this intelligence immediately. If Diego suspects his security has been compromised, he'll move Roman somewhere we'll never find him. Exactly. I look at the map Jamal has drawn, at the warehouse location that's been hiding Roman for 36 hours, at the teenagers who've risked their safety to help a woman who once treated them with kindness instead of suspicion. Ghost, how quickly can you put together a tactical team? 20 minutes for immediate response, 2 hours for full operational support. We don't have 2 hours. If Diego realizes his people are being watched, Roman dies. Dr. Williams, a 20-minute response team won't have the firepower to handle armed professionals in a fortified position. Then we'll have to be smarter instead of stronger. Ghost stares at me for a moment, probably calculating the tactical nightmare of assaulting a defended position with insufficient resources. Finally, he nods. What did you have in mind? Medical emergency. Diego's holding a man who just had surgery, a man who could die from complications if he doesn't receive proper care. I go in as a doctor, responding to a medical crisis, in disguise, and walk straight into a trap, and provide a distraction while your team positions for assault. Dr. Williams, this is not a debate, Ghost. Roman is in that warehouse, probably dying from medical complications that Diego doesn't understand or care about. We're going to get him out. It's too dangerous. Everything about this situation is dangerous, but doing nothing guarantees that Roman dies, and I can't live with that. Ghost looks at Jamal and Darren, then back at me. You boys should go home. This is about to become a war zone. Actually, Darren says, we'd like to help with whatever you're planning. We know the neighborhood, know which buildings have sight lines to the warehouse, know how to move around without attracting attention. Absolutely not. You've done enough by providing intelligence. Dr. Williams, Jamal interrupts. My dad is inside that building, probably in as much danger as Mr. Kavanaugh, if Diego figures out he's been helping you. We're not walking away now. The determination in his voice reminds me of Roman, of the stubborn courage that drives people to fight for what matters regardless of personal risk. Thank you, I tell them both. But this is where we take over. I turn to Ghost, who's already reaching for his phone to coordinate tactical response. 20 minutes, he says. Medical approach, distraction protocol, emergency extraction. But Dr. Williams, if this goes wrong, it won't go wrong. It can't go wrong. I look at the map showing Roman's location, at the warehouse where he's been held for 36 hours, at the target that finally gives us a chance to bring him home. We're going to save him, Ghost. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes, he agrees. As Ghost begins coordinating the rescue operation, I realize that Jamal's act of courage 3 weeks ago, trusting a storefront doctor with his life, has created the network of loyalty that might save Roman's life today. Sometimes the smallest acts of kindness create the biggest changes in the world. Today, we find out if that's true.
Chapter 24. Roman. Time has become meaningless in this concrete tomb, measured only by the throbbing in my skull and the growing infection I can feel spreading through my surgical incisions. I've lost count of how many hours I've been chained to this floor, but my body is telling me it's been too long. The bandages over my eyes are damp with fluid that might be blood or surgical drainage, and the metallic taste in my mouth suggests my blood pressure has dropped to dangerous levels. Diego's people haven't offered food or water in what feels like a day, which means they're either planning to kill me soon, or they don't understand that post-surgical patients require specific medical care to survive. I'm drifting toward unconsciousness when I hear footsteps approaching, the measured pace that belongs to Diego himself rather than his hired muscle. Roman, his voice carries satisfaction mixed with impatience. I trust you've had time to consider my proposal. Go to hell. Still defiant. I admire that, even when it's counterproductive. The footsteps circle around me, predatory and deliberate. But I'm afraid time is running out for both of us. My associates are becoming impatient with this extended negotiation. Your associates. The people who finance this operation, who expect certain returns on their investment. They're not as patient as I am with romantic gestures and emotional attachments. Other people. Diego isn't working alone. He's part of a larger organization that sees Roman Kavanaugh and his company as assets to be acquired rather than obstacles to be eliminated. What do they want? Your signature on documents transferring controlling interest in Kavanaugh Security to a consortium of international investors. Your public resignation citing medical incapacity. Your recommendation that the board accept a new leadership for the good of all stakeholders. And if I refuse, then you die here, and Dr. Williams dies in what will appear to be a tragic accident during her desperate search for you. Diego's voice gets closer, and I can smell his cologne mixed with something sharper, excitement maybe, or the chemical scent of violence about to be unleashed. A grieving woman, overwhelmed by loss, making poor decisions that result in fatal consequences. He's going to kill Lavender. Not just threaten her, not just use her as leverage. He's going to murder her and make it look like an accident caused by her own reckless behavior. You jerk. Actually, my mother was quite respectable. But that's beside the point. Papers rustle as Diego apparently prepares documents for my signature. The choice is simple, Roman. Sign these papers and live in comfortable confinement while Dr. Williams continues her medical practice. Or refuse and watch both of your worlds burn. I can't watch anything. In case you've forgotten, I'm blind. Temporarily. The surgery had an 88% chance of failure, remember? But there's still hope for a partial vision recovery, assuming you survive long enough to find out. The reminder hits like a physical blow. In all the chaos of capture and interrogation, I'd almost forgotten that my sight might return, that this darkness might not be permanent. Diego's dangling the possibility of vision like bait, trying to convince me that surrender offers hope while resistance guarantees despair. I need medical attention before I can make any decisions about business transfers. Of course. Sign the papers and you'll receive the finest medical care money can buy. I need medical attention now before I lose consciousness from infection or blood loss. Roman, you're not in a position to negotiate medical care. You're in a position to sign documents or die from medical neglect. The blunt honesty is almost refreshing. Diego's done pretending this is a business negotiation. It's extortion backed by the threat of murder. That's when I hear the alarms. Not the building's security system, but something electronic and urgent that makes Diego's footsteps stop abruptly, Voices from somewhere above us, shouting orders and coordination that sounds like crisis management. "What the hell?" Diego mutters, probably reaching for a phone or radio to contact his people. The shouting gets louder, more urgent. I can make out fragments of conversation. Something about medical emergency, ambulance access, patient in critical condition requiring immediate transport. "Boss!" A voice calls from what sounds like a stairwell. "We've got paramedics at the front entrance demanding access for emergency medical treatment." "What kind of medical emergency?" "They say they're responding to reports of a patient in diabetic shock, possibly unconscious, requiring immediate intervention." Diabetic shock. The kind of medical emergency that requires immediate access and can't be delayed for security protocols. The kind of crisis that overrides normal procedures and forces people to make split-second decisions. The kind of diversion that Lavender would create if she were trying to breach a secured building. "Turn them away," Diego orders. "No one enters this building without my authorization. They're saying the patient could die without immediate treatment. Something about insulin shock and cardiac complications. I don't care if the patient is dying. Turn them away." But the voices are getting closer, and I hear the sound of multiple people moving through the building above us. More than just paramedics. Footsteps with military precision, coordination that suggests tactical training. Ghost. Ghost has found me. "Boss, the paramedics are insisting on immediate access. They're saying they have legal authority to enter any building where a patient's life is in danger, then arrest them for trespassing." "Sir, there's also..." The voice is cut off by the sound of gunfire from somewhere above us. Not the measured shots of target practice, but the rapid, overlapping reports of a firefight between professionals. "Damn!" Diego's voice carries panic for the very first time since this nightmare began. "How many of them?" "Unknown. They came in through multiple entry points, coordinated assault, definitely military training." More gunfire, closer this time. And underneath it, something that makes my heart stop. A woman's voice, shouting medical terminology, with the kind of authority that comes from years of emergency medicine. "Patient is post-surgical, possibly suffering from infection and dehydration. I need immediate access to assess his condition." Lavender. That's Lavender's voice, disguised behind professional medical jargon, but unmistakably hers. She's here in this building, probably dressed as a paramedic and using medical emergency protocols to force her way into Diego's stronghold. "Dr. Williams," I whisper, not caring if Diego hears me. "What did you say?" "I said you're screwed, Diego. That's not just any paramedic, that's Dr. Lavender Williams, and she's here to take me home." The gunfire intensifies, and I can hear tactical commands being shouted in the kind of military shorthand that means Ghost's people are advancing through the building with professional precision. "Kill him," Diego says to someone, probably one of his remaining guards. "Kill him now, before they reach us." I hear the metallic click of a weapon being readied, and I brace myself for the impact that will end everything. That's when Alan makes his move. "Boss, we've got breaches on multiple floors. They're using flashbangs and smoke grenades." The sound of a scuffle, then a grunt of pain that doesn't belong to Alan. When he speaks again, his voice carries satisfaction rather than panic. "Mr. Kavanaugh, keep your head down. This is about to get loud." Explosions from above us. Flashbangs designed to disorient defenders without bringing down the building. The gunfire becomes sporadic, then stops altogether as Ghost's team eliminates or neutralizes Diego's guards. "Roman!" Lavender's voice, much closer now, probably on the stairs leading to the basement. "Roman, where are you?" "Here!" I shout back. "Basement level! Chained to the floor!" Footsteps on the stairs, multiple people moving with purpose. Then the door to my prison opens, and I hear Lavender's voice giving medical orders with the kind of controlled urgency that means she's found me but doesn't know how badly I'm injured. "Patient is conscious and responsive. Visible signs of dehydration and possible infection around surgical sites." I need bolt cutters for the restraints and an IV kit for immediate fluid replacement. Already on it, Doc. Ghost's voice, calm and professional despite the tactical situation. Building is secure. All hostiles neutralized or in custody. What about Diego? Alan's got him restrained upstairs. Turns out Diego's not as tough when he's facing someone who can fight back. The sound of metal being cut, then the blessed relief of my restraints falling away. Strong hands help me sit up, and I feel Lavender's fingers checking my pulse, assessing my condition with the kind of thorough efficiency that makes me remember why I fell head over heels in love with a combat medic. Roman, can you hear me? Can you tell me your name and today's date? Roman Kavanaugh, and I have no idea what day it is because I've been chained to a concrete floor for what feels like a year. Good. Cognitive function appears normal. Her voice is steady, but I can hear the emotion underneath. Are you hurt? Any injuries beyond the surgical sites? Ribs feel cracked from where they kicked me, but nothing life-threatening. Lavender, how did you find me? Community effort. Jamal and Darren provided intelligence. Alan provided inside assistance. And Ghost provided tactical expertise. Her hands are working to start an IV line, probably to address the dehydration that's making me feel weak and disoriented. We came to bring you home. Home. The word carries weight beyond geography. Implications about belonging and safety and the life we're going to build together. Is it over? Is Diego finished? It's over, Ghost confirms. Diego's in custody, his operation is shut down, and his financial backers are going to find themselves under federal investigation for kidnapping and extortion. And my site? We'll know more when we get you back to the hospital, and Dr. Chen can examine your surgical sites. Lavender's voice is carefully neutral, but I can hear the hope underneath. But Roman, even if the surgery didn't work, even if your vision doesn't return, we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. The certainty in her voice makes me believe it, makes me think that maybe losing my sight isn't the end of the world after all. Lavender? Yes? Next time I suggest a clinical arrangement instead of just proposing marriage like a normal person, please hit me with something heavy. Her laughter is the most beautiful sound I've heard in 40 hours. I'll keep that in mind for future reference. As Ghost's team helps me to my feet and begins the process of getting me out of this concrete tomb, I realize that Diego's greatest mistake wasn't underestimating my security arrangements or my business resources. His greatest mistake was underestimating the woman who loves me enough to walk into a war zone to bring me home. Some people are worth fighting for, worth risking everything to protect. Lavender Williams is worth everything I have and everything I'll ever be.
Chapter 25. Lavender. The waiting is agony. Roman lies in the hospital bed, while Dr. Chen conducts what feels like the 100th examination of his surgical sites, her expression growing more concerned with each test result. The infection that took hold during his captivity has responded to antibiotics, but the damage it's caused to the delicate repair work around his optic nerves remains unknown. I pace the small room like a caged animal, my medical training providing just enough knowledge to understand the implications of what I'm seeing without being able to fix it. The redness around Roman's surgical incisions has faded, but the swelling behind his eyes has increased. His temperature spiked twice overnight, and the fluid drainage from beneath his bandages carries the telltale signs of complications that could undo everything the surgery was meant to accomplish. Dr. Williams, Dr. Chen says without looking up from her examination. Could you step into the hallway with me for a moment? The words send ice through my veins. In my experience, doctors only request private conversations when the news is too devastating to deliver in front of the patient. Of course. I follow her into the corridor, noting the way she closes the door behind us with deliberate care. Her expression is professionally neutral, but I can see the weight of bad news in the set of her shoulders. The infection has caused significant complications, she begins without preamble. The swelling and inflammation have disrupted the microsurgical repairs we made to Mr. Kavanaugh's optic pathways. How significant? Severe enough that vision recovery is now highly unlikely. The damage to the nerve tissue appears to be permanent. The words bore into me like physical blows, each one confirming my worst fears about what the past 48 hours have cost us. Roman survived Diego's kidnapping, survived the rescue operation, survived the immediate medical crisis, only to lose his sight permanently because of an infection that developed while he was chained to a concrete floor. Are you saying the surgery failed? I'm saying the surgery was successful, but the post-operative complications have negated the benefits. The infection created scar tissue and inflammation that destroyed the very connections we were trying to restore. What about additional surgery? Revision procedures? The damage is too extensive. Another operation would risk complete blindness in both eyes versus the current situation where he retains some light perception. Light perception. Medical terminology for the ability to distinguish between brightness and darkness without actually seeing shapes or details. So he's blind. For all practical purposes, yes. I'm sorry, Dr. Williams. I know this isn't the outcome any of us hoped for. The hallway tilts around me, and I have to grip the wall to keep from collapsing. Roman's sight is gone, permanently. The experimental surgery that carried so much hope, the risks we took to give him a chance at vision, all of it destroyed by an infection that could have been prevented if Diego hadn't kidnapped him at the worst possible moment. How do I tell him? Carefully, honestly, and with the understanding that this doesn't change who he is or what he's capable of achieving. He's going to be devastated. He's going to grieve. That's normal and necessary, but Mr. Kavanaugh is a strong man who survived worse challenges than this. With proper support and adaptation training, he can live a full, productive life. A full, productive life. The words sound hollow when applied to a man whose entire identity was built on seeing threats before they materialized, on protecting others through vigilance and tactical awareness. Can I have a few minutes before we tell him? Of course. Take all the time you need. Dr. Chen disappears down the hallway, leaving me alone with the worst news I've ever had to deliver. I lean against the wall and close my eyes, trying to find the strength to walk back into that room and destroy Roman's hope with medical facts that can't be changed or negotiated. When I finally open the door, Roman is sitting up in bed, his bandaged face turned toward me with an expectant attention that makes my heart break all over again. "What did she say?" he asks. "Roman, it's bad news. I can hear it in your voice." There's no point in trying to soften the blow or prepare him gradually. Roman has always preferred direct honesty to gentle evasion. The infection damaged the surgical repairs. Dr. Chen says vision recovery is extremely unlikely. The words hang in the air between us, stark and devastating. I watch Roman process the information, see his face cycle through disbelief, understanding, and something that looks like relief. So I'm blind. Yes. Permanently. Yes. He nods once, sharp and final, as if he's accepting the verdict of a military tribunal. Well, that's that then. The calm acceptance in his voice is almost worse than anger would be. Roman is shutting down emotionally, retreating into the kind of controlled numbness that helped him survive combat, but won't help him survive this. Roman, talk to me. What's there to talk about? I gambled on an experimental surgery, and I lost. Now I get to learn how to navigate the world without sight. You're not alone in this. Aren't I? He turns his head toward me, and even through the bandages, I can see the defeat in his posture. You signed up to have a child with a successful businessman, not to spend your life caring for a disabled man who can't protect you or provide for you the way he used to. I signed up to love you. Everything else is just details. Details like never being able to see your face again. Details like needing help with basic tasks that I used to handle without thinking. Details like becoming the burden I always said I wouldn't be. The pain in his voice breaks something open in my chest, and I move to his bedside, reaching for his hands with the kind of fierce need that comes from watching someone you love lose hope. Roman Kavanaugh, you listen to me very carefully. You are not a burden. You are not less valuable because you can't see. You are not defined by your disability any more than you were defined by your scars. Lavender, no. You don't get to give up on us because your medical condition changed. You don't get to decide that I can't handle loving a blind man any more than you got to decide 5 years ago that I couldn't handle loving a scarred one. My voice is getting stronger, fueled by the kind of fierce determination that comes from fighting for something that matters more than life itself. I fell in love with your mind, your heart, your stubborn courage, and your absolute refusal to surrender when things get difficult. None of those things require sight. But I can't protect you anymore. Can't see threats coming. Can't. You can love me. You can trust me to be your partner instead of someone who needs constant protection. You can let me help you adapt to a world that looks different, but still contains everything that matters. I lean down and kiss him, soft and careful at first, then with growing desperation as I pour all my love and fear and determination into the connection between us. When he responds by pulling me closer, I know that somewhere underneath the grief and shock, he's still fighting. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I may have lost my sight, he says softly, pressing kisses to my neck, but I've gained a new way of seeing you, through touch and taste and sound and scent. You're even more beautiful this way. I love you, I whisper, tears sliding down my cheeks. So much it terrifies me. I love you too, he says, wiping away my tears with gentle fingers. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life showing you that blindness doesn't diminish that love. It only makes it stronger. As we lie tangled together in the hospital bed, I realize that we've crossed a threshold. Roman's sight is gone, but his passion, his desire, his ability to make me feel cherished and wanted, all of that remains. Different than before, perhaps, but no less powerful. Some things transcend physical limitations. Our love is one of them.
Chapter 26. Roman. I wake to the sensation of silk against my chest and the soft rhythm of breathing that has become my favorite sound in the world. Lavender sleeps curled against my side, her head on my shoulder, and one arm draped across my ribs in the possessive gesture that tells me she's been having the nightmare again, the one where Diego's men take me away and she can't find me. 2 months since the rescue, and her subconscious still hasn't accepted that I'm safe. Sunlight streams through the bedroom windows, warming my face in ways that let me gauge the time without checking a clock. 7:30, maybe 8, which means we have time for the lazy morning routine that's become one of my favorite parts of adapting to a world without sight. I trace my fingers through her hair, feeling the soft curls that she's let grow longer during my recovery. She stirs against me, making the small sound of contentment that means she's waking up happy instead of startled, a good sign that the nightmares are becoming less frequent. "Good morning, beautiful," I murmur against her temple. "How do you know I'm beautiful? You can't see me. I can feel you smiling. I can hear the happiness in your voice. I can smell that lotion you use that makes you smell like vanilla and sunshine." I tighten my arms around her, pulling her closer. "Besides, beautiful is more than just what someone looks like." Smooth talker. But there's warmth in her voice, the kind of affection that comes from being loved completely despite, or maybe because of, all your imperfections. It's one of my better qualities now that I can't rely on my devastating good looks to charm you. She laughs and presses a kiss to my chest, right over the scar from a piece of shrapnel that nearly killed me in Afghanistan. "Your devastating good looks are still intact. Thank you very much. The scars just make you more interesting. And the blindness? Makes you more dependent on me, which I secretly love even though I probably shouldn't admit that." The honesty in her confession makes my chest surge with a wave with gratitude. Most people would try to reassure me that my blindness doesn't matter, that it doesn't change anything between us. Lavender admits that it does change things, and that some of those changes actually make our relationship stronger. "I love being dependent on you," I tell her. "It means I have to trust you completely, which is something I should have been doing all along." Roman Kavanaugh admitting he should trust people more? Mark this day on the calendar. I'd mark it myself, but I can't see the calendar. That's what you have me for. That's what you have me for. The phrase has become our shorthand for the way we've reorganized our lives around partnership instead of independence. I handle business decisions and strategic planning. She handles visual tasks and medical concerns. I provide security and protection. She provides navigation and description. We've become a team in ways that wouldn't have been possible when I was trying to be her protector instead of her partner. "What's on the schedule today?" I ask. Breakfast, physical therapy session with Dr. Martinez, lunch with Ghost to review the final security protocols for the new office building. She stretches against me, and I feel the tension leaving her muscles as she transitions from sleep to wakefulness. "And this evening I thought we could stay in and cook dinner together." Cook dinner together, which means she'll handle anything involving knives or hot surfaces while I contribute ingredients and moral support. It's taken 2 months to develop a kitchen routine that doesn't end with me feeling useless or her feeling overwhelmed, but we finally found a rhythm that works. Sounds perfect, but first, I want to practice my new skill. Which skill is that? Making coffee without burning down the kitchen. The coffee machine was one of the first appliances I learned to operate independently, mostly because I refused to be the kind of man who needs his girlfriend to make his morning coffee. It took 3 weeks and several minor burns before I mastered the routine, but now I can produce a decent cup without supervision. I swing my legs out of bed and stand carefully, using the mental map I've developed of our bedroom to navigate toward the door. Lavender's hand touches my arm, not guiding, just maintaining contact in case I need help. "Be careful with the chair that's 18 inches from the foot of the bed angled toward the windows." "I know, sweetheart. I've only lived here for 2 months. I worry." "I know. And I love you for it." The kitchen routine has become second nature. 14 steps from the bedroom door to the coffee machine, cabinet handle at shoulder height for the filters, water reservoir that holds exactly 6 cups when filled to the rim. My fingers have memorized every surface, every switch, every measurement that turns morning caffeine into an accomplishment instead of a challenge. I'm reaching for coffee cups when I hear Ghost's voice from the front hallway. "Sir? Dr. Williams? I have some news that might interest you." Ghost has been staying in the guest house during my recovery, partly for security reasons and partly because he's appointed himself our unofficial household manager. He handles everything from grocery delivery to security protocol updates, with the kind of military efficiency that makes civilian life run smoothly. "In the kitchen," I call back, noting that Lavender has followed me and is probably leaning against the counter in the cotton pajama set that feels like heaven under my hands. Ghost appears in the doorway, and I can hear satisfaction in his voice when he speaks. Diego's network is finished. The last of his associates were arrested this morning in Miami, and federal prosecutors are confident they can connect him to at least 15 major criminal enterprises across 4 states. What about his financial backers? Frozen assets, RICO investigations, and enough evidence to keep them tied up in court for the next decade. The man who ordered your kidnapping is going to spend the rest of his life in federal prison. The news hits me with surprising force. Not relief exactly, but something deeper. Closure. The knowledge that the threat that nearly destroyed us has been eliminated completely. "It's over," I say. "It's over," Ghost confirms. "Diego will never hurt anyone again." I reach for Lavender's hand, finding her fingers and intertwining them with mine. We survived. Not just the kidnapping, not just the medical complications, but the entire ordeal that tested everything we thought we knew about love and trust and partnership. "There's something else," Lavender says, and there's a quality in her voice that makes me turn toward her with full attention. "Something I've been waiting for the right moment to tell you." "Good news or bad news?" "Good news. Amazing news, actually, if you're ready for it." "I'm ready for anything as long as you're there to help me handle it." She takes a deep breath, and I can feel tension radiating from her body like electricity. Whatever she's about to tell me is big enough to make her nervous. "Roman, I'm pregnant." The words send a jolt through me like lightning, stealing my breath and making the world tilt around me in ways that have nothing to do with blindness. Pregnant. She's pregnant. We're going to have a baby. "Are you sure?" 3 different tests, plus blood work from Dr. Chen yesterday. I'm about 8 weeks along, which means... She pauses, calculating. "Conception probably happened during our beach trip, the night before your surgery." The beach. Our perfect night under the stars when we made love with the kind of desperate passion that comes from knowing everything might change. We created life together in that moment, before we knew if I'd wake up blind, before we understood how much we'd have to adapt. "We're having a baby," I repeat, testing the words to see how they sound. "We're having a baby. I'm going to be a father." "Yes." "A blind father. A father who happens to be blind," she corrects gently. "There's a difference." But I can feel panic starting to build in my chest, all the old fears about being a burden instead of a protector rising to the surface. "Lavender, how can I take care of a child when I can't see? How can I protect our baby from dangers I can't detect? How can I be a good father when I need help with basic tasks?" "Roman." Her hands frame my face, and I feel the certainty in her touch. "Do you remember what you told me the night before your surgery? About vision being just a tool, but courage being what makes someone dangerous?" "Yes." "The same thing applies to parenting. Vision is just a tool. Love is what makes someone a good father, and you have more love to give than any man I've ever known." "But what if the baby doesn't understand? What if they're embarrassed by having a father who can't see? Then we'll teach them that differences make families stronger, not weaker. We'll raise a child who understands that value comes from character, not ability." She's right, and somewhere beneath the panic I know it. But the thought of holding my own child, of not being able to see their face or watch them take their first steps, cuts deeper than losing my sight ever did. "Congratulations, sir," Ghost says from across the kitchen. "This is wonderful news." "Thank you, Ghost. If I may suggest, sir, this calls for a celebration. Perhaps something special this evening?" Something special. The words carry weight beyond their surface meaning, and I realize Ghost is giving me an opening for the surprise I've been planning for 3 weeks. "Actually, Ghost, I think this afternoon would be better. Lavender, would you like to take a drive to the beach? Our beach?" "Of course. But why this afternoon specifically?" "Because I have something I want to ask you. I've been waiting for the perfect moment. I can feel her attention sharpen, can hear the catch in her breathing that means she's starting to understand what this might be about. Roman. Trust me? Always. The drive to Montauk takes 2 hours, with Lavender describing the scenery while I listen to the radio and try to calm my nerves. The ring has been ready for a week, custom designed by a jeweler who specializes in pieces that appeal to touch as much as sight. Instead of a traditional diamond, it features a sapphire surrounded by textured gold that creates patterns I can feel with my fingertips. Ghost has been coordinating the logistics with military precision. Blanket positioned on the sand, champagne chilled and waiting, musicians hidden among the dunes to provide soundtrack when the moment feels right. We park at the lighthouse overlook, and I let Lavender guide me down the familiar path to the beach, where we danced under moonlight 2 months ago. The ocean sounds exactly the same. Waves against sand, seabirds calling, the eternal conversation between water and shore that provides natural music for the most important question I've ever asked. This is where we came the night before your surgery, Lavender says as we settle onto the blanket Ghost has arranged. Where we made love under the stars. Where we created our child, I add, reaching into my pocket for the ring box that represents months of planning and hope. Roman, what are we doing here? Something I should have done 5 years ago, before pride and fear convinced me that protection was more important than partnership. I shift onto one knee, feeling for her hand in the gathering dusk. Lavender Williams, you saved my life in Afghanistan. You saved it again in a hospital room when I thought I had nothing left to offer. And you save it every morning when I wake up and remember that love is stronger than any disability. Roman, I'm blind, but you help me see what matters. I'm damaged, but you make me feel whole. I'm stubborn and overprotective and terrible at asking for help, but you love me anyway. I open the ring box, feeling the textured gold and smooth sapphire that represents everything I want to give her. Will you marry me? Will you be my partner in everything, my equal in all things, the mother of our children and the light in my darkness? Yes, she whispers, and I can hear tears in her voice. Yes, Roman Kavanaugh. I will marry you. I slide the ring onto her finger, feeling it settle into place like the final piece of a puzzle I've been trying to solve for 5 years. When she kisses me, I taste salt air and happiness and the promise of a future built on partnership instead of protection. I love you, I tell her against her lips. I love you too. Blind, stubborn, overprotective, and perfect. Perfect. I may not be able to see her face, but I can feel her smile, can hear the joy in her voice, can touch the ring that makes our commitment official. Some things are worth waiting for, worth fighting for, worth risking everything to achieve. Lavender Williams, soon to be Lavender Kavanaugh, is worth everything I have and everything I'll ever be.
Chapter 27. Lavender. The ivory silk of my wedding dress pools around my feet as I stand before the full-length mirror in the bridal suite, my reflection showing a woman I barely recognize. 3 months pregnant, and the gentle curve of my belly is just beginning to show beneath the empire waist that Lyra insisted would be both comfortable and elegant. The dress was designed specifically for this moment, flowing lines that accommodate my changing body, cap sleeves that hide the faint scar on my shoulder from Diego's bullet, and a neckline that Roman will be able to appreciate through touch during our first dance. You look absolutely radiant, Lyra says, adjusting the cathedral-length veil that belonged to my grandmother. I've never seen you glow like this. Glow. Everyone keeps saying I'm glowing, and maybe they're right. Maybe happiness and pregnancy and the certainty that I'm about to marry my soulmate creates the kind of inner light that transforms everything about how a woman carries herself. Are you nervous? She asks, pinning a strand of baby's breath into my hair that she's arranged in an elegant updo. Not nervous, excited, ready. I smooth my hands over the silk, feeling the life growing inside me and thinking about the vows Roman and I wrote together. I've been waiting for this day since I was 25 years old. Even when you thought he was never coming back? Especially then. Through the window of the bridal suite, I can see the garden where our ceremony will take place in 20 minutes. Roman had the landscaping designed specifically for today. Raised pathways he can navigate independently, seating arranged so he can hear every guest's voice, an altar positioned so the afternoon sun will warm our faces without creating shadows that might affect his spatial awareness. 150 guests, including his entire SEAL unit, my medical school classmates, and half the neighborhood where my clinic operates. Mama Rose flew in from Jamaica with enough relatives to populate a small island, all of them ready to celebrate the granddaughter who finally found her prince. Dr. Williams, a soft knock at the door interrupts my thoughts. It's time. Time. The word I've been waiting to hear for months. Lyra hands me my bouquet, white roses and baby's breath with trailing ribbons that match my dress, and gives me one final hug. Go marry that stubborn, beautiful man of yours. I walk through the house that's become our home, past the study, where Roman conducts business via phone and computer, past the kitchen where we've learned to cook together, past all the spaces we've filled with love and laughter and the kind of domestic happiness I used to dream about. Ghost waits at the back door, immaculate in his dress uniform, ready to escort me down the aisle since my father isn't here to do it. He's been more than Roman's head of security. He's become family, the brother who's watched over both of us through every crisis. Ready, Dr. Williams? Ready. The garden is transformed into something magical. White roses and greenery create an aisle that leads to an archway where Roman waits with the minister, his face turned toward the music that signals my approach. He's wearing a black tuxedo that emphasizes the breadth of his shoulders, his dark hair perfectly styled, his scars visible, but somehow making him more handsome rather than less. The string quartet begins the processional, and every conversation stops as our guests rise to their feet. I see faces I recognize, Alan sitting with his son Jamal, both of them beaming with pride. Marcus and several other teenagers from the neighborhood, dressed in their best clothes and looking slightly awed by the elegance surrounding them. Roman's business associates and former military colleagues, people who've learned to see past his blindness to the man underneath. But my focus is on Roman, standing straight and confident at the altar, his head tilted slightly as he listens to my approach. He can't see me, but somehow he knows exactly when I reach the midpoint of the aisle because his face breaks into the kind of smile that makes my heart skip. Ghost places my hand in Roman's at the altar, and the contact sends electricity up my arm like it did the first time we touched in Afghanistan. His fingers are steady and warm, and when he speaks, his voice carries to every corner of the garden. You're beautiful, he says, though he can't see me. I can feel it in the way you're standing, hear it in the whisper of silk when you move. How do you know? Because you're mine, and everything that's mine is beautiful. The minister begins the ceremony with words about love and commitment and the courage required to build a life together despite obstacles. But I'm only half listening because Roman's thumb is tracing circles on my palm in the pattern that's become our private signal for I love you. When it's time for vows, Roman speaks first, his voice carrying across the garden with the kind of quiet authority that's always defined him. Lavender, 5 years ago, I thought protecting you meant walking away. I thought love meant sacrifice, and sacrifice meant loneliness. I was wrong about everything except the love. His hand tightens on mine, and I can see emotion working in his throat. You taught me that protection means partnership, that sacrifice means sharing burdens instead of carrying them alone, that love means trusting someone enough to let them see your weaknesses and believing they'll love you anyway. I can't promise you that I'll never need help, or that blindness won't create challenges we haven't anticipated, but I can promise you that I'll trust you with my vulnerabilities, share my strengths, and love you with everything I have for as long as I live. My turn. The vows I've memorized and practiced until they feel like prayers. Roman, you saved my life in a convoy attack in Afghanistan, but you saved my soul in a hospital room when you trusted me enough to let me save yours. You taught me that love isn't about finding someone perfect. It's about finding someone whose imperfections complement your own. I can hear my voice getting stronger, more certain with each word. I can't promise you that pregnancy hormones won't make me cry at commercials, or that I won't worry too much about your safety, or that I'll always remember to describe sunsets and sunrises the way you like. But I can promise you that I'll be your partner in everything, your equal in all things, and the woman who sees your strength instead of your limitations for as long as we both shall live. The rings, the minister says, go steps forward with the wedding bands we selected together, matching platinum with Roman's name engraved in braille inside mine, and mine engraved in raised letters inside his. When Roman slides my ring into place beside my engagement ring, his hands are steady despite the emotion I can see in his face. With this ring, I thee wed. When I place his ring on his finger, completing the circle that binds us together, I realize I'm crying. With this ring, I thee wed. By the power vested in me by the state of New York, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Roman, you may kiss your bride. He doesn't need to be told twice. Roman's hands frame my face with the kind of reverent touch that makes my knees weak, and when he kisses me, every guest disappears. There's only us, only this moment, only the promise we've just made to love each other, despite every obstacle the world might throw our way. When we break apart, the garden erupts in applause and cheers, but Roman keeps his forehead pressed against mine. Hello, Mrs. Kavanaugh. Hello, Mr. Kavanaugh. Ready for forever? Ready for everything. The reception is a blur of congratulations and dancing and cake cutting that involves more laughter than actual dessert consumption. Roman navigates the social requirements with grace, his enhanced hearing allowing him to track conversations and identify guests by voice. When it's time for our first dance, he leads me onto the dance floor with the kind of confidence that makes everyone forget he can't see. We sway to music that was chosen for its meaning rather than its melody. The same jazz song that was playing in the car during our first drive to Montauk. Roman's hand spans my lower back, just above the curve where our baby is growing, and when he speaks, his words are meant only for me. How does it feel to be married? Like coming home, like finding the missing piece I didn't know I was looking for. Any regrets about marrying a blind man? Only that it took us 5 years to get here. He spins me carefully, mindful of my pregnancy and the trailing length of my dress, then pulls me back into his arms. I love you, Mrs. Kavanaugh. I love you too, Mr. Kavanaugh. The evening passes in a haze of happiness and celebration, but eventually the last guest departs and we're alone in the house that's now officially ours. Roman carries me over the threshold of our bedroom, like tradition demands, his arm steady despite the symbolism that usually applies to couples who haven't been living together for months. Welcome home, wife. Thank you, husband. He sets me down carefully, his hands immediately moving to the buttons that secure my dress. May I help you out of this beautiful gown? Please. He undresses me with a reverent attention that makes every touch feel like worship, his fingers tracing the silk as it falls away until I'm standing before him in nothing but the pearl necklace that was his wedding gift to me. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. By the time we finally collapse in our bed, thoroughly satisfied and deliciously sore, the sun is starting to peek through the windows. How many times was that? I ask, my voice hoarse from crying out his name. I lost count after 5, he admits, pulling me against his chest. But I'm pretty sure we've officially consummated this marriage. Thoroughly consummated, I agree, tracing lazy patterns on his chest. Think we made another baby. His hand finds my belly, still gentle over where our first child is growing. If not, we'll have fun trying again tomorrow. And the day after that, and every day for the rest of our lives, he promises, pressing a kiss to my forehead. That's what husbands and wives do, after all. I love you, Mr. Kavanaugh. I love you too, Mrs. Kavanaugh, forever and always. As I drift off to sleep in my husband's arms, thoroughly loved and completely satisfied, I think about how different this wedding night is from what I might have imagined as a young woman. Roman can't see me in my wedding lingerie, can't watch my face as he makes love to me, can't appreciate visual beauty the way most grooms can. But he sees me in ways that matter more. He sees me through touch and taste and the sounds I make when he loves me just right. He sees my soul, my heart, my complete devotion to him. And that's more than enough for our happily ever after.
Epilogue. Romans. 6 months later. The sound of Lavender's breathing fills the hospital room. Each exhale, a testament to the strength that's carried us through 18 hours of labor. I sit beside her bed, holding her hand while she rests between contractions, my other hand resting on the swell of her belly where our child has been fighting to enter the world since dawn. Dr. Martinez, her obstetrician, has assured us that everything is progressing normally, but normal feels like an eternity when the woman you love is in pain, and you can do nothing but offer presence and encouragement. Another contraction starting, Lavender breathes, her grip on my hand tightening as her body prepares for the work of bringing our baby into the light. Light. The concept that's defined so much of our journey together, from the darkness I chose when I left her to the light she became when she refused to let me stay lost. I'm right here, I tell her, bringing her hand to my lips. You're doing beautifully. How can you tell? You can't see me. I can hear the strength in your voice. I can feel the determination in the way you're breathing. I can sense the power in you that's going to bring our child safely into the world. The contraction builds, and Lavender's breathing becomes focused and rhythmic, the pattern we learned in childbirth classes that help her work with her body instead of fighting against it. I count the seconds, offering words of encouragement, and feeling utterly helpless in the face of the most natural and mysterious process in the world. Roman, she gasps as the contraction peaks. I need to push. Dr. Martinez, I call toward where I heard her voice last. Lavender needs to push. Perfect timing, the doctor responds, and I can hear the smile in her voice. Let's have a baby. The next hour blurs together in a symphony of sounds that will be etched in my memory forever. Lavender's breathing, deep and focused. Dr. Martinez giving instructions about when to push and when to rest. Nurses moving around the room with efficient purpose. The steady beep of monitors tracking our baby's heartbeat. And through it all, my own heartbeat, counting seconds and breaths, and the gradual approach of the moment when I'll become a father. I can see the head, Dr. Martinez announces. One more big push, Lavender. One more push. After 18 hours, we're one push away from meeting our child. Lavender bears down with a sound that's part effort, part triumph, part primal power that speaks to something deeper than consciousness. I hold her hand and pour every ounce of love and strength I possess into that contact, willing our child into the world through sheer force of desire. And then I hear it. The most beautiful sound in the universe. Our baby's first cry. Strong and indignant and absolutely perfect. The sound that means our child is breathing, is healthy, is here. It's a girl, Dr. Martinez announces. A beautiful baby girl. A daughter. We have a daughter. The emotion hits me like a physical blow. Love so intense it steals my breath. Gratitude so profound it brings tears to my eyes. Joy so complete it makes every challenge we've faced feel insignificant by comparison. Is she okay? Lavender asks, her voice exhausted but fierce with maternal concern. She's perfect. 10 fingers, 10 toes, strong lungs, and quite opinions about being born. Dr. Martinez's voice carries the satisfaction of a job well done. Would you like to hold her? Yes, please. I hear the rustle of blankets, the soft sounds of a baby being cleaned and wrapped, the whispered conversation between medical professionals who've helped bring thousands of children into the world. Here she is, a nurse says, and I know she's placing our daughter in Lavender's arms. The crying stops immediately, replaced by the soft sounds of a baby settling into her mother's embrace. I reach out carefully, and Lavender guides my hand to touch our daughter's head, soft and warm and impossibly small. I trace every part of her face. Hello, beautiful girl, I whisper. I'm your daddy. The emotion is overwhelming, I cry. This tiny person, this perfect combination of Lavender and me, this miracle we created together through love and stubbornness, and the absolute refusal to let circumstances destroy what we were building. And that's when it happens. A pinprick of light, so small I think I'm imagining it, appears in the absolute darkness that's been my world for nearly a year. At first I dismiss it as wishful thinking, the kind of phantom sensation that sometimes occurs when emotion overwhelms logic. But the pinprick grows, slowly, gradually, like sunrise over an ocean horizon. The light expands until it becomes a soft glow that reveals shapes and shadows where there used to be nothing but blackness. Lavender, I whisper, not daring to believe what's happening. What is it? I think I can see something. The shapes are blurry, indistinct, more suggestion than substance. But they're there. Light and shadow and the vague outline of forms that might be people, might be furniture, might be the hospital room where our daughter just entered the world. What do you see? Light. Shapes. I think I can see you holding our baby. It's true. The largest shape, positioned directly in front of me, has to be Lavender in the hospital bed. And the smaller bundle in her arms, the source of the soft sounds that are already more precious to me than any music. That has to be our daughter. Dr. Martinez, Lavender calls, her voice tight with excitement and disbelief. Dr. Martinez, something's happening with Roman's vision. Footsteps approach the bed, and I can make out another shape moving into my field of view. Mr. Kavanaugh, can you describe what you're experiencing? Light. Blurry shapes. I can't make out details, but I can distinguish between objects and people. I blink, testing whether the sensation will disappear, but the shapes remain. It's like looking through frosted glass, but it's something. This is remarkable. Highly unusual, but not unheard of in cases where emotional or physical trauma triggers neurological changes. Dr. Martinez's voice carries professional excitement mixed with genuine amazement. We'll need to conduct comprehensive tests, but this could indicate that your optic pathways are beginning to heal. Beginning to heal. The possibility I stopped hoping for months ago, returning at the moment when our daughter entered the world. Could it be permanent? Lavender asks. Too early to tell. But the fact that vision is returning at all suggests that the damage wasn't as complete as we initially believed. With proper monitoring and possibly additional treatment, there's a reasonable chance that Mr. Kavanaugh could regain significant functional vision. Significant functional vision. The medical terminology for being able to see well enough to navigate the world independently, to watch our daughter grow up, to see Lavender's face clearly again. I want to see her, I say, reaching toward the bundle in Lavender's arms. Our daughter. I want to see what she looks like. Lavender shifts our baby closer to me, and gradually, through the blur and confusion of returning sight, I begin to make out details. A tiny face, perfect and peaceful now that the indignation of birth has passed. Dark hair that could belong to either of us. Features too small and new to show resemblance, but unmistakably ours. And when she opens her eyes, when our daughter looks directly at me for the first time, I see something that makes my chest tight with wonder. Gray eyes. She has my gray eyes looking up at me with the kind of serious attention that suggests she's already forming opinions about the world she's just entered. She's beautiful, I whisper, and for the first time in nearly a year, I can see the truth of my own words. What are we going to name her? Lavender asks, adjusting our daughter so I can see her more clearly. We've debated names for months, but now, looking at this perfect little person who arrived at the exact moment my sight began to return, there's only one choice that feels right. Hope, I say. Her name is Hope. Hope Kavanaugh. The daughter who brought light back into my world. Who proved that miracles really do happen when you love someone enough to believe in them. As I sit in that hospital room, holding my wife's hand while she cradles our daughter, I realize that vision is just one of many gifts I've been given. Love, partnership, family, the absolute certainty that whatever challenges life might bring, we'll face them together. Some things are worth waiting for, worth fighting for, worth believing in, even when hope seems impossible. Hope is one of them. And she's just the beginning of the life we're going to build together, one miracle at a time.